Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 2021 V7 History of Coins. I'm Roshan Marajkar, one of your hosts for this event. I'm also the project manager of the Reimagine 2021 series. I'm so excited to be joined here by a returning guest and one of the leaders in the crypto space. I have with me Alex Mashinsky, the CEO and founder of Celsius Network. Alex, how has the past couple of months been for you and your team in spite of all of the different macro trends that have been happening and all the crazy stuff that's been happening?
Yeah, hi Roshan, and thanks for having us again. Look, it's been a crazy ride for everybody. I think the entire crypto space obviously exploded in a good way, despite obviously all the difficulties of Corona and so on. But we are the digital future, you know. So I think it's like the rest of the world took a time machine and jumped 10 years into the future and came to visit us, you know. So definitely an amazing adoption on all fronts, both from retail, which was kind of our core business, but now we're seeing huge influx of both institutions and corporates who are basically can't get enough crypto, you know.
Yep, they can't get enough crypto, and there's not a lot there's not a lot of it out there, depending on which specific crypto you're talking about. But I think in general, some of those trends are just interesting, how it's a different financial infrastructure. And before we get into some of the new developments that you're working on at Celsius and how that ties into everything, I do want to I want to wind back a couple of years and I want to hear from your perspective. You know, a couple of years ago at Celsius, you all made the decision to help people earn interest on their funds way back before DeFi was even cool. What was your perspective at that time, and how has that sort of shaped, if anything, compared to what's happening right now?
Yes, if you look at white paper from 2017, you'll see that really we have not changed our business model, right? Our focus was to basically enable people all over the world to earn yield, because the central banks are robbing us every day from our ability to earn money on our money, right? They decided that yield on dollars is zero or negative, right? In Europe, the yield is negative. And it's an arbitrary decision. It has nothing to do with how hard we work or us wanting to save or anything like that. So what crypto allows you to do is create this alternate economy in which we can lend peer-to-peer, or we can create yield by lending to institutions and really earn double-digit yield compared to the zero yield that we earn from banks. So really, we've been following the same plan since 2017, been paying interest longer than anyone on the planet. And we have 450,000 users, and we've paid now it's over $300 million worth of interest.
Yeah, that's amazing. And when you compare that to, what a lot of these traditional banks do, they just don't do it at the same rate of speed. I think that you and a lot of other platforms are going to catch up to some of those even larger milestones. And then it gets very competitive, as it already is. what do you think right now the role of retail is in DeFi from what you saw before? Are you saying that you continue to see more retail demand for DeFi, or do you also think that institutions will also be involved, maybe on the other end of the spectrum?
Yes, when you see Tesla or MicroStrategy announcing that they bought $1 billion, they buy it from retail. Uh, most institutions don't sell their coins, so the price is usually going up to a certain level where there is enough sellers to fill that demand or fill that amount that that institution is looking to buy. And this is the first time in history that the large institutions, right, the banks, the money manager, the investment advisors are effectively coming in and buying stuff from retail. Normally, retail buys from institutions, right? The institutions fund Uber or Facebook or whatever, and then we show up and buy those shares from the institutions. So it's definitely very unique time where the more we sit on our hands and don't sell our coins, the higher the prices we're going to be demanding from these institutions.
Yeah, it sort of creates a level playing field as opposed to anywhere where, before in history, you have all these other high barriers of entry. Either you have to be like a accredited investor, or you have to have high amounts of capital to even access some of the opportunities. So I think it's really great how you all are democratizing that access. I do want to kind of ask you a philosophical or question about the inflection point. Like still currently in the crypto industry, or even outside, I should say, specifically about remittances. You've talked a lot about how money is sort of the money over the internet protocol, so to speak, right? Why do you think that people are still paying for things like remittances and actually still paying these fees? What is the inflection point to where people just don't use any of those services at all?
Well, a lot of it has to do with trust, right? So I created Voice over IP 30 years ago, and still only half of the world is using Voice over IP like we're using right now for free. Half of the other people are still paying their phone company or somebody to make a phone, right? So it's just crazy how long it takes for people to migrate from old habits to new habits. So it's the same thing with money, right? I mean, a lot of people that are comfortable, like me and you, are maybe comfortable with digital assets, with MetaMask, with different ways of moving assets, but most people in the world don't trust it and are not comfortable with it. So there's the adoption curve, or the adoption phase with money is even slower than it is with internet services like email or VoIP or anything like that. So I think it's going to take much longer for mass adoption. We are definitely seeing acceleration because of because of COVID, but it's going to take a long time.
Yeah, you hit the head on the nail there. I think trust for sure. It makes sense that like money is not the same thing as a communication medium like the internet that they just described. So to kind of get into that a bit, because I know you all have some new updates at Celsius with introducing the self-insurance for the coins on your platform. Can you talk a little bit about what are some of those new updates, and why are you even taking the further step to introduce insurance on the Celsius network?
Yeah, so self-insurance is one, proof of community is another, and these are all things that we're doing to help our community do even better. So one area that most people don't really understand about Celsius is that we're not a neutral platform. Normally, if you go out there and you say, oh, I'm a neutral exchange, or I'm a neutral peer-to-peer, or I'm a neutral DeFi, right? Like Uniswap or Aave or Compound, they're all neutral, meaning they don't represent the buyer or the seller or the borrower or the lender. Celsius is none of those things. Celsius only represents the community. So, and most of the coins we lend are going to institutions. What does it mean? It means that we are taking risk that the institution will not pay us back, right? On behalf of all the community, on behalf of 500,000 people that entrusted us with Bitcoin, Ethereum, and so on. So Self-insurance is a mechanism that we can use, all of us can use, to basically guarantee that even if there's a default, and we've never had one, but if one happens, that we will be able to still return all the assets to all of the users in the platform. So if you buy insurance on the outside, you go to AIG or any insurance company, you have to pay them very high fees. Here, by doing it internally, we can do it in a way where basically 100% of the value of the insurance policy or the money that we collect for this goes against that loss, versus maybe only half of it. When you give the insurance company money, maybe half of it is paid against losses. The rest of it is all profit for the insurance company. So it's just a very efficient mechanism to protect the community against these kind of things. And the same thing with proof of community. It's a protocol that we created that allows our members to audit us at all times, 24/7, right? So imagine you being able to audit your bank. You only find out that your bank got in trouble and got bailed out 10 years after something happened. Here, using blockchain, everything is in real time. You can actually go and validate what Celsius tells you at any time and make sure that your funds are safe.
Yeah, I actually really love that concept of the community kind of, I won't say governing, but yeah, you definitely have some transparency into where you're putting your money. And I think that should just be a basic principle, if not anything else. Like, we obviously understand in business, you need privacy at the right places. But now getting a little deeper into DeFi, I want to get your thoughts on, some of the trends that have been happening in the last year and what you also see happening this year. So when we talk about things like security, what is your view on, you all were doing, again, DeFi lending before it was, I guess, like everybody was doing lending and building all these yield farming apps quickly, right? So what is your view on kind of the risk and the opportunities in some of these yield farming apps? Do you think it's good for, I guess, consumers to have access to that opportunity? Or do you think that there might be some troubles because you don't have any of those insurance guarantees, right? You have a lot of liquidation issues, is what I'll say.
Yeah, so obviously there's a lot of issues, but I think the main one that most people don't understand is where the yield is being created. So when you go on this or that platform and they say, oh, you can earn 100% on your money. Well, where is that yield coming from? Who's paying that yield? And you'll find out that it's really almost like a Ponzi scheme, meaning only if there's a lot of other people who are going to come to the platform behind you after you did your transaction and try to buy the same token or take the same loans or do farming or whatever, then everything works. But if people start withdrawing their assets, they start pulling away or selling these tokens, none of that works anymore. So today, DeFi farming works very well because every day thousands of new people showing up and everybody's excited and the yields are crazy and it looks like everybody's making money. But you have to understand that all of that works only as long as the music keeps playing. Celsius is very different. Celsius does not create yield from the fact that it hopes that additional people will show up. We aggregate coins from retail, we lend them to institutions, right? Or to exchanges. So most of our yield, about 90% of our yield, comes from those two sources, which DeFi does not participate in. No DeFi platform lends to exchanges or institutions. So because of that, we have a much more sustainable yield. We are thinking about the long term, right? We are a platform for hodlers, people who want to hold their coins 5, 10, 20 years, and not necessarily a place where you just come, you earn some yield, and you run away before the music stops.
Yeah, that's a great explanation and interesting to note the difference. I do want to ask you a little bit more about just your perspective or what you can tell me about, for Celsius, how does your strategy, or maybe it doesn't change, like how does it change as you see more institutions getting involved in crypto? Like, can you kind of explain for our audience, do you think there's different types of institutions that have different interests? Like some just want it on their balance sheet and some just want it, I guess, for their reserve. But I guess what you're talking about is something different. Can you kind of explain the differences between these things? Like, why would an institution, choose to get involved in
Yeah,
crypto? Like,
sure.
what are the benefits? Yeah.
Yeah, so what you hear in the news is mostly corporates or institutions that just buy and hold coins, meaning like MicroStrategy, right? Michael Saylor. So he bought, I don't know, $2 or $3 billion worth of Bitcoin. He's not trading it, he's not lending it, he's not borrowing against it, he's not doing any of those things. He's just buying it, putting it in treasury, he's holding it, and he hopes that it's going to go up in value, right? So we have very little interaction with those type of customers. Our in counterparty, or the people who borrow from us, are people who have a trading desk, meaning they actually have 10, 20, 30 people that trade the commodities every day. They trade Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, whatever the asset is, and they need to borrow that asset to actually affect their trades. So they might be at the same time, they might be buying on Binance and selling on Coinbase, right, to do arbitrage, price arbitrage. And to do that, they need to borrow the assets and be able to settle the transactions and everything else. So we just make it easy for them to borrow large amounts of this or that coin. We support 45 different coins, right? So they can come to us and say, I need $100 million worth of Bitcoin. Bang, we can do that transaction in 2 seconds. There's maybe 2 companies in the world that can do 100 million worth of Bitcoin instantly, right? As far as instant loan, right? So those are the things that we do very well. We, in return, we charge high interest, and 80% of that interest, up to 80% of that, goes back to our community. So our community benefits because they're just sitting on their hands. They're waiting, just like Michael Saylor, they're waiting for those coins for their bags to be worth much more. And while they're sitting and waiting, we're earning additional yield, right? We're earning another 5 or 6% every year in Bitcoin, right? So they're getting Bitcoin on their Bitcoin every year, which is much better than just having your coin sit on a ledger, not doing anything.
Yep, it certainly creates more use cases, and there's a variety of other things that people are doing even with their earned income. Like, I think a lot of people are buying new NFTs, and again, staying in the crypto world, just getting more assets. So, and I think it's like it's a traditional mechanism that people are used to, right? Except traditionally you earn very low yield, and you don't really it's not really with another good counterparty, I'll say, right? It's your bank who doesn't really have the best interest for you. So that's all really interesting. I thought one interesting thing that you said, just with the trends, with the institutions that are getting involved, would you say that traditional finance has, failed during the pandemic? Like, you can answer this in terms of retail or even institutions, because if both sides are coming into crypto and getting exposure in different ways, like, what do you think are some of the ways traditional finance just did not work for a virtual world, so to speak, whereas cryptocurrency is kind of well suited? And I know you've talked a lot about this in the past. Like, it's literally baked into the protocol, right?
Yeah, so 2 things. One is, if you own a pizza shop, or you have you're a barber shop, or you have any kind of a small business or medium-sized business, Corona came and you basically were left in the sidelines, right? I mean, the Fed, the U.S. economy kind of saved all the big companies. They got loans in the billions of dollars. But if you went to your bank and you said, "Hey, I need you to carry me for a year until this Corona thing is over," they laughed at you and kicked you out of the branch, right? So the banks are not here to help the small business. They're not here to help the retail guy. So 90% of the American population has been effectively excluded from participating in these programs that the Fed and other people enacted, right? In crypto, you have the opposite of that as well, meaning none of the major banks in the United States, JP Morgan or Citi or Wells Fargo, are in any way participating in DeFi or in digital currencies. They don't hold any Bitcoin, they don't trade it, they don't sell it. And only recently, right, only in the last few weeks, I think it was the first time that they've mentioned anything positive, where they said, okay, well, maybe you should think about buying a few of these coins. When the market was at a peak of 60,000 per Bitcoin, right? Then they recommended it. So my point is that they're not really a part of the community. They're not part of the network. They're not helping build it. And now that a lot of money is leaving them and coming to crypto, they're trying to find ways to become part of this party, right? Join the party. So I think we do need to build bridges between DeFi and traditional finance. And that's part of what Celsius does, right? We have kind of one leg in the centralized world and one leg in the decentralized world. And we're helping millions of people come across and join the digital revolution. But anyone who is expecting traditional banks to help us get there doesn't understand what this is all about. They want this whole thing to disappear, to be wiped out, to have never existed, because they can't compete with it, right? I mean, in DeFi, we all effectively doing what's good for us, and that's normally is the opposite of what banks do for you every day. No, banks are not your friends. If you need a reminder.
Yep, that's a good reminder. Although I think many people watching this and most people, I think they're starting to understand that trend, right? And I want to ask you a question about that as well, which is the basic principle of the bank has a different motive than they don't really care what your motive is. So what I was going to ask you is, how do we convince or how do we shed light to more people who are using banks and still earning those uh, standard rates? Like, can you talk a little bit about, I guess, inflation versus yield? And I guess you can talk a little bit about what are the advantages of how your platform or even other kind of lending or income generating platforms have over these banks, even if they have more custody of assets in some cases. Although I know recently you also crossed, I believe, 9 billion worth of assets, and that's a traditional accomplishment. So where do you think, again, is the inflection point where that comes first before a bank, if that makes sense? Like, I'm talking about maybe the younger demographic, like some of the students out there that are starting these blockchain clubs. When you talk about some of these ideas we're talking about here, they don't even think about the bank first, right? So what I'm sort of asking you is, why don't people still understand this balance of like inflation versus yield, and
Sure.
what's actually happening in their bank account right today?
So you're right, and despite the fact that most millennials and Gen X's are rather go to the dentist than go to their bank, they still use that service, right? So on one hand, we the community, the crypto community, has not really created products that are easy or are as inviting to allow these people to kind of jump in and switch away, right? Never use. You have to unbank yourself, right? But most people still have a problem doing that. So, if you look at a traditional bank, right, you work for 2 weeks, your salary gets deposited directly with that bank, and really what that bank does, your favorite local neighborhood bank, they issue you an IOU. So you got paid, let's say, whatever, $2,000. They give you an IOU. We, the bank, owe you $2,000. And they immediately take that money and lend it out to your neighbor or your friend on their credit card, and they charge them 24%. They give you nothing for it, nothing. Even if you moved it to your savings account, okay, you'll earn 0.1% per year. While at the same time, they're charging your friend 24% on their credit card. So you as a user, you're the person who actually worked hard and made that money. You get to keep nothing out of the value that the bank is creating with your money. So your money is working, it is creating value, but it's not creating value for you, it's creating value for the bank that accepted your deposit. So all of that is being replaced with a system where your money immediately, like if you deposit your money in Celsius, it immediately starts earning 12.5% because we landed at 15%. Right? We give you 80% of that, and it immediately earns 12.5%. You can withdraw it at any time. You can deposit in the morning and change your mind in the afternoon, take it out, nothing happens. There's no fees. There's no like withdrawal fee or early termination fee or inactivity fee or an ATM fee. None of those fees, right? Nothing exists. But most people, when they look at it, they go, come on, 12.5%, that's 100 times more than my bank. How is it possible? And the issue is not that we're so good. It's that the bank is such a good thief. They're stealing from you so badly that you think that 0.1% per year of interest is a reasonable number. Obviously, it's a completely unreasonable number. Just a few years back, the same bank paid you 6%. So what happened? They're still earning the money. They're still charging 24% on the credit card. That hasn't changed. So why they're paying you so little? So all we're doing is we're waking up a whole generation to the fact that you need to expect your money to work for you. Just like you work for your money, you need to expect that when you make it, your money should be working hard for you 24/7. And that's what Celsius enabled you to do, right? We lend it out, we make it work. You get most of that reward back in your account every Monday, like a clock. You get interest that your money earned working the whole week.
I love the way you described that, that it's not really crazy that all these yields exist in our industry, but it's like the reverse. They actually do, as you described, exist in the traditional world, but you just never get to take a bite out of that cake. And I think, yeah, that is wrong because there's no transparency to a lot of those things. So I thought it was really interesting how you talked a little bit, sorry, I forgot what exactly it's called, but I want to ask you about your community aspect to your platform, and also ask you some questions about what do you see as the future growth of the community on your platform? Like, are there any plans for governance, or what do you think it can evolve to? You can also answer this in terms of additional use cases for the token you all have as well. Like, I know people get some discounted rates and things like that.
Right. So we were the first platform, first one in the world to actually pay you interest either in kind, meaning Bitcoin on Bitcoin, or tell you, hey, you can earn it with this token, right? No one has ever done that. Since then, Compound and Aave and a lot of other people said, oh, let's just copy the Celsius model. And instead of calling it MOI for money over IP, we're just going to call it DeFi, and we're going to pretend like we invented the whole thing, But really, again, Celsius and the Cell token, last year, Cell token was the best performing token in the world, right? It performed better than any of those platforms, returning close to 4,000% in 1 year, right? So obviously we were doing something right. And a lot of it had to do with the growth of the community, right? The fact that hundreds of thousands of people told their friends, showed up, trusted us with the deposits, and then we managed to get a lot of that interest. So the Cell token is a utility token, meaning it allows you to have additional benefits. And instead of earning Bitcoin on Bitcoin, you can earn up to 25% more if you are a platinum user and you can actually use or have the token in your wallet, right? So that helps you basically earn more, pay less on loans, and earn yield on the token as well. If you just deposit the Cell token, that earns 5% as well. So we basically created these token economics. You can go back to our white paper back from 2017 and see that we haven't changed anything. Today, every platform, if you look at crypto.com or Voyager or anyone, right, they're all copying the Celsius model of rewarding the community with additional benefits using a token. So we're happy about that because the more we pay out, right, the more we as a community pay out in interest, the more people we convince from the traditional world to come and do this with all of us. If Celsius was the only one around, people would still say, oh, they're crazy, those guys. It's Alex and his army of Celsians. They don't know what they're doing. No one else is doing this. Well, now there's 50 competitors. We have 50 competitors. They don't pay these rates that we pay, but they're all copying us one-to-one. So there must be something good about what we've created. So I think we're just the beginning of the road. 9 billion, as you said, is just the beginning. And yes, we're bigger than many federally chartered banks in the United States, but we're nothing. Like if you look at JP Morgan or some of the large guys, they all have trillions in assets. So we're just, we're for them, we're just like a cockroach. They look at us and say, who are you? Why are you in the room with us? Like you don't belong here.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, so do you think that platforms like yours actually have a chance to, I'll say, kind of catch up and even surpass a lot of these institutions, only because you're saying that if I need to earn interest or if I even need to get a loan, I can sort of do it instantly. And if I compare that to the process of, traditional finance, it's just a lot of time in between. There's a lot of lag time, right? I'll give you an example. Like one quote they say on crypto Twitter all the time is like one crypto day equals like 3 days in the traditional markets because
Yeah, it's like
it's
dog
always
years,
open, right? So do you think that works the same way in terms of like loans and interest? You can kind of answer this in the scope of the pandemic, I guess. Like, how has it changed your business? Have you seen? Can you actually see those same trends? Actively, whether it's in the transactions or even demographics. Like, what are people mostly doing, or what have they tried to do on your platform during the
Yeah,
pandemic?
so we've grown 10x since the pandemic started. So it's not like we grew 100%. We grew 10 times, right? So we grew 1,000%, both in users and number of loans. And we do offer unique things, like we offer a 1% loan. So you can borrow dollars against your assets, against your Bitcoin or Ethereum, and you pay 1% per year, right? I mean, you can't get that from any bank, right? You can't get that from anyone. No credit check, no employment verification. You get the loan approved the same day, and you can draw the money right away and use it for whatever you need. So that kind of service is something that's just non-existent in the traditional banking system, right? And again, the bank looks at you as nuisance because they already got your money. The last thing they want is to lend you back your own money, right? So they rather go and give it to somebody else on their credit card at 24%. They don't like lending it to you to buy a house or buy a car or anything like that because they earn much on those loans, right? So I think, again, most people in the world still look at crypto and think this is crazy. This is only for criminals, or it's a bad thing. You heard Janet Yellen talk about that yesterday, just still saying it's 2021 and she's still talking. She's still yelling about stuff that she, whatever, that is created in her mind. So we have a lot of still like education to bring people into the tent. But now we have some of the world's richest and smartest people as our ambassadors, right? Elon Musk and Michael Saylor and a bunch of other people, Jack Dorsey, right? All these people who are basically carrying the flag for crypto and trying to convince the naysayers that this is here, it's here to stay, the people want it, and everybody else has to basically, if they like it or they don't like it, they gotta have to basically learn how to live with it.
Yeah, and I think at this point we have already passed a lot of those inflection points where like companies in the S&P 500 are gaining exposure, and everyone is generally talking about the same paradigm shift of the companies not wanting to hold cash, or at least actually getting some skin in the game, which I do think is important. Do you think just demographically that's something like the interest income that your platform enables? Do you think it's different demographically? So I'm kind of asking a philosophical question in the sense of like people in third world countries, do you think they think of this whole interest bearing is very different than first world countries? Because I would say in some cases I could even see platforms like Celsius maybe expand into creating like a credit record for people. Or I just thought of it because you said that people who have, let's say, crypto in other countries, they can now have access to these things without those same barriers, right? So I'm just wondering, if you also think that,
Yeah, crypto is used for different purposes all over the world. So if you're in Nigeria or in Venezuela or Argentina, there's a high chance that because of the restrictions in your currency and because your currency is losing value so quickly, you're actually using it as a store of value. You're not trying to earn interest. You're just trying to basically, you get paid and you immediately want to convert from your lira, from your, peso, whatever you're holding, immediately as fast as possible into something that does not lose value. And it used to be the US dollar, but now the US dollar is losing value quickly as well. So Bitcoin is being used for that in many countries, third world countries. In countries like Europe or the United States, it's mostly investors who are looking for diversification, right? And they're looking for yield. They're looking to basically put 5, 10, 20% of their portfolio into something that is not correlated to the stock market or to being denominated in US dollars. So it still has many different use cases, and what we provide, which is loans and yield, are some of these functions. But in other countries, people just use it as a store of value. That's the basic function of Bitcoin.
Yeah, I think it's a good important distinction to make, the differences between the two. I have two more last questions. One quickly, do you think that going forward in the next couple of years, we'll see the migration of Bitcoin into more DeFi products? I think it's kind of separate right now. Or do you think that Bitcoin will just be its own thing?
Well, so Bitcoin is still the granddaddy. It's about 65% of the market cap. It does live on DeFi. There's what's called a wrapped Bitcoin and other types of Bitcoin that exist on DeFi. So you can take your Bitcoin and make it earn yield, or you can just deposit at Celsius and it will do it automatically. You don't need to learn how to convert or mint wrapped Bitcoin or anything like that, right? You just deposit in Celsius and it starts working for you day and night. So will DeFi come to Bitcoin? That's a much harder question, because Bitcoin has done an excellent job at scaling and being a very reliable store of value, but it has not kept up with the developments and all the smart contracts and everything else that's happening on Ethereum or Cardano or Polkadot, all the different projects that are trying to extend Bitcoin to do much more. So I think you're going to have the crew or the clan that's kind of like sticking to the basics and just buying Bitcoin, like Michael Saylor, right? He's just buying Bitcoin. He's not doing anything with it. He just wants it to double or triple or 10x, right? And then you have a bunch of other people who are like, no, I'm going to be the pro I'm going to be the DeFi pro, right? I'm going to be the OG. I'm going to earn all that money. I'm going to show everybody else how it's done, right? So, and a lot of these people burn out because they take too much risk. They don't understand. They jump into young protocols that might be a week old. They get hacked, or the money gets stolen, or there's a rug pull. So you have to be very careful. It's not just because something on Uniswap doesn't mean it's a valid token. I see people swapping they give away their Ethereum and they get a shitcoin and they think they're making money, but it's not Ethereum, right? So unless you know the detail of what's happening, every coin, who's behind it, how long the project's been around and all that stuff, there's a pretty good chance you're going to get yourself in trouble. So again, right now the music is playing, everybody's making money, but when the music stops and there's not enough chairs for you, guess what's going to happen? Your pockets are going to be empty.
That's actually really good advice, and I encourage everyone to listen to Alex and look at things a little more closely on the new products coming out. They're not all original ideas, and again, what he said earlier, look at where that yield is actually coming from. There are sometimes ways to actually find out. To wrap things up, I want to ask you one last question. What is the most exciting use case in crypto that you think will happen in 2021, like something people will use and
right?
not
Well,
go back?
it's the same use case I've been preaching since 2017, which is yield, right? And the issue is not about people becoming millionaires and buying a Lamborghini and flaunting their wealth to everybody. The issue is that millions of people who don't see a light at the end of the tunnel, they don't know how they're going to pay for their family or get their kids to college or pay for their parents, suddenly can see that. They can see, okay, I can earn some money, I can save, I can earn yield or interest income, and that money that I'm earning on is helping me pay off my bills, or helping me pay off my credit card, or helping me take care of my parents, right? And things like that. So for us, the most exciting thing is when people have use cases for the money they're making that are really changing lives, right? That's showing people how they can achieve financial independence, financial freedom. And that's what we do. Every Friday, we have an AMA, right? 1 o'clock Eastern, every Friday on Celsius Network. Go to YouTube, search for it, where we actually teach this stuff, right? We share with people best practices on how to achieve that financial independence, because unfortunately, they don't teach you that in high school. They don't teach you that in college. right? Like it's like a very well kept secret that only the fat cats in Wall Street know, right? How to create compounding interest on your money. So we kind of brought that to the masses, right? We enabled anyone. You have $100, that's enough. You can come in and earn yield on it and earn 12.5% and build up your wealth slowly over time. So that's what we're excited about. I think that is the killer app. And, you know, we're going to scale it. And hopefully next time we talk, I can tell you about several million customers and 50 billion in assets that we help to manage for these people all over the world.
It was great advice. Thank you so much for coming back on the Reimagine 2021 series. Alec Mashinsky, everyone, go ahead and check out the Celsius Network and really learn about a lot of the things mentioned in this talk. I'm your host, Roshan, and I'll let you all tune back into Reimagine 2021. Thank you, Alex, for being here today.
Thanks for having us. Looking forward to do it again next year.
Yep, looking forward to it, as always. Thank you.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends, in a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication, in a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
Bonjour, mes amis. I am Jean-Paul Pierre, And I have another crypto vocabulary lesson for you, brought to you by Reimagine 2021. NFT. In simple terms, a non-fungible token, aka NFT, is an exclusive digital asset. Accordingly, no non-fungible token is the same. Non-fungible tokens contain identifying information recorded in their smart contracts. It's this information that makes each NFT different, and as such, they cannot be directly replaced by another token. They cannot be swapped for like, as no two are alike. An NFT is like the Mona Lisa by Leonardo da Vinci, It is unique, and that is what makes it valuable. There is no other painting like that in the entire world. Well, similarly, each NFT stores some form of metadata that makes it a unique entry on the blockchain. That said, even the NFTs on similar blockchains are not interchangeable. They're one of a kind, A masterpiece.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to Reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune into Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
Well, welcome back to Reimagine. Here we are again in 2021, our second conference for the year so far, and so much to talk about. It would have been very unfortunate if 2021 had started off boring for the crypto space, but fortunately, we have no such concerns here. This has been a dramatic year, already, at the end of the second month, and so much has gone on, so much development. And that's why here at Reimagine, we want to take a little bit of a look at this moment, check it in relation to history, give it that sense of scope that it really deserves. And we're bringing on those into the conversation that are part of that sense of scope, who can understand and help us break down a little bit of what that really means. So without further ado, without me carrying on too long, I'll introduce our guest for today. We're speaking with Sean Rowland, Director of Product over at BitPay. Sean, thanks so much for being with us.
Yeah, good to be here, Asher. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Now, Sean, BitPay, you guys are, let's say, old hands in the space, been around since 2011. It certainly, you can call yourselves OGs. But But I want to delve a little bit into the human story here, because that's something else that we like to do for a moment. So Sean, just for those who aren't familiar, give us a little bit of your personal journey into the crypto space, how your sort of evolution has occurred over the time you've been there, and where you feel you're at now.
Yeah, sure. So in a prior life, pre-crypto, as we call it, I was involved in a lot of different fintech companies called Cabbage, small business lending. And it really demonstrated like the power of technology and applying it to different financial situations, how much it's going to explode. So you start reading about different innovations that happen, and suddenly, Bitcoin popped up in probably, late 2015, probably for me, early 2016. And of course, the bug immediately bites. You start reading it, you're like, whoa, this is a rabbit hole. And most everyone who hears about it goes down that rabbit hole. And I knew after probably about a year or two, I was like, I have to work in this industry, not just in the evenings, but I want my full day focused on this and how big it's going to be. So I started at BitPay a tad over 3 years ago. We're a smaller 30-person shop now. We're above 80, 90 employees now. And a lot has changed, let alone since 2011 when BitPay started. But that 3 years, it's a very different company, very different market, very different focuses.
Certainly, it is a different market and focus, and I think that's one thing that I've loved watching in the evolution of BitPay as a company. The way that it started out as a company to help facilitate the payments in crypto space, and now seems to have developed so much more beyond that to the idea of actually receiving payments, but also giving out payments and facilitating those mechanisms for companies who want to do that. And we're seeing efforts like that roll across from not just inside the sort of traditional crypto space, but as well as outside. With proponents such as Russell Okung of the NFL coming out and saying he wants to get paid in Bitcoin. People are now organizing their payroll in crypto. People are now organizing so many of their daily payments in crypto. Tell me a little bit about that evolution, how that's felt from inside the company, but also, and maybe we can add this on as a larger question after, but into the crypto space as a whole.
Yeah. So one of the founding principles and ideas that BitPay was started with is that at some point, all assets will be issued on a blockchain, globally. And payments is such a large part of that theory. So it's like, hey, yes, we can do an exchange, you trade back and forth, but how do we really bring that bridge, into real world goods and services? How do we get merchants and enterprises involved with that? And so payments is in my belief, especially is a really big necessity for driving the market forward, and continues to be. So, and the cool thing, especially in the past 2 years, is kind of the people talking about, I want to get paid in this. I don't want to just have to convert my my fiat currency into crypto. I want to receive it in a totally different way. Honestly, you didn't really see that much except deep inside the crypto community. You see people outside who are now wanting this. And the cool thing about crypto, and something that BitPay is specifically working on, is how do we do that at scale, like globally? How do we allow people get paid in crypto? It's not even just Bitcoin, Bitcoin. And I think that talks about the evolutionary side, where so many years it was Bitcoin, and rightfully so, the king of all the cryptos. But now there's so many of them with a lot of different use cases, really giving users globally and people globally the choice of, hey, what asset do I want to receive value in for my work? And for businesses, like, hey, once I have this asset, what can I do with it? Like, do I want to pay people with it? Do I want to use it as maybe a unit of account? Is it for treasury management? Different cryptos can be utilized for different purposes. So that's been a really big evolutionary change, is just like which asset to use, and then really starting to bring full circle the whole monetary ecosystem of people receiving payments, paying for goods, businesses paying businesses. And when that circular economy starts happening is when the real network effects start taking off.
Right. And I love the fact that you brought that up, Sean, because that to me is such a maturing of the space, that idea that we're moving beyond, you know, and I don't want to accuse it of being two-dimensional, because Bitcoin is a tool of, you know, 1,000 uses and beyond. But, you know, there was a fixation, a focus for so many years on Bitcoin as a sole vehicle of, you know, the development of the crypto and blockchain world. And now it seems so beyond it, whether we're talking about stable coins, whether we're talking about NFTs, whether we're talking about, the myriad of other altcoins out there that provide a range of different services, as some or other would agree to better or ill. But regardless, there's a wealth of options out there. Again, looking at that sort of grand scope, that maturity, that development, are there trends that you see, you know, in taking that to a fully, you know, blockchain enclosed ecosystem? Do you see that maturing space in institutional markets, perhaps? Or do you think, things are running a little ahead of themselves and there's still more development that needs to be done?
Yeah, and so on the institutional side, and I'll talk to that side as well as like the enterprise and businesses and whatnot, because that's honestly been very recently developed. You know, everyone knows about Tesla and MicroStrategy, you know, Mass Mutual, many different. I think recently Square, of course. You know, all these, and that's such a different narrative than it was any time in the past. And what you still see, though, is a narrative around Bitcoin. And when I think of enterprises and large institutions, there's going to be two main narratives for this year and the coming future. It's going to be Bitcoin and stable coins. You know, Bitcoin's great. It's inflationary hedge. It's great thinking about treasury management. But honestly, one of the advantages of blockchain payments, again, is that low friction, the speed, instant settlement. And a lot of times, look, Bitcoin is volatile, clearly. We all know that. When using it as a unit of account for your business, you can't have that volatile of a currency. Again, it serves its purpose, treasury management, different things like that, inflationary hedge as a strategy. But I think stable coins really will come up and be a big part of that conversation. Is how do I do cross-border payments? How do I do remittances? You know, I mean, you know, those are going to be big themes that, and BitPay continues to see, because you don't have to, you're not exposed to that volatility. You can still access all the benefits of blockchain payments. So again, enterprise, large institutions, Bitcoin and stable coins are going to be two of the growing narratives. And that's really changed from the past.
It certainly has changed in the past, and I guess it raises interesting questions. You've touched on the enterprise and institution there, but I want to bring it up to the government and the regulatory level, because I think that there's such an interesting conversation developing there, where on the one hand, you've got the likes of, you know, Janet Yellen coming out and saying Bitcoin is, what was the quote, extremely inefficient as a way of conducting transactions. And I guess you've got, you know, others on the other side sort of saying that they think that there is space for the blockchain world and the market there. And I think, you know, you touched on stable coins there as a potential sort of balancing act and a way of maybe streamlining some of the potential inefficiencies of a blockchain or a crypto market. But, you know, do you think we get to that point of blockchain development being recognized by regulators, being taken on by regulators, and I guess becoming an efficient market that everyone can use for, whether we talk about remittances or whether we talk about, you know, payroll or any of these particular services?
I do. And I mean, there's a lot of different angles you kind of can take that line of thinking. I mean, yes, Janet Yellen is saying that, and she's talking probably specifically right now about Bitcoin and maybe Ethereum and the fees and maybe the energy that they talk about for mining, et cetera. But then you have, you know, the Fed and a lot of other government organizations around the world that are talking about these central bank digital currencies. You know, those are digital dollars. And whatever, and the thing that'll be interesting to see is what flavor do they take on those? Are they launched on a public decentralized blockchain like Ethereum? Is it a private blockchain, you know, if such a thing exists? But regardless, these technologies are going to come globally. You know, having a digital economy, a native currency of the internet, it might be high friction if you look at specific aspects of it now, or inefficient. But look, we're still 10 years young. I mean, you look how long, you know, the Fed wiring and ACH and how long that's been around. And I mean, cash, I guarantee you can call cash inefficient means of moving money, and it's a huge economy. But on this stuff, we can scale, we can innovate, we can build on that technology, scaling solutions, different governance models, excuse me. So look, it's just the beginning. Maybe right now what she says is partially true, but we're in the first inning, and I think over time you're going to really see these things be extremely efficient, low cost, fast, used across all different government and regulatory layers.
So it's an interesting point there, and while I'm personally very inclined to agree with you, the inefficiencies still need to be streamlined. We're still in a nascent market. There's still so much space to grow. You can't give a market that's 10 to 12 years, depending on how you think of those early days of age, and sort of and consider that it's a real it's a real sort of developed, mature space yet. Just fidelity takes time. We all recognize that, but at the same time, this isn't the internet in the sense of, in the early days of the internet, it was passing information, emails. We were developing this out. This is people's money. This is people's finance. This is the conversion of people's labor. Whatever, however you want to think about it. This is something that people have a very low tolerance threshold for screw ups. So I wonder, as we know, the best market, the best technologies in the world don't always float to the top. Sometimes it's a matter of what gets adopted and what doesn't. I mean, do you worry, and again, I'm sort of pulling in the grand scope of history here, but do you worry that, crypto markets might lose their chance if there's one or two major screw-ups once we bring that next ray of people on board?
I don't. I mean, I don't, again, thinking long-term, 10, 20, 30, 50, 100 years, like I am a big believer and proponent of it's not going away. And you see what tests Bitcoin has been put up against. Ethereum's got some big ones ahead of it, and I reference those two as the two largest, most clear ones. It's been put up against some serious tests and transaction load with a lot of money. I mean, look, $1.5 trillion. Is that the total market cap? That's a lot of value and look, you have, that contains a lot of it, but Bitcoin itself, $1 trillion market cap.
Right.
I mean, we've already crossed, in my opinion, a threshold of people's tolerance that has been met. The likelihood of these different attacks and these different risks to the networks, are so low and might happen on certain scales. But that's the beauty of technology and innovation and where we're going, and why this is so cool with the money is we can make it better over and over and over. It's hard to make cash better. It's hard to make, you can make ACH and different things like that, money movements a little bit better, but with this programmable money, this blockchain work, you can continue to improve upon it. And maybe you might lose a modicum of trust a little bit, but you keep improving and making it better. And that's how all these institutions are built. So no, I don't have that worry long term. Will there be blips in the road? I'm sure there will be, as there have been. But long term, no worries.
Yeah, certainly. Perfection is the enemy of good, as I like to say. There will be problems, there will be issues, but that doesn't mean we can't innovate. But so then, all right, Sean, we're getting this new wave on board, and I like the way you put it, that we've hit a threshold, right? We've crossed that threshold of getting that next wave. We've gotten people on board. No matter what happens from here, whether we see the market continue its huge bull run hype, whether we flatline, whether we tank for in the short term, whatever it may be, these new players are on board. People are aware. Anyone in the crypto space knows that there are suddenly a dozen new people, if not more, having conversations with you, from your grandmother to your whomever, being like, "What's this?
Yeah.
Tell me about it. Why am I reading about this now? Should I be investing?" Da, da, da. So I guess then I wonder, and you can speak to this personally or in terms of BitPay, where do you see the catch points? Where are you guys looking out, or where are you personally looking out to we've piqued interest? How are we keeping people on board? What are you innovating towards? What are sort of the big developments?
Yeah, so at BitPay, at least, we think about it in two ways. Of course, there's the merchants, the businesses that are accepting that cryptocurrency as a form of payment. And then there are the consumers, or the payers, which could be businesses also, that need to go pay. And again, I talked earlier about that circular economy, and the more people that ask about it, my grandma, my cousin, my doctor that might ask me about it, and they're like, maybe I should hold some, maybe I should be able to interact with it. And hey, maybe I want to get paid in it. Oh, wait, I can make a payment to this merchant in it. The more that you get people who, of course, seeing it as a store of value is a great first step, because then you have it. But then you start going down, again, that kind of rabbit hole of I can use this for everything. So what we really try and do at BitPay is, again, really build up that circular economy through, hey, we're going to be releasing it's called BitPay Send. It's live, and we're going to be improving on it. How do companies globally pay their workers all around the world? How do we get more crypto in more people's hands? How do we get more merchants and enterprises to accept that cryptocurrency, and not even that, like all the different types of crypto from all the different wallets that are out there and all the different places that users store their assets. So that's the stuff that BitPay is going to be innovating on. Again, is making it really easy, very safe, very clear for businesses and users to transact in it, not just hold it like in their vault, which is a first step. I think some interesting stuff is going to be, of course, this decentralized finance. How does that play into payments? Anyone with an internet connection can go on and make loans and receive loans, and that's a big part of payment ecosystems also. But really, again, continuing to focus on our original mission of making it a great user experience, secure, compliant for businesses and enterprises. I mean, you can pay your bills to AT&T, huge, multinational telecom, and making them comfortable with that. That's what we're going to continue to innovate on. And that's really our continued mission, and has been. And it's just great seeing more people come in and more institutions and businesses understand that and take that first step.
And that that you're speaking about, and that user experience and user engagement level, that's so critical. I still remember back in my first brush with crypto and with Bitcoin back in about 2012. I had a housemate at the time, or a good friend, who enjoyed using Bitcoin for purposes we don't need to go into here, what people might have used Bitcoin for in 2012. But regardless, and he always said, I remember him talking me through the process, and he's wiring money off to this strange bank account and, receiving it in return. It's all there's a few days lag here. And, we're talking very early days here, of course. And here we are, at this point where we're trying to get it to the point that it's a click of a button. It's as easy as we can possibly try and make that experience. And obviously it's companies like BitPay that have led that sort of innovation. But have we crossed that threshold yet? I mean, and do we need to, when I look at the sort of the cost of usership, compared to, say, a bank account, or, the systems which, all right, in and of themselves might not be the most efficient in the world, but they're established, they exist, they interact everywhere. The SWIFT system works all across the world. ACH system, it may be cumbersome and slow, but it exists and it's functional. Everyone knows how to use and accept it. Where's the threshold?
I mean, I don't think I have an exact whether number for you or number of transactions, like the threshold.
I wanted a date, Sean. I was waiting for you to come back at me with a no. Of course.
March 5th, 2027 at 12:02. There you go.
All right, there we go. Hold in your books, everyone. Someone write that down.
But really, in terms of, I think the ease of use really comes back to that network effect. When that ecosystem really, the loop starts closing, is when businesses are like, all right, I'm accepting as a form of payment. Maybe I'm not going to cash it out into ACH and have to use the wire system. And it, in traditional legacy systems is where, all right, well, I'm holding this crypto, how do I maybe exchange it for stable coins instantly and just hold it in, hold it in maybe a custodial or non-custodial wallet. And then when I want to pay users or my employees, then I can instantly and very quickly move between the assets that they want. And look, with fees, I think, fees is going to have to continue to be addressed. I think everyone's very clear on that, and it's going to happen. Right now, fees usually mean more decentralization, at least on some networks. And there's a lot of different networks trying to tackle that. But you're going to have better fees, continued very quick times, very secure. And I just think really there's going to be some tipping point where a business starts going, wait, instead of going immediately back into US dollars, I'm going to stay in crypto and I'm going to pay my employees in it. And then the employees are like, wait, it costs all this money to move back and forth between dollars. I'm going to stay in crypto and I'm going to buy other stuff with it. So it's just going to be and I really do think businesses and merchants and enterprises are going to be what drive that. Networks, it's a master getting into it, PayPal getting into it. Because when businesses and small businesses, especially, I know the heart and soul of the U.S. economy, especially, really embrace that, it paves the way. Same as other past payment systems.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And that sense of that stable coin development, I think, is so critical and often by some that are new to the space underappreciated. that ability to just stay securely and stably in the crypto network, not have to cash in and out, is so absolutely valuable. But then I wonder, this is a conversation I have with so many people, but I'm interested to hear, your views here, with so many different options, so many different networks out there, so many different projects being developed, amazing innovation, of course, incredible stuff. But at some point, as with anything, going back to that internet analogy, eventually the operating systems of the internet had to be sort of, centralized. There had to be that nexus point where people decided, okay, we're all accepting this as the standard and moving forward. Does that not happen with the crypto space? And, are you willing to back a horse in these races, or as a company, as BitPay, do you just sit back and see what floats to the top?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's what we do. We sit back, we really try and provide shovels, whatever. And I won't use the term, necessarily gold rush, but again, we see where the market, try and see where the market's going and adapt to that. I mean, we used to be an only Bitcoin. We only accept Bitcoin. Fees got crazy. We added Bitcoin Cash. We saw users starting getting very involved in Ethereum, and then of course the stable tokens. So BitPay itself, there's probably not going to be a horse we back, but we'll definitely watch the market. And as honestly as you said, the best technology does not always rise to the top. Network effects are really powerful. Having great developers like globally is so powerful. And look, you see that behind Bitcoin and Ethereum. And low fees and scalability and transaction throughput are great. But if you don't get a wide swath of users, and not even just consumers, again, go back to the businesses and merchants. I'd love to see more projects focus on that aspect. It's gonna be who wins the network effects, and then everyone's gonna be like, well, I can't do anything with this other token, and it's just sitting there. Right. All right, I'll go back into this other one. But at the same time, it's so easy to switch between those tokens. Who knows what small little use cases each one of these projects, but I do believe long term there will be, our top two to five workhorses in terms of what they're used for and the use cases that they provide, that are going to really float to the top and dominate the market over the years. And it's going to be hard to unseat them too.
Yeah, certainly, as with any market, as it gets more secure, more regulated, more established, and as you say, those network effects, it's just
one of the hardest things to beat.
It certainly is. Although, as we've seen already in this particular bull run market, some interesting players have floated towards the top, at least in the short term. But we'll see.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, and look, that just shows how many different use cases and user personas there are. I only care about low fees. Well, I care more about, decentralization. Well, I care more about the founder of it. So, and people will maintain those beliefs and what's important to them. So I think there's a ton of room for a ton of projects, and they'll all coexist, but there definitely will be some big ones that really apply to the core, like financial use cases of the world.
I think very important view to address which floats the top, how they do it, what they go about it. But Sean, I want to sort of ask a question that gets asked commonly, but I want to ask it in a slightly different way to see if we can maybe get an interesting or a novel approach to it, which is something that we're trying to think about, here at Reimagine, something that's very entwined with the ethos of ourselves. I think so many in this space is getting the next, let's touch a number to it, next 1 billion people into the crypto space. Now, as we've already discussed, this bull run we're seeing right now seems to be doing a pretty good job of marketing itself on behalf of everyone. But that being said, what needs to be done? What needs to be done to get those billion people in? Is it the big marketing campaign? Is it development of the best tech? Is it the best UI? Is it those merchants you keep mentioning, seeing we accept, Bitcoin and whatever else accepted here? What is that key thing? Or is it a number of things, and what are they in your mind?
It's the financial institutions, it's the big merchants, it's the businesses. When PayPal took that jump and said, we're going to allow buy selling within the app, and they've already talked about releasing it to all their Venmo users and bringing it to PayPal in Europe, I believe. When you think of on different continents and the big providers, of some of those services, I think like M-Pesa, like in Africa, and you think of these large corporations and enterprises that are so deeply intertwined in users. Look, if they embrace it and they accept it, or even like in a phased approach, that's at least the quickest and easiest what's going to get the next billion. Of course, there are ways to, and as more people hear about it and, I can make money on it, maybe come for the money, stay for the technology. I think which happens to a lot of people, honestly. As price rises, that's always going to bring more people in. Everyone wants to increase their standard of living. Everyone wants to have, a little bit better chance at a better life with that. So I think that's going to be a driver, as asset value increases. But, and governments, when governments do release, say, central bank digital currencies, or maybe some of these smaller economies are like, hey, we have trouble keeping up with, our fiat currency against some of these big players. Maybe someone and there has been some small news and rumors about different countries talking about Bitcoin being their of choice, currency in their country. I mean, that's suddenly, there's tens and hundreds of millions of users. Right. So it's either going to be like a couple just massive players, that are going to say, hey, let's dive into it, as PayPal did. They really helped lead the charge, them and Square. And then also as the asset keeps growing in value, it gets people's attention. They learn about it, they get into it. That's a little bit slower and more gradual, but you see the giant leaps when these big players get involved. That's going to be the next one. And I don't know if that's a novel approach like you see people talking about. I think honestly, better decentralization or lower fees or higher throughput and fast transactions, that's great. But that's not going to get the next billion users who are like, hey, I should hold like 50% of my net worth in that, or maybe all my net worth in that. But, but when a bank says, hey, or like TD, Ameritrade, investment things, Western countries, or again, like Safaricom, I think, is so big in Africa. If they were like, hey, we're going to enable our users to interact with that, suddenly, boom, that's all on board. Or a country says it. So I don't think people talk a lot about, they talk a little bit about it, but I'd love to see more projects and protocols like really focus on how do we work with governments, how do we work with enterprises, and make it valuable to them. The crypto sphere is so great at incentives and game theory and optimizing wins for all parties. You have to think about the large businesses, the financial institutions, in that if you really want to see a quick billion people added to the network.
Yeah, it's a powerful point, and one I think you raised fairly. I think a little bit too much of crypto innovation is focused inside. It's focused on sort of internal back and forth. So my transaction speed's better than your transaction speed, but making those bridges, making that accessibility. I think you're bang on
First mile and last mile. First mile and last mile are the keys. How do I get my dollars, whether I'm a business or a bank or person, into it? And how do I then use that crypto in the real world to fund a project, to build my house, to hold my mortgage in? First and last miles are the key problems, in my opinion, going forward.
100%. Got to open up those bottlenecks. All right, Sean, I could keep chatting to you all day. There's so much to go over here, but let's wrap it up. But before we do, I want you to give a chance. BitPay, a shout out. What are you guys doing? Any big announcements, innovations, things coming down the pipeline you want to share with the audience?
Look out again for the ability to for mass payouts. The creator economy globally, remote work is so big. Payments infrastructure is hard. If you want to receive crypto in a different, unique way versus just going on to an exchange and purchasing it, tell your company, hey, I want to get paid in it, or I want to receive bonuses in it. Tell them to talk to BitPay. That's going to be a big focus. And then, again, that last mile to legacy networks, but how do I spend my crypto? How do I use it in shop where, we've got a MasterCard in the US rolling out to other regions. Again, if you want to interact with crypto and don't want, to have to go and connect your bank account, etc., tell your business, tell your employer, hey, you should think about, crypto and talk to BitPay. And that's the stuff that we're going to keep focusing on in 2021.
Certainly sounds like some exciting stuff. Sean, thanks so much for speaking with us. And for everyone watching, make sure you stay with us at Reimagine. So much more quality content coming down the pipeline. Looking at the scope of history, this stuff is definitely not to miss.
Greetings, fanciful leaders of this world, and wannabe authorities of all stripes. You thought that you could just print infinite money, did you? Well, The decentralized world of cryptocurrencies is on the rise. It's only a matter of time before the intricate web of blockchain architecture and distributed governance enables so much financial and existential freedom that your model becomes obsolete. Good luck. Time is running out.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
Dear Journal, this is quarantine day 5. I don't know how long we're gonna make it. All our supplies are running out. All the Oreos, Coke Zeros, not here anymore. I really hope we make it out of this.
Quarantine, we locked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Toilet paper stay stocked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Quarantine,
We locked up.
quarantine, we locked up. Toilet paper stay stocked up.
I've been glued to my phone waiting on breaking news. Group text from my friends is just a big black naked dude. Ooh, you got me, you motherfuckers just got me. I done ate up all of my rations, now I guess I gotta go shopping. How the hell did I gain 20 pounds in 3 days? Loaded up on tuna fish, forgot the mayonnaise. Ugh. I love the family time, but there's so much I can take. Now every time I take a dump, it's like a 2-hour break up in this
Quarantine, we locked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Toilet paper stay stocked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Quarantine,
We locked up.
quarantine, we locked up. Toilet paper stay stocked up.
Dear Journal, quarantine, day 10. The girls have been out of school now for 7 days. I swear to God, they're getting dumber. We're gonna get past this. I just don't know how much I can take. Damn, I've been bored as hell.
Up in this bitch.
And if you need a plug, I got that Purell.
Up in this bitch.
Crypto is the only point of sale.
Up in this bitch.
And if you deal with cash, you can go to hell.
You better switch.
Yeah, that gamer tag is Vegas 2-0 if you want it. When I leave the house, I look like Sub-Zero buying chronic. Everybody's got a buddy with conspiracy theories, so I just practice social distancing so you can't get near me. Up in this
Quarantine,
we locked up.
quarantine,
We locked up.
quarantine,
We locked up.
toilet paper stay stocked up. Quarantine,
We locked up.
We
quarantine,
locked up.
We
quarantine,
locked up.
toilet paper stay stocked up. Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to Reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune in to Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
Greetings, my friends. Deadward the Vampire here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Proof of stake. Proof of stake? Don't you know how offensive that is to a vampire? Sheesh. Okay. Proof of stake is a type of consensus algorithm by which a blockchain network that houses a cryptocurrency aims to achieve distributed consensus for validating transactions on the network. In proof-of-stake-based cryptocurrencies, the creator of the next block is chosen via various combinations of random selection, usually determined by the amount of wealth or stake the validator is willing to risk in order to win the opportunity to be honest. This effectively helps to keep the network secure. Whew, that was better than I thought it would be.
Welcome to Reimagine 2021. I'm Yona Hockhauser, and as always, I am welcome to be talking to Doug Leonard, CEO of Hi-Fi. Used to be Mainframe, now Hi-Fi. Doug, thanks so much for joining us.
You bet. Glad to be here, Rohan.
Well, first off, you want to give us a quick rundown of why you guys decided to change from Mainframe to Hi-Fi?
Yeah, you bet. So Mainframe originally started out as something very different than what we are today. And so, that kind of captures the reason we wanted to switch. Most people, as soon as they feel like they understand what you are, they've either written you off or they've kind of like joined the community. And so in order to really position ourselves in the minds of our potential consumers and give ourselves a reconsideration, we needed a new brand, and we needed to kind of like, make people question like, wait, what is Hi-Fi? And that way they can come and rediscover us and give us a chance in the DeFi space.
Mm-hmm. Very cool. All right. Well, Hi-Fi, I like the name. I like the mustache. It's all going great for you guys so far. So, the whole point of the theme of this conference is kind of looking at the history of coins, kind of looking back to where we came from, so we kind of appreciate, the wild ride that we're currently on. So my first question to you is, how did you first hear about Bitcoin?
So Bitcoin for myself personally was back in, I believe it was 2012, 2013. And I was over at a friend's house and they were talking about, I was visiting California and they were talking about this new digital currency that, some of their friends had started using. And it caught my interest because I was studying hashing algorithms in school. And so essentially, as soon as I started understanding, kind of a very simple thesis on it, which was there's going to be a fixed supply in the future. You had a 4-year halving cycle, and that it was, backed by math. Those things all really spoke to me. And so I just took a simple thesis on it and said, hey, well, if this is a fixed supply, and if demand is going to grow in the future, then price likely is going to increase. And so my bet was that interest in this token would increase. And so I thrust myself into a mining operation, and I started learning everything I could. And I basically hit a point where the speculation got boring, and I needed to start building and doing something with blockchain because I started believing in it so much.
Mm-hmm. And what kind of role did you see it playing? I mean, besides, you mentioned, you saw the supply was going to be fixed, and you assumed the demand was going to go up. But what purpose did you see it playing? Was it be kind of just like, would it be actually the future of money? Would it be just an interesting concept to mess around with for tech geeks? I mean, you saw the speculative aspect, but what role did you see it playing originally?
So at the time, it really was just speculation. I saw it as something that was interesting. Internet money sounded cool. And I had spent enough time doing startups, even at that point in time, still in college, that I could see a place for it in the world. But I never imagined at the time that PayPal would be adding Bitcoin. Seeing as they froze my account for selling mining services on eBay, we have come a long, long way since then. And of course, my thesis has changed quite a bit. But at the time, it was very simple. It was just that more people in the future would be interested. I never could imagine, that we would be having conversations at the highest levels of government to like discuss this. Some people seeing it as a threat to national security. Some people seeing it as like, the future world currency, others seeing it more like, something akin to gold. So at the time, I didn't know really what I was touching, but just that it was novel. And, and so I a lot's changed since then.
For sure. Well, I'm assuming you read the white paper. You seem like a pretty tech savvy guy, and reviewed the white paper. And famously, the writer of that white paper was Satoshi Nakamoto.
Right.
And to this day, no one really publicly knows who he was, she was, they were. At the time, did it matter to you? Was that intriguing that, ooh, there's this person that I don't know who started this? And as time has progressed, do you even care? Are you still intrigued by the identity of Satoshi?
So my thesis around Satoshi has changed, but my interest in who Satoshi is has not changed. Meaning it's mattered very little to me who Satoshi is. And the reason why is because it makes it okay, so we find out who Satoshi is. Now everyone thinks that his life or their lives would be at stake, but I tend to believe that we've got characters like Vitalik who are alive and who seem to be well protected, who don't have people coming after him because of just their enormous wealth. And so I imagine certainly he would be approached by lots of state agencies because the amount of influence he has, just like Linus from the Linux Foundation has been approached by several governments to try and help them for their purposes. So, but in my mind, I spend all day thinking about debt protocols, and quite honestly, if I wanted to see the conspiracy theorists out there, you'd only need a small group of people to use some of those first Bitcoins as collateral. And, with the value appreciation we've seen over, the last decade, it's an effective form of collateral, and he could live off of that quite easily, but it could be a private transaction between a group of friends. But even so, if there was liquidation necessary, you might just hand a private key over rather than actually moving those Bitcoins because of what it does to the market.
Right, for sure. Whoever they, he, she, let's say Satoshi, whoever, a lot of these, I think the most fascinating thing for me is the inactivity. We assume that certain wallets are controlled by Satoshi. They have not been used. And so at least the kind of fun speculation. I mean, are they alive? Are they dead? Do they merely have these hands of steel that they're not moving it, or like you said, there's a bunch of smart solutions to them actually not visually, physically moving on the blockchain, but actually transacting off chain, or are they simply dead and that crypto is lost to the world? So I do think that makes for a really fascinating story, because if you look at the numbers, it's all estimations, but they would be essentially one of the wealthiest people in the world.
Yeah, it likely. Go ahead.
Well, so I think what that naturally leads to is, can you see in the future kind of this treasure hunt taking place, where as computers become more sophisticated over time, can you see this kind of being this holy grail? People really trying to crack these addresses and kind of unlock this treasure.
So I definitely think so. If you look at like the type of hardware advances we've had in the last decade, it seems reasonable that potentially we discover something in the implementation of the SHA-256 hashing algorithm running on Windows machines during that time period, where people are able to see where the randomness was generated and try to create either the private keys or in some way claim those Bitcoin. And if you've got a whole bunch of old Windows machines just sitting around, why not? But I think the mathematics around it are against you. But yeah, you definitely have to have a very intimate knowledge of the Windows architecture at the time, as well as the SHA-256 algorithm. So I think at this point, it's got to either be, Satoshi is either dead if they're an individual, or it's an organization, which is, a little bit easier to keep some checks and balances for, this long a time, for this much, with that much value behind them.
For sure. All right, so it's changing gears a little bit, because this is a very exciting time for crypto overall. The markets are exploding, but also there's a lot of advancements in the technology. But it's still it's still intimidating, so intimidating for newcomers. Whether it be, especially, you're working with pretty complex financial instruments, but even this idea of crypto, as the price really skyrockets like it is now, I get approached by all my friends and family who know that I work in crypto. Yep. Explain it to me. What does this mean? What should I buy? How does it work? What's the hardest, the toughest part about cryptocurrencies you find to explain to others?
Well, quite honestly, I always speak from my own experience. In my experience, even within the crypto community, is quite obscure. And so just trying to, so for example, I've been onboarding lots of family, and I choose to onboard them to the Argent wallet because it has social recovery. But it's extremely expensive to use right now. But when I'm sharing with them stories about what's going on and what's exciting, I talk about taking, about $200,000 of Mainframe's treasury and buying socks. And they're like, what? Socks or socks? I said, no, socks. Look at these socks. And when you pull up a picture of unisocks, they're so plain and so like just leave so much more to be desired for it. They're like, wait, what? And I was just like, yeah, I made $1 million on socks this month. And that just like, their response is just like, okay, yeah, I definitely don't get it, and I'm not going to get it. But yeah, can you be my guardian on Argent so that, you know, when I forget about this, that you can help me recover? So it's, I mean, onboarding new users and how obscure everything about this space is, you know, I found it a lot easier to take this route. I say, hey, look, you know, crypto is quite volatile, but we have these stable coins that are pegged 1-to-1 with the US dollar, and for the most part are pretty good about holding that peg. If you'll take, you know, just some money from your savings account that you can afford to lose, and then go park it over here in Compound. They've got an insurance layer. They, you know, have variable rate interest that you can earn on it. And it's going to be orders of magnitude larger than what you're getting in your savings account. That works really well. And so I think because DeFi is such a part of this bull run, that we do have a narrative that can really speak to people in very simple terms, but it very quickly can become overwhelming and super obscure. But that's the exciting part for me. So they get both.
Right. Well, you know, it's funny because we kind of started this off, you know, what when you first heard of Bitcoin, what did you think it would be? And now that we're still relatively new, but it's still about 10 years in, a little more, in what's not even just for Bitcoin, but looking at the whole space, what is the most surprising use case that exists for crypto that you didn't even dream of when you first heard about this technology?
Well, I mean, it's part criticism for the space and the fact that we try to make crypto the solution for everything, but you know, when I mention crypto, there's a couple subsets. You've got blockchain itself, and then you've got you know, central bank digital currencies that are going to, you know, probably be grouped in with this umbrella term of crypto. You know, I think what's surprising to me is that people can be convinced that this large, clunky, inefficient database that's really good for these, you know, a very small subset of use cases can do everything. And I know, like, you know, if you think it's only going to solve a few problems, you know, you won't try and you won't innovate. But yeah, I'm surprised by the amount of dreaming that happens that seems unbased and sort of superfluous. And so, you know, maybe a classic example of this might be Dentacoin, or, you know, it's just this coin for dentists. And that's all I understand about it. So maybe I'm missing out on this like revolution that's happening. But yeah, I'm surprised by how much we put up with in this space for, you know, kind of baseless type creations.
For sure. I mean, and you know, it's kind of you know, it's so dynamic because it's so new, and so yet, you know, last time we spoke, you know, half these things didn't exist, and yet now they're just part of the vernacular. This is just how, of course, Pancake Swap. Who wouldn't know Pancake Swap? It's the only way to swap. What, I'm going to use Uniswap? You know, when a month ago or 2 months ago, it was like, what? Why would I use anything but SushiSwap? So yeah, you know, it really it's such a high barrier just because it's just so dynamic, and there's just so much to keep up with. If you're not living and breathing it, even if someone explains it to you today, crypto, tomorrow they're already behind. They're already behind the curve. So if as a community and even as businesses, I mean, you're running a business, it's not a charity. You know, as you know, businesses and enterprises in this space, you know, we keep on asking adoption of when we get people in, but we're facing this major problem, this wall of a barrier of entry. Really, what can we do? You know, as a community or as businesses in the space to help lower that barrier?
So, I mean, there's kind of two things that I look at that are going to bring adoption. One is time. And I think that's the ultimate test. You know, when we look at even security of our own protocol, the only true guarantee is time. And so as we have more time and the number of incidents, drops, we're going to see people trust it more. I would say we see a big DeFi exploit, every 2 or 3 weeks, it would still seem. And I think it's because we're still in this experimental phase where people are allowed to not be careful, because a lot of us have made a lot of money in a very short period of time and are okay losing it. And we'll try new experiments and we'll try, different things. And so I think time is going to be the biggest thing. And then second is use cases that speak to people who aren't living and breathing it every day. And I think, with the lending protocols, with the DAI savings rate, economic incentives are fantastically effective for driving value somewhere. And so with all these incentives, I think we're in the golden age of DeFi where you get paid to be a consumer. And so I think we're going to keep, seeing, but they only can move at a certain rate. And so I think you're going to see a lot more funds that raise capital and pursue market neutral positions for either volatility harvesting, leveraging tools like PancakeSwap or Uniswap, and are parking stablecoin in protocols that are paying them to park them in their protocol. And I think, the last thing that we need to accelerate adoption is very easy to understand and accessible insurance, so that, I can basically share with my dad or my grandfather and say, hey, park your money here and grab this insurance. No, we don't have FDIC, but what we do have is this layer of insurance that is going to cover you and is as simple to understand as depositing into Compound is today.
Mm-hmm. Right. And I think that's really important. Like you mentioned, it's time. Every 2 to 3 weeks there's a DeFi hack, but we don't really hear so much major exchanges. If you go back 2-3 years, it seemed like every 2-3 weeks, major exchanges were hacked. And so insurance is very crucial. And if we're looking at the history of Bitcoin, Mt. Gox, the hacking of Mt. Gox was a crucial event. No insurance there. And that really put a big hit on the trustability at the time of Bitcoin. It wasn't like it was today. And so it was still something new. And I think that really hurt Bitcoin. But luckily, like you said, time. And there's been enough time since Mt. Gox that all these newcomers don't even know what happened. So they're not worried about it. It doesn't exist. So if something like Mt. Gox happened today, a major top exchange or the biggest exchange holding cryptocurrencies went down, no money recovered, all lost, would crypto survive?
So this is interesting because, the demographic of people holding crypto, specifically Bitcoin, is very different than what we saw during Mt. Gox. So if it were a custodian like BitGo, that would send ripples through the whole industry in a very large way. And then we would really get to see, the Lloyds of London and the insurance policy that they actually have purchased there, whether or not, we really pay out, or if this is, a several year court battle. But given insurance, I imagine it's not going to be like, oh yeah, we gotcha. We'll just wire the money over real quick. And so I think if it were a large exchange, well, here's the truth. Crypto is all about decentralization, but at the end of the day, that decentralization extends only insofar as there is a majority of the people who have consensus. Now, while the miners represent some part of it, if there is a fork and one fork gives me my money back and the other doesn't, we saw this play out in Ethereum and Ethereum Classic. And so I think we would see a lot of forks, and I think we would see how resilient we are, but it's going to be damaging to the larger protocols more so than the smaller ones. because the smaller teams that are nimble, I mean, we even have seen a recent hack from one of the major exchanges where the solution, and I must assume that it was pressure put on, token teams that, yeah, just fork your protocol real quick, don't honor those things. And then, if they go into stablecoin, if they go to centralized stablecoin, USDC or Tether, both have demonstrated a willingness to freeze funds on behalf of protocols or exchanges. And so we have some tools. And I have to imagine that the big one that we would be watching is whether or not Bitcoin as a community chose to honor the exploit. Now, when you've got Elon Musk and you've got other, Michael Saylor, these guys, they're not keeping their Bitcoin on an exchange. And so those guys, they're going to be just fine. So yeah, it would be interesting to watch play out. That we would certainly see a big dip in the market as a whole, but I imagine we wouldn't take as long to recover because a major exchange being hacked does not change the fundamental thesis of any of these projects. And so smart money is going to flow back in and not keep it on the exchange.
And that, of course, that would be the hypothetical situation where, due to a failure, that would be endangering, these protocols. But on the flip end, it seems like certain protocols, especially Ethereum, are really endangering the future by their success. The network cannot keep up with the demand. I mean, trying to do any trade or transaction on Ethereum today, unless you're doing it at a big scale, that you don't care about the fees, for the everyday trader like me, it's unusable. It's unusable, and so that's why we're seeing a lot of success with Ethereum competitors. DOT, Binance has done them. BSV has done a major jump recently with the PancakeSwap and all these things. So if we look back to that original, view, Ethereum white paper, we're going to be the world computer, kind of smart contracts, all these amazing promises. As of today, with ETH 2.0, it's not out there yet. I mean, we're hearing about it. The beacon chain's there, all that, but it's not active. So looking back and judging just the white papers, Bitcoin white paper versus Ethereum white paper, which project would you say better fulfilled their vision up until now?
Quite honestly, I believe it's Ethereum, because your vision always changes. And so, the Bitcoin white paper, it shouldn't be seen as a tablet carved, Moses' 10 commandments carved into stone, that these things are immutable. I think, any product, any offering has to adapt to what the users demand it to be. And so I think, Disney is a really great example of that. From theme parks to streaming, they've adapted, and it saved the company by being what people have needed it to be. Bitcoin, I think, for the most part, is very contentious, and it's something that drives away a lot of people from participating in the community. I personally see the community aspect of Ethereum as something to its advantage, where it's able to be nimble and adapt and be quick. Now, of course, something like Binance Smart Chain, because it's more centralized, it's going to be able to be even more nimble, because they only have to get 21 nodes to agree on what to do and what to upgrade and what the parameters are going to be. But quite honestly, there is a spectrum of care when it comes to decentralization. And something I feel that we learned at Mainframe from our own failures is that the number one thing people care about is not decentralization. And that's very unpopular to have that opinion. But I think our experience has really taught us this. Now, that doesn't mean that you abandon decentralization as a whole, but it means that if you're going to be in touch with the money that's being parked in your protocol, they might care about your ability to move and be nimble and adapt to changing circumstances greater than they care about totally decentralized and uncensorable. And you look at, most, optimism is a really good example of this, where, they're very iterative, and so like things are going to change as they get, this closed feedback loop. You see, MakerDAO in their white paper, it is a phased introduction to decentralization, because, at the beginning, we need dictator Rune to just call the shots and say, this is where we're going. This is V1 of our product, and it's single collateral DAI. And so suck it up. And if you don't like using ETH as collateral, well, this product isn't for you today. And then, now that we have multi-collateral DAI, we've got much more of a community governing it. And I think that's a really great pattern for every project to follow, is that you need very clear direction in the beginning. And then once you've found your product market fit, the market can be the guide. And so being so rigid in what you are will date you. And I expect it's going to hinder you. Now, whether or not there's a flippening, whether or not, like, I think Bitcoin is the greatest brand in all of cryptocurrency, because, my parents think that, blockchain is Bitcoin. Like, there is no difference. And while it is the Genesis chain, blockchain is going to do way more than Bitcoin will ever accomplish, over the next 30 years.
Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, I think anyone who's on the inside, can see the value that Bitcoin has, but also its limitations. Clearly limited in terms of what you can build upon it and the application. But I think you do make an important point there, that to the majority of the world, we're a small bubble. The majority of the world, Bitcoin is crypto. Bitcoin is blockchain, and that's the and that end of the day, that is what exists now. And there is no real branding. It's not like, with Apple, where they have a whole marketing department that tries to sell a story. These are decentralized, some more than others, but these are decentralized protocols where there really is no one to really market it for them. And so it's up to companies like yourself and others around to really shape that narrative. And you guys aren't really built off Bitcoin, Bitcoin network. You
Right.
guys, I believe, are on Ethereum.
Correct.
So, I mean, do you feel it's even relevant? It matters. It's worthwhile to even market and brand yourselves and brand Ethereum. Or the customer doesn't care. They just care about the end product. They don't care the protocol it's built upon.
Well, here's the truth. Mainframe and now Hi-Fi has a very colored history where, we have delivered 2 products already, and people gave us millions of dollars to deliver these products, telling us, hey, we want, decentralized, unstoppable chat to the order that we are going to give you $13+ million. And then when we gave it to them, they didn't want it. What they wanted was, they wanted the price of our token to go up. And so this is a very difficult customer / investor to develop for. If the price goes down, you're a scammer. If the price goes up, well, it doesn't matter what you built, you did it right. You did it right. And the nice thing is that if you built something useful that does get product market fit, the expectation is that you will see adoption, and you have a value capture mechanism that you can use to drive value back to your governance token or your community. You can kind of like point the fire hose of value back to certain groups that you want to reward. And so when I look at, like, what we've been through, I think Mainframe will go wherever our consumers demand we go. And that's been our promise, since I took over. It was that, look, if fixed rate lending on Ethereum isn't doing it, and we don't have product market fit, we're gonna find something else that is. If that means that we need to jump over to a different chain, we're open to it, because we are not so naive to think that we perfectly can, see into the future and anticipate every move. But what we are is we're very sincere in our effort in driving value back to our users and customers and people who have taken a bet on us. And so we won't stop until we found it. And so if by chance that this fixed rate lending play doesn't work, I've got like 4 more ideas that we're gonna go after. And I am not married to any chain. I would consider building on Bitcoin. I think Abra did an excellent job creating synthetic exposure on the Bitcoin blockchain. I would be open to other chains, because at the end of the day, I personally feel fulfilled when there are people who use and consume the code that we've written and built. And so my number one loyalty is to the users, because they're ultimately the ones who are paying for the service, and that's who we want to be aligned with. And very little else matters, but we can't jump to every shiny new thing, because it's completely unwise, and we would never cross the finish line. We would never launch into our beta. And so you have to be very calculated about when you do, make a trade-off.
Mm-hmm. And of course, right now the Ethereum network is essentially choked, for any small time transaction. I mean, the transaction fees are so high. But, talking about Hi-Fi, mainframe now, Hi-Fi, I checked them out, fixed rate lending. We spoke last time, or I believe 2 times ago, about the importance of fixed rate lending in the crypto space. Right now, I see you're only able to lend USDC. Is that going to be, is that just at launch, or is that going to be the only coin available for lending?
That would be a very, very disappointing offering if we were to stop there, in my opinion. So in choosing, we are launching into our public beta. I think a lot of people who are kind of only paying attention ancillarily, see that we're on mainnet, and they might want it to be the full deal. But, if I can use MakerDAO as kind of, something that we're patterning after, is that, they had single collateral DAI before they launched into multi-collateral DAI, into the, DAI that we really know and use today. And this is, effectively, if you take a step back, we have, approximately $250,000 of value. We're 3 days into being on mainnet. A lot of that is mainframe's money, or Hi-Fi's money. And the idea here is there's $250,000 that if you can go and break my protocol, it's yours. Unless I can find you and somehow press charges and get my money back. But quite honestly, I'll trade you some socks for the money back, and we can both have a trophy. But I think that this is the right approach to take whenever we've got auditors, we've got incredibly talented engineers, we've reviewed the code, but you don't know what you don't know. And I hope people walk away from our experience with the public beta and understand that, like, look, I'm not in any rush to lose anybody's money. If anything, it's the opposite, and I really want to protect it. And so you have to act differently. And we don't see that from a lot of DeFi protocols. You see, Andre, who's shipping, just this, conductor of different protocols, who gets to be kind of the Pied Piper of a segment of DeFi, and every day his Twitter feed announces a new product, a new interface, a new experiment, a new whatever. We just aren't playing that game, because we would likely like to be one of the infrastructure pieces that Andre leverages if he needs a fixed rate lending integration. Mm-hmm. But we're not going to be the ones who are every day trying a totally new experiment. Now, there's a spectrum, and we would like to experiment more, and you're going to see a lot more of us pushing the limits of what can be considered collateral and what really is money, hopefully in the next 12 months from Hi-Fi. But, we've got a bug bounty out there, and if I'm going to lose money, I want to minimize that. And so we haven't turned on any incentives. We haven't. We're not trying to create. We're not a flash in the pan. Mainframe and hi-fi is in a better position today than when I stepped into office because of the attention and because of the approach, because the value and the token is appreciated. Our treasury, in terms of probabilities, we have a higher probability of success now just because we've got far more resources. And I think I'd like to say that that's in part because, we announced, back when Mick was still running the company, he published the first fixed rate lending white paper. I reworked it when I came in, and it's well over a year since that original publication, and that's an eternity in crypto. And so, but in taking our time, I hope we're building something that's lasting, and I hope we're building something that people can have confidence in terms of the security and assurance that if there is any sort of exploit, at least it wasn't for lack of trying, a lack for economic consideration, lack of engineering talent or engaging with auditors. And so, yeah, right now, we just put a whole bunch of money on the blockchain. And if you can break it, by golly, go get it. And if you tell me who you are, I'll give you a pair of socks. And and which it might be worth more than what you actually get at the end of the day. But yeah, it's you've got to phase into these things, and this is actually all I intend to launch with the public beta is one single collateral, one single target asset type. And it helps build out the infrastructure pieces for the liquidation bots to make sure there's more than just hi-fi running a bot, 24/7, making sure that the protocol doesn't become under collateralized. And in the background, the team is working on the next iteration, which is going to have, a lot more bells and whistles for people. But this is just enough. We've had, lots of very large investors put in a lot of money and bet on hi-fi. And this is an opportunity for them to send their minions in to dig through the code and see how beautiful it is, and to reassert their confidence, maybe double down if they're really feeling confident, or readjust if they're not impressed by the type of quality we're shipping. But man, if you look at that code, I mean, I can't speak enough for Paul and the team, and just like it just has such a beautiful rhythm and cadence to it that you can tell it's been very well thought through. Multiple iterations of the architecture, were considered. And so I think people should feel confidence. This is their time to show that we can ship, and but it's not the time for us to ape in and drop $100,000 into our lending protocol, because we have intentionally limited it such that just doesn't make economical sense.
Mm-hmm. Some people say that they could listen to Morgan Freeman talk about anything. He has such a soothing and a voice and way of talking about things. I think coding is one topic he couldn't, but you wax poetically, so poetically about code. It's enjoyable even to hear you speak about code. So, Doug, I love your outlook and I love your perspective on these things, and it's such a pleasure to speak to you. But I do think that you're even selling. By my question of only USDC at the beginning, I'm not even try. It comes off as a criticism because in this space everything is so bells and whistles and let me offer every coin, and I understand that, but I think there's even that use case of a fixed rate lending for USDC is there's a missing target audience there, which is right now in the world, in the traditional finance, the returns you're getting on just your money, your dollars, just sitting in the bank is nothing. You're getting nothing. The interest rates are in some places of the world are negative. So do you feel that, it's ready now with all the hype and all the public awareness of crypto today? Do you think that there actually is a market where if you went to consumers, mainstream, traditional consumers who don't really know crypto, you say, this dollar bill that's sitting in your bank, and it's not even a bill, this digital dollar that's sitting in your bank, if you kept it in our bank, you'd be getting way higher returns and doing the same thing. No fancy trickery, no magic, no swapping, no yield farming, no nothing. It's the same mechanism, because when people don't realize, when they put their dollars in the bank's lending out those dollars. That's where interest comes from. We're doing the same thing here at Hi-Fi. Do you think the market, the traditional market, is ready for that?
Honestly, yeah. The traditional market is, I mean, I hear it, every couple of days when I'm onboarding someone into it, oh, well, my grandpa talked about, yeah, well, I've got 50K parked in this high interest savings account and it's earning me 2%. And honestly, I dull down the returns that I'm seeing because it scares people away. Last week in compound, I was netting 17%, APY. Wow. We like, and they've got an insurance layer. When you look at like the FDIC, it insures you from funny business from the guys on the inside, and the regulation's supposed to protect us. But guess what? Whenever I can see, and in Mainframe's case, when you go dig through our repository, when you dig through our smart contracts on Etherscan, you can have a much higher degree of assurance of our inability to do any sort of funny business than, and so the idea that FDIC needs to be there, starts to become a mute point. And so, I think there will be a tipping point. I don't know if it's going to be this bull run or next. And I think we've got, so Mick he moved on from Mainframe and Hi-Fi, and he still sits on our board, but he's gone off and he's building a neobank called Genesis Block. So, genesisblock.com, these guys, they're doing exactly that, where like, I have the beta version of their app on my phone, and I can deposit Bitcoin, USDC, I can wire money in, I can ACH in, I can take it off my Apple Pay and put it in, and they're giving me DeFi interest rates. Now, at this, in this version of the app, it doesn't come with insurance, but you better believe that, him and I are working on finding an at-scale solution that can give his consumers the ability to similar protections that the FDIC offers. And so, yeah, we're going to see it very shortly, where like onboarding your dad into compound, onboarding your family into, these other things is as easy as signing up for PayPal, as easy as signing up for cash. And it's going to be through a tool like Genesis Block, because turns out people really like making money. And if you make it easy for them, it's going to happen. And so there's some regulatory hurdles. There's, certain states like Texas don't allow for it as much, at least in the United States. But by and far, we're going to see it. And as soon as you see the first one, there's going to be 4 or 5 more, and it's off to the races. And I expect that there's probably going to be some pretty big acquisition plays as soon as somebody's already there.
Yeah, well, get ready for Sushi Bank, Unibank, Pancake Bank. But I think you're exactly right. And tying into that, now that the technology is available, and people, they might not realize it yet, but people now have access to these incredible financial instruments and tools that they never had in the history of the world. And you combine that with, and we're starting to see, already from this last month at this point, maybe a couple weeks ago, the whole GameStop, Wall Street bets, propping up GameStop, and kind of these meme bets. Kind of, the people, the retail investors are kind of bubbling under the surface, and they have been for a while. Are we going to see an explosion? I mean, we saw it a little bit with GameStop, but now that people are, especially with cryptocurrencies, people are getting the tools to actually make a difference. They no longer have to deal with just what's offered with them, the middleman, the bank. Are the institutions, like you said, the banks and these things, are they starting to really worry about retail investors?
No, I don't think so. In my mind, so let's look at, so if it's crypto that's threatening the banks, this is just not the way the world works. So here's what plays out. JP Morgan, these guys, they're not going away. Yeah, they're sleeping on this, but guess what? They've got money, and the federal government at this point is basically letting them lend money for free, or near free. And so when they see that they're behind in any capacity, one, they've got to wait for regulation to catch up. And so, before JP Morgan does anything in this space, they're going to make sure that the risks are already, defined and that they're covered. And, they're very predictable and they're slow moving. But at the end of the day, they're going to be the ones who are buying Genesis Block. They're the ones that are going to be buying BitGo, the custodians. They're the ones that are going to end up, I'm waiting to see a non-crypto entity acquire a crypto entity. We've seen Binance acquire some crypto projects. From what I understand, the deals on those the terms on those deals are not, incredible. But I think what will happen is the banks will buy, Genesis Block. The banks will buy, Compound, and the idea is that the banks are very influential, and we hate them and we vilify them until they're writing us a check. And it's going to allow us to further the ideals and, help us go build other blockchains and innovate and set up a university. Robert Leshner becomes a billionaire. I bet you the guy creates an educational institution that promotes the fundamentals that he would like. And, maybe it's because JP Morgan bought Compound. Now, can you really buy a protocol? Absolutely. The only, all they've got to do is acquire more comp than everybody else. And there's already large players like, Paradigm. You've got these large funds, Multicoin. That's where an acquisition comes and you're buying influence. And so these guys got in early. There's, several large players in mainframe. And if you wanted to have influence over mainframe, you just, acquire Multicoin, you acquire, some of these other firms who have, large positions in hi-fi, and then you can vote and also protect, your customers and make sure that their concerns are taken care of and that nothing in the protocol changes such that it's going to hurt your business model. So they'll buy influence. And we will happily sell them our bags because we're excited to innovate on other layers, and we'll have regulation that will ensure that they can't just take it and do whatever they please, but it's within certain scopes that they can exercise their influence.
Wow. Well, listen. At the end of the day, I think you're right. And we haven't seen, I think anyone who's saying that the big institutions are scared of crypto are just forgetting history. The people who have the power, once they start being threatened, they're just going to buy up the competitors. There's no reason not to. At the end of the day, money talks, money walks, and that's what be. But luckily, I think that I think that will eventually even be good for the overall space. And someone who's going to really help make that happen is people like you, Doug. You're creating good products and you're not rushing them, and that's something I always appreciate. Like you mentioned, you put it out there, you say it like it is. This is my product. Go break it if you can, and you're doing that not because you want your money stolen, but you're doing that because you want your work tested. You want to make sure that what you build is true, is work, is quality. So, Doug, as always, a pleasure speaking to you, letting our viewers know what's really going on behind the scenes. Tell like it is, hold nothing back. Doug Leonard, don't ever change. Don't shave the mustache off either. The only thing that changes is mainframe changes the hi-fi, same great quality people. Thank you so much, Doug, for taking the time. And for all of our viewers here at Reimagine 2021, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
Thank you.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune in to Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
Captain's Log, Stardate 2272.1. Captain Cluck here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Synthetic asset. The term synthetic asset refers to a mix of assets that have the same value as another asset. Traditionally, synthetics combine various derivative products, options, futures, or swaps that simulate an underlying asset such as stocks, bonds, commodities, indexes, currencies, or interest rates. You know, I dated a woman once who had a synthetic asset. Turns out she was a robot. Live and learn.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
My friends, I am glad that you can join us in the decentralized financial revolution. The only way forward is if we continue to educate ourselves and those around us, and that is certainly what we intend to do. The value of a dollar can diminish with the click of a federal button, but the seeds of wisdom may never die. Don't let them catch you, be bold, and dare to reimagine your freedom.
Dr. Fauci Nakamoto here, advising all of you on CryptoVid-19, reminding you to quarantine your private keys. Now, don't forget that if they aren't your keys, it's not your crypto. Be sure to put a mask over your hardware wallets.
I'm Donald Tebow. I'm the Director of Product Management at Hedera Hashgraph, and I'm very excited to be here at Reimagine 2021.
All right, hello, and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 7th conference in a monthly series of events, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam from the Mousebell team based here in San Francisco, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator. We provide development support to a number of growing projects in the space, as well as education within the Mousebell University program. Our main objective and goals are pretty simple. It's increasing adoption, use cases, real-world applications. So we're here kind of throwing this conference to we seek to educate our audience on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. Again, thank you all for tuning in to the conference here. We have an exciting interview for you today. First time for me. I think this is the first time for my guests to join. We're a big supporter of Hedera, which the company, I'll do an introduction real quick, but they've been part of our conference pretty much every month. So without further ado, before I butcher this, I have Donald Tebow, Director of Product Management from Hedera. How you doing, Donald? Nice to have you today.
I'm doing very well, Adam. Thanks so much for having me. I'm excited for the conversation.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm glad you're able to participate. I know everybody's stuck at home, so we've decided to do this video thing, this video content interviews, and so far it's been really successful, which kind of just highlights the demand, right, for education, for blockchain, for crypto in general. Obviously Hedera is a hash graph, another form of kind of this emerging technology, which maybe you can dive into a little bit. So we've had your support now. You've been a partner of ours for, I don't know, a couple of years. And anyways, it's going to kick this thing off. So tell me about your journey, Donald. I've never met you before, but I've worked with your team. I don't know your experience. There's a lot of people right now that are rookies, that are experienced, that are novice. But it's always good to hear how everybody went down the rabbit hole. So yeah, if you can give us a little backdrop of yourself.
Sure. So I started my journey down the rabbit hole back in 2014, back when I was actually still at university at the College of William and Mary. So for me, I was studying finance and economics, but working in cybersecurity with KPMG. And for me, blockchain was really the intersection of those two passions of mine, right? How do you manage and change financial models with this new and innovative technology? So right after school, I went straight to IBM primarily because they were building such a strong investment in the blockchain and DLT space, and spent a little over 2 years there before joining my team here at Hedera Hashgraph to help launch our public cryptocurrency network.
So, oh man, so many questions there because IBM is kind of kicked in really early. Hedera's been around quite a long time. What was it that fascinated you about kind of this space? Because two things: one, Hedera is actually not a blockchain, so we can touch on that in a little bit. Two, IBM is like an early, industry leader in kind of in this technology. What excited you during that period of time with IBM in the space?
I think what was so enticing is that we saw industries from across the globe, whether it was banks in East Asia, supply chain companies in North America, or insurance companies in Europe, all looking at distributed ledger technology as a way to start changing trust models in business. And if you think about that concept of a trust model, it sounds like a bit of a buzzword, right? But it's really about changing how you actually communicate with yourself, your company, your employees, but also your partners. And DLT, really opens up the aperture for greater collaboration. So for me, again, back to my days as an econ major, thinking about efficient markets, that openness is fascinating in terms of what it can do for these new marketplaces. And that's certainly something that's kind of core to us at Hedera now. How do we enable market formation and openness to accelerate adoption of this technology?
And what were some of those discussions? Because even to this day, I mean, you guys are super advanced, evolved, and we'll talk about some of the services you're providing, listening to the market, developers, the DLT, industry as a whole. But what were some of those discussions? Because you bring up important, critical, ideas here and concepts where it is like a new business model. So
right.
the existing Web 2.0, the legacy systems, and now Web 3.0, along with this transparent and open architecture design, like they don't really mesh well with kind of the the way we are doing business and the way we're going to do business. How did you manage those discussions? And was the demand from like the enterprises themselves like, oh, let's do this? Or are they still, were they hesitant like this? This is going to kill my business model or whatever. You got to really think differently.
Over the years I've been working in the space, it's obviously a journey. People first started learning and now they're more active in building. But one of, our primary motivators is that whether it's an individual developer building a DApp or whether it's an enterprise integrating their ERP system, ultimately they're going to touch DLT through endpoints, right? Through different APIs that provide that core value of decentralization in decentralized communication, autonomous smart contracts, or native token issuance in an accessible way. So for us, we try and help both, again, small developers and big organizations realize that DLT doesn't have to be this massive, confusing technology to embrace, but something that can plug into an existing application, an existing ERP stack, and even in doing that, start to show the really disruptive potential that this new trust model can provide. So for us, it's about making it accessible, making it easy to use, and making it integrated in the tools and capabilities that people are building with today.
And so let's kind of transfer, good segue from kind of IBM corporate leader, tech leader, and then now this new wave of other projects coming out, especially Hedera Hashgraph. One, can you tell us a little bit real quick, in your own words, like the difference between blockchain that everybody else kind of sees it from the hyperledgers and Bitcoins and Ethereums to what Hedera is offering, which is a little different.
So we kind of group both of those in the context of distributed ledger technology, right? And what that means is you can have verifiable records of an event, right? A supply chain being transferred, a token being issued, or even a message being sent from one party to another. The blockchain architecture takes that distributed ledger and creates it as literally a block of individual transactions or batch transactions on that ledger. But in doing so, it incurs some trade-offs from both a performance and security perspective regarding the use of, proof of work or leader-based proof of stake algorithms to continue appending items to that blockchain. For Hedera, we wanted to break that assumption and come up with the solution to that common trilemma around decentralization and performance, as well as security, and provide a model which could be performant at the scale of thousands of transactions per second and truly decentralized in its consensus process. So Hashgraph is a DAG, or a directed acyclic graph, as it's used in the term, or in the market. And it's a different data structure that essentially allows nodes in the network to more efficiently come to consensus on the order of events. So rather than needing to wait for everybody to create the right block, a leader to be selected, and that block to be appended, the Hashgraph delivers that same distributed ledger promise with more efficiency, as well as more decentralized security.
Totally. And like, when did you decide, I'm gonna go work, for you call it like a public ledger, right? Kind of one of these up and coming startups. So when was it when you're like, hey, I'm getting a little taste, there's demand here, let me start exploring, and then you ended up with Hedera. Like, what was going on during that period of time for you to say, like, there's a future here, and let me go explore?
So what I learned in my time at IBM is that across the globe, there was interest and need for larger organizations and consumer scale applications to start leveraging DLT. Even before, Elon talked about buying Bitcoin, there was real enterprise interest in using these public cryptocurrency networks. But what they needed in that was both accessibility of this technology through those integrations to technology they use today, and mature governance for the networks they're built on. And that's really what inspired me about Hedera, is that it was focused on combining those two promises: a decentralized and scalable protocol with a mature compliance and governance body that helps oversee the creation and growth of that protocol. And that's the Hedera Governing Council. So when I saw what Hedera was pitching, and when I first started talking to the team, that value became clear to me, and that's why I was so excited to join.
Now, last question on kind of your previous employer, which I won't bring up any names, but
sure thing.
It's interesting because I feel like, at one point it was the IBM's kind of maybe Oracle's, maybe Cisco, right? They have their technologies all similar, but the demand was on the public side, kind of what you're referencing to. So before we get, completely move on to Hedera and like what you guys are working on, like, do you see some of these other traditional players having a big impact moving forward, or are people innovating into Hedera, Hashgraph now, and maybe a select few others? But overall, you would think like, oh, IBM, like, let's just all flock there, but that's not the case.
So I would say that there was demand absolutely on both sides, the pure public and the pure private, but the latter was far more secretive, if you will, or, they were starting with proof of concepts and demos versus being in the public from day one. So I think there was demand, but it just wasn't always as equally surfaced, as you will. But to the credit of many of those organizations that you outlined, they were very active in investing in technology, in resource and education of many of the organizations which we're now seeing enter the space today. They're still building their products. I think they're going to be very successful in certain use cases and areas. And ultimately, we're seeing them consolidate towards public networks. So IBM's participation on our governing council is a good point of evidence for that. So it's nice to see that they're kind of moving to embrace these public networks as well.
Yeah, great. And what's the relationship there since they are on? Well, maybe you could quickly talk about the governing council. These are the members, the decentralization part of it, that kind of manage the whole ecosystem, as you will. Maybe you want to touch on that.
Sure. So they're, I would say, a core part of a much broader decentralized ecosystem. But Hedera as an organization is actually a multi-member LLC. And what that means is we're not controlled by a single stakeholder. but this group of our essentially corporate board of directors, which we call the Hedera Governing Council. So these organizations help us make both strategic and tactical decisions about how to build and grow our network and ecosystem. So they help us approve the product roadmap or drive new features and pricing decisions. And our goal is that that group is going to be as diverse and representative as possible from different industries, geographies, and areas. So council members today include IBM, Google, two of the world's largest law firms, DLA Pipers and Dentons. Just recently this week, we announced Standard Bank, who was our first node in Africa, which we're very excited about. And even organizations beyond that, the list is ever growing. So we see our council members as core partners for us and helping to grow and build this decentralized technology.
And I think that hits it home in terms of the ecosystem in general, like this co-opetition, right? This kind of working together to achieve, the objectives and goals and mission that kind of this scene has. So it's interesting, the council members. So are you assuming, I guess, like, what's the benefit to them, and I guess to the council members, and then also to Hedera, in terms of some are, the one was not a competitor, but kind of doing the same thing. What kind of fruition, what's the expectation to bring it into, entities like that kind of have similar tech or are working on some projects, maybe interoperability, right? Maybe some standards amongst the two, or, the various teams that are involved. But how do you see kind of that landscape when Hedera is doing one thing, you have some other council members that may be doing similar things or whatnot?
Yeah, so I break the council members down into really three roles. It's governors, operators, and solution builders. And they get value from each, right? As governors, they help lead the growth of this new emerging public network, which for them is incredibly valuable from an innovation and learning perspective. They also operate the nodes on our network, which is incentive delivering for them as well. And they are, in some cases, also solution builders. So they might have a securitization platform like DLA Piper with Toco, or they could be building an integration into their existing product suite that really helps them realize the value from DLT. And from our perspective, we think it's great to get the insight of these tremendously large organizations who are heavily invested across industries, across technologies, in how we can grow and scale our technology.
Great. And I want to tap into like 2020 now, because obviously the governing council has had some input and insight, and these votes go down in general, but touch on a couple services here, and I'll let you kind of break it down. Right, we have entrepreneurs right now, we have students tuning into this conference, we have startups, we have enterprises kind of across the board, and I feel like Hedera listens to the market, right? At one point, like decentralized storage, was on the table, smart contracts, right, kind of within the ecosystem. And you can feel free to touch on those two if it leads into it. But two things I want to touch on: one, Hedera Consensus as a service, and then Hedera Token Service. I feel like, again, the market, the pace of innovation happens so quick, so fast. There's DeFi, there's this chain, that chain, and I feel that you guys have taken it all in and really put out something for the developers, for enterprises that can really, like you said earlier in the discussion, like plug and play some APIs, right?
Yep.
And kind of make this seamless as the evolution continues. So let's talk about like Hedera Consensus as a service, and then Hedera Token Service, and I'll let you kind of break those out.
For sure. So those were two of our big focuses of last year, and we were really excited to that point around the pace of innovation to have two brand new services on the mainnet in a relatively short period of time. We were very happy with. And they're designed so that developers in different use cases can use the mainnet for that purpose. So the consensus service really provides a verifiable, auditable log of messages for any application. You could build a text message app, or you could connect it to ordering for a private distributed ledger network, or you could connect it to a centralized database and have verifiable proofs of all of the data in your application. And it's that premise of, can you embrace public auditability and verification of your data to enhance the trust an organization or person might have in that data? So everywhere, for instance, is logging IoT data for vaccine distribution in the National Health Service for COVID-19, a critical part of the vaccine infrastructure. And now it's verifiable so that people can see what temperature data was stored or vaccines were stored at one point in time. So that first service really is focused around decentralized messaging and auditability. What we added with the second service was the ability to natively issue an asset, which could represent something like a governance token, a non-fungible digital collectible, or a sovereign currency or a stablecoin. And that token can not only be held by any developer or any Hedera account, but it can be easily transferred with speed and with a cheap price, and can be easily atomically swapped with any other token type. So even if we just look at those two services, what we now have here is a distributed messaging system and a distributed issuance and settlement layer. And those core building blocks can enable an incredible amount of use cases for different organizations, developers, startups, and even academics.
The consensus service as a service is would you consider that is that like a layer 2? Like what kind of like application is that in terms of Hedera, Hedera being the base layer? Is this considered a second layer, or where does this fall?
So the service is layer 1. It's an API that Hedera provides, but how it can be used is actually great for layer 2s. So it could be used by a centralized application or a layer 2 network. And what we like about HCS, which is a bit different than, say, a Polkadot architecture, is it enables the same formation of layer 2s over a core layer 1, but does it in what I call a less opinionated way. So if you want to use Fabric, you could build your layer 2 with that. If you want to use Corda, if you want to use the Geth version of Ethereum, if you want to use Tendermint, it really is flexible for whichever layer 2 protocol they want to use, all connected to fast, fair, and secure ordering from the consensus service.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. And I think these are critical components to interoperability, functionality, composability, which means,
Absolutely.
like you said, yeah, putting apps and dApps together and this new wave of Web 3.0 functioning in a way where developers can come in and start getting creative and not worry about things, right? Get creative, apply it, test it, experiment, and that's how we come up with innovation. So yeah, I think you guys had a hackathon at the beginning of summer, and we participated that for this Hedera consensus service, and there were so many great projects, right? That were leveraging this solution.
It was amazing, and frankly, one of the things we were most excited about with our token service launch is that we actually launched with an ecosystem. I think it was over 60 token issuers, wallet providers, exchange providers, custody providers, all supporting tokens on HTS. And the hackathon projects all took that a step above, right? Making new models for tokenization, building new features and capabilities that even we didn't think of. So we loved seeing some of the work from that.
Yeah, and what are you seeing? So whether it's on the enterprise side, maybe we'll start on the enterprise side, or where are most of your discussions on the enterprise? Or are you kind of all over?
I'm all over. The team focuses, and I help wherever I can. So happy to talk about both sides, and dive in wherever you're interested.
Yeah. Let's do both, because when you think of it, Ethereum, you think of you think of the typical like smart contracts, DeFi. Scaling issues, though, performance issues in certain verticals, certain industries. You hear these other next generation, chains coming out that are trying to solve that. But enterprise is, I don't know, it was the talk. I feel like you guys have stayed the course, stay focused on providing high throughput performance, technology. So let's start on the enterprise side. Like, what are you seeing on that front in terms of use cases, applications, and anything surprising you?
Yeah, so first of all, the beauty is that these two sides are absolutely consolidating. What I'd say first is we're seeing an incredible amount of interest around stable coins for payments. The OCC indicated that might be something accessible for financial institutions to do, and that's really kicked off a strong amount of interest for enterprises to leverage it for payment solutions. We also have started to see a lot of applications of DeFi start to be applied to things like non-fungible tokens and supply chains. So Suku, who's a great partner of ours, is focused on some of those challenges in specific areas and supply chains and building some of these marketplaces. And then from some of the developer and more independent side, we're seeing everything from DeFi lending protocols to non-fungible digital collectibles, as well as things like social tokens. So one of the areas we think is really going to be interesting is people monetizing themselves, their contracts, but also social platforms to facilitate greater engagement.
Nice. And one of the challenges when you talk about, I mean, you guys have been around a long time, so you already have the community, the growth, like, the momentum, the robust network and all that. How do you make it easier? When other chains come up, it's very difficult to like gather that community driven, like get developers from a tooling perspective, infrastructure stuff. How have you handled a lot of those items? And you're providing services, right? So that's kind of included to allow the growth and creativity of this space. What's the strategy behind that? How have you guys been so successful in attracting developers?
Yeah, so one of our core tenets from the get-go was to build SDKs and technology which was accessible by existing developers and existing platforms. So we've got Java, JavaScript, Golang, community SDKs in things like Rust and .NET, so that whichever language a developer might be familiar with, they can start building today. But then specifically on our Hedera token service, one of the things we did is actually remove the need for a smart contract to issue a token. So now a developer doesn't need to learn how to write, audit, and trust a smart contract that represents, say, a basic fungible token, but they can simply create it through one of those accessible APIs with the Hedera token service, and the entity gets created natively on the mainnet. That brings benefits from performance, accessibility perspective, but also certainly from a security perspective, because there's no need for that smart contract, which, as we keep seeing with certain projects, can lead to challenges.
Definitely. And do you guys? I feel like I don't notice too much marketing in terms of like DeFi or NFT or whatever. I feel like it's just organic growth. People understand like what they're working with. You have laid out this platform, this network that people can tap into and are familiar with, like you said, the SDKs, the APIs. You don't really hear too much about that, and I know overall maybe people think, or maybe because I'm in this bubble, that Hedera's enterprise focus, but like you said, there's teams porting over to start developing on Hedera moving forward. So like what would you say, I guess, the growth is going to come from on either side, like the DeFi market, the NFT market, and what's your strategy to increase, the apps developed?
Yeah. So, I think we've seen an incredible amount of organic growth. But one of the things we really like to pride ourselves on is being successful and showing our success through application builders, talking about the Everywheres or the Sukus or the DLA Pipers of the world to show what they're doing to, promote them, but also inspire others who might want to build things similarly. So we think that growth is going to continue, where they bring in, for DLA Piper, new token issuers, who, whether they're securities or new asset classes, as well as continue to beat the drum on accessibility from a developer perspective.
Yeah, no, makes total sense. I mean, we've worked with your team in a variety of ways, and one of the things that I'm surprised about is just the longevity too of the team, right? That's been around a while, and the quickness of the council members, like the big names to sign on. Where do you see a lot of activity within the Hedera network, maybe geographically? Like, is it the US where you see a lot of development? Is it Europe, other continents? And how do you see those areas?
Look, our primary motivation is decentralization. So we want representation from as many regions, as many, industries as possible. We even joke about when can we get our node on Antarctica, for instance, because we want one on every continent. But really, you're seeing organic growth in non-fungible tokens, both in the US and Asia. We're seeing interest in some of these lending and DeFi protocols out of Europe. But it's really one of the things that's so compelling about this industry, that innovation is global and product is global. So you're seeing whatever does get built immediately be addressing this global cryptocurrency market, which is one of the most fascinating dynamics, I think, about the space.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think the expansion, everybody's understanding, and we might have some students right now thinking about what they're going to build next, how to get involved. Do you have programs around bounties, Hedera wish lists in general of like what to build, and kind of direct, so some of our viewers here to start developing on Hedera?
Absolutely. So we've got getting started documentation, but we've also have programs like our Boost program to help incentivize getting started quickly with all the things you'd need to build your app and start testing it on Hedera. And we're working to build a growing list, both of our Hedera improvement proposals and other ideas about software that could be contributed to or built on the network. And our goal is all of that will be decentralized from a management perspective with reviewers and GitHub, as well as from a contribution perspective. So if you're looking to start a project, we'd love to talk with you and see how we can help out.
Great. So we got a few minutes here, but we just talked about 2020 and kind of the product market fit, that I would say that you guys were listening, develop some things, gauging interest, and that's kind of the requirements that I guess you felt during that period of time. So now we're in 2021. The pandemic, took a toll, accelerated, right? Innovation, accelerated, creativity. And here we are in 2021. What's on the agenda, I guess, moving forward, for the next year, next couple years? What do you guys, where's the evolution? Because we just talked about you guys onboarding enterprises. We're talking about the influx of DeFi, NFTs coming onto Hedera, more applications, programs to bring in startups and entrepreneurs. What do you guys have lined up for the next year, few years that you see either expansion, innovation, or at least hope to see?
So it's a bit of a cop-out, I'll admit, but the innovation I'm most excited about is the innovation that's not even at Hedera. Our community is where we'll see new services, new applications, new ideas emerge, and be contributed back to our core protocol. So it's the work that we're seeing the enterprise space do around embracing cryptocurrencies and embracing these layer 2 networks, like you said, as well as in the developer communities, people who might have just started fundraising off of their Hedera hackathon project. And it's that innovation that I think is really going to continue to drive, for the next year and far beyond that, because, our goal is the ecosystem successful. We're here to build just the infrastructure as a community. So that's where we're focused. We'll keep adding new transaction types, taking in community contributions, soliciting, ideas from the community for what should get built and prioritized. And some of that stuff's going to be really cool to help you build new marketplaces, new applications in a distributed way.
And going back to the enterprise side, there was, as you mentioned, interest, people, entities, and corporations were diving into it, leveraging the technology. And then there's everybody else that, maybe not ready. Where are we at, like, in terms of this business model to shift? Because it, like we mentioned at the beginning, it's a different mindset. I've had this discussion on the healthcare side. Like, there's so many, I've noticed all these applications, like great healthcare applications in blockchain. We'll just stick with blockchain. But I don't see them like taking off. And, I understood that it's the traditional legacy systems that are holding like a lot of those, the new wave of tech, because transparency, accountability, immutability, like the way our insurance works. So where do you see kind of like the growth in terms of maybe existing entities leveraging the tech, or the growth of just new entities, being born into kind of this new world?
I think on the enterprise side, it's back to payments and it's back to asset issuance. So issuing new securities, for instance, as a token, or issuing different assets on their balance sheet as tokens to build those revenue streams, build that justification for investing more. And they're being enabled by some of the startups and smaller companies in our ecosystem. We love when we can, match make, right? Give a startup an opportunity to pitch a council member or work with a council member to scale out their plans. So I think those are probably the industries or the use cases it would focus on. But there's even, I think, coming down the pipe, whether it's in environmental credits, whether it's in, this new term of CFI, which is like things coming full circle from DeFi. But we're here to be supportive of as much of it as we can and drive that success through our community.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's just interesting, right? There's people dabbling, they're not sure, but they are, building, they are testing the waters. And to kind of come full circle here with crypto hitting mainstream, is that pretty good? Or, with the Elons of the world and the micro strategies, like how does that benefit? They're two different things. One, so, Bitcoin is, this application leveraging blockchain. And then we're talking about like use cases and like architecture and design on streamlining processes, whether that's cost savings, whether that's efficiency, on the back end of these things. But how do you perceive like the crypto in the news, and does the price have an effect on everything else?
Look, the beauty of the distributed, crypto industry is that the rising tide does really lift all boats. And I think all of us in the industry are excited to see more people come to this community, whatever asset, whatever token they're interested in. We at Hedera, we're here to build a 100-year company, a 1,000-year network. And that's the way we think about it. So, stuff goes on in the market, so be it. We're here to build for the long term.
Nice. So I think we've been on for quite some time here, Donald, and I appreciate you like joining us. As always, it's been a pleasure to have Hedera, support us, and we support you guys fully. Where can people find you, if they wanted to reach out or get more information?
Yeah, so I'm on Twitter, Don_Tebow, or Donald@Hedera.com. Or if you post in your Discord, our Discord, I'll find my way there. So always happy to chat with anybody who's building and hearing about your ideas.
Great. So I think that concludes our discussion today. I'm Adam with the Mouseball team here at Reimagine 2021. We just interviewed Donald Tebow, Director of Product Management at Hedera. Great discussion. We just chatted about the products and services that Hedera launched last year, kind of where their future is going. We talked about their general Hedera Council that facilitates a lot of the inner workings and operations of the ecosystem as a whole. And then if you're thinking about Hedera on the enterprise front, great selection. But not only that, based off of this discussion, NFTs, DeFi, various verticals, applications, it suits everybody. So again, go to Hedera and check them out. And thank you for tuning in to Reimagine 2021. Hopefully you enjoyed your time, and we'll talk again. Thanks, Donald, for joining.
Thanks so much, Adam. Thanks, everybody.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Fauci Nakamoto. I'm here to tell you that if you're having green candle erectile dysfunction, just remember that ETH is money and market buy that
We have some breaking news. The Lightning Network, the Layer 2 scaling solution for Bitcoin proposed by Blockstream, is still just 18 months away. It's only been 18 months since their last vaporware announcement. Back to you.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to Reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune in to Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
Hello, Old Man Monkey here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. 51% attack. A 51% attack is a brute force attack on a crypto network, conducted by directing at least more computational power than half of what the network currently uses, with the intention of manipulating the consensus mechanism, typically for gains made through malicious double spending. You can imagine this as a democratic voting procedure where the majority always wins consensus. I don't know what any of that means. Back in my day, we didn't have cryptocurrency. We had actual coins, and you could go to the movies all day for a nickel, and there were cartoons and newsreels, and popcorn only cost a dime, and then you could...
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. Trading can be hard, but we're here to give you some tips. Always remember, buy the top and sell the bottom.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Reimagine 2020, the virtual blockchain conference series. I'm your co-host, Ashley Meredith, head of education over at Mousebelt Blockchain Accelerator. And today we're bringing you version 7.0, the history of coins. And I'm excited to be joined by Edgar Fernandez. He's the founder of EOS Costa Rica. Hi, Edgar. How are you doing today?
I'm great. Thank you so much for having us on, Ashley. It's great to be here.
Yeah, thanks for being here. So before we really dive into everything that EOS Costa Rica is doing, why don't you just tell us about your background? As you know, I'm the head of education at Mousebelt. We have a university program, 100 different universities all over the world who have interacted with us. And I know that you're really passionate about education and training developers, especially for EOS. So maybe you could speak to, how did you get into blockchain? And do you have any advice for students who might be interested in joining this industry?
Sure. Well, my background is in finance and accounting, and I spent 13 years in different investment banks in New York City. So I'm definitely in a traditional finance background, and my experience with blockchain was definitely a family affair. My co-founder is my brother, and our chairman and kind of the head of R&D is our father, who started us all in this journey. So I would say that some advice for students: there's no wrong path. Whether that's a career path, whether that's an academic path, or a family path. I think there are so many different areas around blockchain and sectors to concentrate on that whether you're a finance major or a philosophy major, there's definitely room for you in this sector.
Yeah, I always try to encourage students to add blockchain as kind of a domain expertise. Like no matter what their major is, find what they're good at and then apply it to blockchain, because that's just going to give them a competitive edge in whatever the industry they're in, right? We're going to need crypto lawyers. We're going to need media people. We especially need, people who can communicate the value and import of these technologies to drive adoption. So that's great advice. So interesting that you work with all of your family. I just got off another interview with someone whose father was, in the .com boom, always kind of ahead of the game, gave him a computer very young, and they run a podcast and events company together. So it was your father who got you interested in Bitcoin blockchain?
Yeah, he's always been into new technologies. He started the first BBS in 1987 here in Costa Rica, which was kind of the beginning of the internet, peer-to-peer systems. He's always been a passion around decentralized networks, either ham radios through the beginning of the internet, through the 90s, always had a computer in our house. And he's the one that's really kind of pushed us into this realm. But we've always had technology in our household, and especially ones that allow for individual freedom. So blockchain has always been kind of top of mind since Satoshi Nakamoto's white paper in our household.
Yeah, and it sounds like he's always looking for the next solution, right, to some of these problems that we might have with internet connectivity, payments. So tell me how you guys started to look into Bitcoin as a solution to some of the problems that you had with business in Costa Rica.
Sure. Our legacy business was a internet infrastructure business where we have servers in a data center here. We provide web hosting, co-location, and dedicated servers for clients all over the world. And during probably the last 2 decades, we've been concentrating on that business. And it's native to the internet. And we were looking for a payment system that was also native to the internet. We had a lot of problems with fraud around credit card payments, speed and cost around bank wires. Using MoneyGram or Western Union wasn't feasible as either. So we were always looking for a more efficient native means of payment on the internet. And that's how we discovered Bitcoin around 2013, 2014. And really that set off the investigation behind the technology and blockchain, and how we can view blockchains as clients themselves, blockchain networks as clients themselves, and how we can support different networks with our infrastructure as a business sector. So that was the beginning. We became the first company in Costa Rica to accept Bitcoin, the first to also run a full node that we know of. And since then, we've been investigating different protocols that leads to what we do today with EOS.io.
Yeah, well, that's the power and promise of Bitcoin and blockchain, right? Is this borderless payments and really solving these problems of fraud and money wires. So seems like a natural direction to go, especially for a team so kind of plugged into innovation on the internet. And now you have invested a lot of time and resources into a specific protocol, EOS. For people who are just tuning in who may not be familiar, can you kind of walk us through that decision, how you discovered different protocols, what the benefits and drawbacks are, and why you like EOS so much?
Right. Well, like I mentioned, we started with Bitcoin and running nodes, validator nodes of Bitcoin. Then we started investigating into proof of stake consensus mechanisms. So we started running nodes for Dash, which is another proof of stake cryptocurrency, looking at any blockchain that would really pay us, reward us to run infrastructure. So we started investigating with Storage, SIA, Gridcoin, all of the first kind of generation of blockchain protocols and cryptocurrencies. We view Bitcoin as that first generation, Ethereum as that second generation, where you start to build smart contracts on a distributed and decentralized ledger. And then the third generation was what we consider as EOS.io, where you start to have more scalability. You use delegated proof of stake and some other functions and capacities that we feel are necessary for real world use cases. And we had, in that investigation, had met and followed Dan Larimer, which also started BitShares, and Steem. We were a Steem witness for a while. We'd run nodes for BitShares as well. So we knew that Dan Larimer was a doer in that sense. And when EOS.io came out, we found that a lot of the benefits around using delegated proof of stake, especially in open source, allowed it to be very flexible to not only a public mainnet like EOS public mainnet and some of the use cases around that, but also for different types of governance structures, whether that's private and enterprise use cases or public permissioned like other regional chains that we're currently working on with EOS.io. So that was the natural progression, kind of starting in proof of work with Bitcoin, moving into proof of stake, and then delegated proof of stake consensus mechanisms that lead us to EOS.io, which we believe today is the best protocol, open source protocol to use because it's the most flexible. And we've used it from things like payments. We've built decentralized exchanges using it. We've used it in accounting and finance in the enterprise sector. We've used it in logistics. We've used it in traceability of health and pharmaceuticals. And we've also used it in social impact with incentivizing blood donations. So it's really a huge different spectrum of use cases. And I think that speaks to the flexibility of the underlying protocol.
Absolutely. And I think it just fits so well with our theme of history of coins to talk about, you know, this first generation of Bitcoin, which I think is widely becoming to be considered best used as a store of value, right? The transactions take a long time. It's best as like digital gold, or the first thing that we kind of figured out the problem of the double spend with Satoshi's white paper coming out in 2008, first generation of this kind of Web 3.0. And now we're seeing with Ethereum, okay, there's a lot more you can do, but we're starting to see a lot of congestion on the network, exorbitant gas fees. So with this third generation of different consensus mechanisms, you can have a lot more flexibility, a lot more real world use cases, which is going to drive adoption, right? I asked you before the interview started, you know, what applications do you even have on your cell phone? Like, what is the everyday person using blockchain for? They're not using Bitcoin to buy their coffees, or if they are, it's not really the best thing to do with it. So Can you tell us some more of the exciting use cases, some of your favorites that are on the EOS network?
Sure. The one I've been using a lot lately is, as I mentioned, is called Upland. It's a property trading game that saves the properties as NFTs on the EOS blockchain, and it allows you to trade between players in close to real time with no transaction fees. And there's use cases, for everything. Bitcoin is great for, as you mentioned, store of value and maybe moving large amounts of money in record time. I mean, if you want to, move a case of gold, right? Bitcoin would be a great use case. Well, that's the comparison, right? If you want to buy a cup of coffee or something that's low, well, maybe the means of exchange is not the best use case. Ethereum might be great for decentralized finance contracts because it's got a lot of locked value. So there's a lot of security around that. You might have a larger confidence around using a smart contract than Ethereum. But it might not be good for a social media application, right? If every like and every post costs gas to do that, if you're using it as a chat, and every message or every emoji sent costs you gas, that's not a great user experience. If you're using it for gaming, that needs to be quick and the latency needs to be low. You might look at other protocols, and that's where EOS.io kind of has brought in this idea of a general purpose blockchain. And there's many others that have followed with that same value proposition. So, like I mentioned, I use it for a property trading game, but we've used it for things like blood donation incentivizing, where if you don't have to pay for transaction fees, you're not disincentivizing certain actions. I've also used it for social media. Clearly, if we look back at the beginning of the internet, right, and I told you that every time you had to go to a website, you had to pay, right? That's not going to be a good user experience. And we've come up with the idea of, well, if I want to own a domain, right, then I have to pay for it, right? So I have to own some sort of property on the internet, and then users can come in and out, right? If I have too many users, I have to have more resources to supply those. But the transactions, the interactions with the user is always free. And that's the kind of analogy I like to use with EOS.io as well. It's like I'm buying an amount of resources based on the amount of usage I feel I'm going to get. And I'm going to allow free usage for those users because I don't feel like I need to charge every time they come in. And for us, it's allowed us to build things for enterprise, build things for, like I mentioned, logistics, container traceability. We're looking at things in pharmaceuticals and also gaming, right? I mean, EOS.io is used in a lot of different gaming applications. Wax is one of the largest digital collectibles marketplace that uses EOS.io. So and I'm excited to see what other use cases pop up, right? For right now, we think it's the most flexible and the most general, but we'll see what new use cases will pop up soon.
Yeah, could you explain that a little bit more for especially some of our newcomers tuning in, just how exactly the EOS protocol works for keeping the transactions free for users, but just as the internet works, paying for a domain. And this is like the transactions fees on the network, right?
Yeah, and the blocks are shorter, so the speed is quicker. One used delegated proof of stake, so you have less nodes that need to sync at the same time. But to put it in terms that I understand, and I think is maybe quicker to understand or to grasp for some of the audience members, is let's think of a toll road, right? Of a toll road on a highway. You invest in that highway, and every time you pass your car, you need to pay a toll. There's a transaction fee for using that highway. What if you purchased part of that highway to use that amount of resources or that amount of space a certain amount of times a day? So every time I pass through that toll road, I don't necessarily have to pay because I've already paid to, have one small car pass by as many times as I want per day. If I have a semi truck, I'm going to have to purchase more of that highway, more of those resources, and I own that. They're not combustible. You don't spend it every time you go. You kind of own it for the amount of resources you need. So if I have enough for one car, I can use it and go through. The transactions are free as many times as I can, as long as in that highway there's space for the amount that I've purchased. But if I need to then use an SUV or a larger truck or a semi, I would have to then purchase more of that highway in order to use it. But I'm free to transact, I'm free to move in and have a better user experience. Currently, Ethereum and other proof of work mechanisms that have gas or transaction fees, you pay every time you go through, right? And that's a block or just a blocker to adoption, right? It's just an inconvenience to the user, similar to what I just mentioned as an example, like going to a website and having to pay every time you want to go. It might be cents, it might be fractions of a cent, but you still have to have it in your wallet and you still have to pay every time you go. So we're trying to avoid that. And we think that EOS.io does that in a very elegant manner.
Does that present any challenges for someone who might want to build an application if they have a ton of user growth in a short amount of time?
Yeah, I think it does present some benefits and challenges, maybe changing the paradigm of how we think, right? Because we have a lot of users, the users are going to be paying for those transactions, right? So, for example, Uniswap, the largest DEX in the world actually right now in terms of volume and the largest on Ethereum, you have to use gas every time you do a transaction on it, right? Uniswap and the developers don't really need to focus on that. It's based on the network and the use of the network, right? Using Ethereum. If I was going to build that on EOS, I would then have to calculate, well, how many users do I expect to have and how many resources do I have to provide? Because I can purchase resources for my users. They don't have to pay. So they can come and use my DEX without actually having to use gas fees. It's a investment of capital that might be tough for a startup, but it also scales with you. Because at first, if you're starting off and you don't have that many users, you're not going to need that many resources. Also, resources are much cheaper in the protocol. So as you scale, you'd have to not only have more users, more income in your revenue model, but also be able to scale with the more resources you would need. So it does present some challenges, but those are challenges that equal and maybe surpass in the benefits that they provide, which means you need a plan for what your resources look like. With any startup has to do anyways, right? It's a scalability problem with anything, right? Customer service, resources on the cloud, if you're doing that and hosting that on the cloud. So very, very similar in that manner.
Yeah, and I think the way you explained it, it's easy for people who have worked in other areas of the internet could understand. So let's talk more about exactly what you're doing with EOS Costa Rica and the different parts of your business. And I know you do a lot of stuff in education, which I'm really excited to hear about, similar to Mousebelt and Mousebelt University, and why that's a strategic business choice for you.
Right, yes. EOS Costa Rica started in 2018. It was a spinoff of the legacy business I mentioned earlier on. From the hosting business. And we focus on three clear areas. One of them is providing infrastructure for EOS.io based blockchains. Two is developing enterprise grade applications using EOS.io. So that means we have enterprise clients that we build on their behalf, or we build in-house software where we have the IP and we license it out. And thirdly, as you mentioned, we provide developer content in Spanish and in English for developers to learn how to develop on EOS.io, as well as webinars and content related to blockchain awareness and adoption in the region. And that is right up there with the other two business lines not as a social responsibility, even though we do believe that's important, but it's very strategic in our model. We think that we can only have a sustainable business in providing robust and secure, reliable infrastructure or enterprise-grade applications if we have the correct talent pool. And that's the biggest challenge, I think. I'm not too worried about finding new use cases for blockchain. I'm not too worried about finding new clients for blockchain. I'm worried about finding the developers needed to scale those in the manner that's needed. And so that's why we've concentrated and invested a lot on the educational portion. And that's key to our business and to the sustainability of our business. How are we doing that? Well, we've partnered with the largest tech university here in Costa Rica. We have an internship program where we allow the interns to work on open source software and try to develop. And one of the first things they work on is the guides and the developer principles and contribution guidelines that we use. So the first thing they do is actually work on the content that other developers behind them are going to use. So we find that becomes a virtuous cycle, right? And hopefully what we have is a new generation of interns coming in, becoming junior developers, mid-level developers, and senior developers, teaching the other generation coming through and improving the content of that program as we go through. And I think that's key to a sustainable business. And hopefully, if we do it right and we stay committed, we'll put Costa Rica on the map as a blockchain hub, especially for highly specialized software like blockchain.
Absolutely. So that's definitely our mission as well with Mousebelt Blockchain Accelerator. We have a development shop that builds projects. We want to, link together talent, industry, and infrastructure. And we definitely see this as a long-term investment in the space, investing in education. We launched the Blockchain Education Alliance, which is some of the protocols and even layer 2 solutions in enterprise, such as banks and even beverage distribution companies that we've identified to be particularly interested in investing in education and research. So as someone also building out these kinds of programs, what would you say for any of these companies who might be tuning in right now? What would you say to them, like how to get started or what they should be doing or what they should be investing in order to ensure that they have a talented developer pool to create a sustainable business?
Yeah, I think that's key. I mean, in our experience, we've done everything from building a blockchain application for a top 5 global accounting firm to partnering with a multilateral bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, for their LACchain regional blockchain in Latin America, to doing JVs with enterprises, specifically in the logistics sector for the traceability of containers. So we've partnered with 3 different types of enterprise in these 3 examples. One of them is private in financial sector. The other one is a multilateral bank, which is very closely related to government and public-private partnerships. And the other one is more of a JV structure. And what we found in the 3 different examples and models I'm giving is it's always the innovation group. It's always the thought leaders in those organizations that are looking for a cultural change and that are really looking to bring startup culture into their largely established traditional culture. And it's a cross-pollination of knowledge sharing, right? Because we're trying to get all the knowledge sharing of their specific sector and the business logic, and they're trying to not only learn about blockchain and the tech stack we're using, but also the way that we build and why we build that way, agile methodologies and digital transformation, et cetera. And it's in that sort of cross-pollination that the common denominator is, one, it's always innovation-based, always groups that are willing to take risks and that know that, we're building POCs, we're building MVPs that are always looking to go to production, but we're learning constantly. both of our organizations are learning. And what we'll see is they'll bring junior analysts or members of their organization. We'll bring interns and junior members of our organization. And since we're all starting at the same level in terms of learning, it's a very collaborative environment. And I think we encourage that. And if you're in a large organization or a startup, there's always going to be a win-win situation where you can learn from both sides, and bringing and involving the most junior ones of your members in that exercise is extremely beneficial, I think, for both parties. So this constant learning and educational process is not just one that's for the most junior and the newest members of any organization. If anything, it's a holistic approach for everything we do, especially because there's so many rapid learnings that we have to do and paradigm shifts that we have to do, especially in the development process. So I think you just need to incorporate it in everything you do.
Yeah, that's great advice, that it can only benefit them to include students more, include interns more, think about education, not just for goodwill for the community or as like a social responsibility, but also for their own team, educating themselves. And yeah, I definitely have that mindset. I always want to have an intern who is actively in school for the university program, because I just think it's so important to have fresh perspectives and especially tap into the student perspective when you're building educational programs. So that's great. Yeah. And keeping in the theme with history of coins, so interesting that you were the first company to accept Bitcoin in Costa Rica, ran the first Bitcoin node in Costa Rica. Tell us more about Latin American and blockchain adoption in general, or things in Costa Rica. What were some of the big moments in crypto in Costa Rica? Where is it at now, and where do you think it's going?
Yeah, I think Costa Rica has an interesting story. You know, we've been part of it since the beginning, but it's really a large community of innovators and takers here. There's always been a big push into technology in Costa Rica, probably since the 1990s, focusing on maybe starting with Intel building one of their biggest chip factories here. For a long time, Intel was exporting microchips from Costa Rica, and that began this sort of environment to bring tech companies and tech-focused careers to Costa Rica, and the universities followed suit. So there's always been a high, I would say, fertile ground for developers and tech and software here, and the blockchain community has been no different. And you know, it started kind of as a few companies and a few entrepreneurs, a few lawyers, a few you know, crypto-minded and tech-curious people. Then we formed an association, so the Blockchain Association, which now kind of unifies that whole voice, not only to policymakers, to regulators, but also to join alliances outside of Costa Rica, in Latin America and abroad. And it's really started this movement here, where Costa Rica has always been known to be one of the longest lasting democracies in Latin America, very politically stable, environmentally friendly, open elections, open data, and that's fertile ground as well for cryptocurrencies and for blockchain. In terms of regulation, it's been very hands-off. I think there's only been one communication from the central bank saying, hey, if you use blockchain or crypto assets based on blockchain, it's really done at your own risk. There's an interesting kind of law here that allows you to pay employees in species, which means you can pay in the commodity maybe that you're making. So if you're picking coffee, you can pay your employees in coffee if you'd like, partially. So that's kind of allowed companies to also pay employees in cryptocurrency if they're working on blockchain nodes, for example, or working on getting paid in cryptocurrency. You can use that as a payroll solution. So Costa Rica is sort of in this very well-positioned jurisdictional environment, but also geographically, we're between two large continents that allow you to build low latency nodes and infrastructure, which I think is going to be extremely important moving forward. And hopefully Costa Rica continues to grow with the help of companies like ourselves and communities like the Blockchain Association and others to really help build this, and not to see it as a threat to terms in terms of banks and regulation and governments, but really as an opportunity. And one of the coolest things I think we've seen, especially in this post-COVID kind of world, is that tech jobs and tech careers and blockchain specifically allow you to work from anywhere. And we look for students and interns and developers and collaborators that are not necessarily in the metropolitan area, and allows you to go to, let's say, universities that have satellite campuses outside of the large metropolitan area. And what you see is a flourishing of that community, because no longer do you need to leave your family to go to the city to get a job. You can do it there, and you can earn, high wages working from there, and then you end up spending it in that same community and improving the life, but also the opportunities that they have. So it's really wonderful to see that, and hopefully blockchain tech really makes that even easier. And if Costa Rica sees that as an opportunity, it's just a microcosm of what happens in the world, right? You don't have to go to New York, San Francisco, London, Sydney, and Toronto, or any other, Israel, for example. You can build great tech from anywhere where you are, and why not do it with great weather and great beaches and great rainforests down here? So hopefully this is an invitation to everybody to say, hey, come down to Costa Rica and try and build your career here. And hopefully we have an environment, a government, and a community that's welcome to that.
Definitely feeling a little jealous of Costa Rica weather here in Denver. I mean, most of the US, right, having some of the worst storms ever. And I think this is the coldest weekend I've had since living in Denver last weekend. So definitely jealous of that. And I've seen the same thing too. And I try to tell people or companies in blockchain this all the time, is that the coastal regions in the US get a lot of attention already. There's San Francisco, LA, New York, MIT, UC Berkeley, as far as universities go. But we have touch points with universities all over the US and in other countries, and in the rural universities and the state schools, there's actually a lot of passionate students doing really great things, starting startups, doing conferences, and trying to encourage big players in the blockchain space to look more to the rural and state schools as well. And from what you're saying, hopefully encouraging some people to look into investing more into Costa Rica. So that's awesome.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, shout out to Denver. I mean, it's become a blockchain hub in itself, embracing this technology. University of Wyoming as well, the city of Detroit. All these different places have embraced this, and a community of developers that are building cool things in places that maybe don't get as much attention, but definitely should.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to wrap up, it's still kind of the new year, the beginning of the year. Bitcoin just broke 50K. Seems like there's a lot of good things coming for the future. Anything that you see coming down the pipeline for 2021, some predictions or just goals and things that you'll be achieving with EOS Costa Rica in the next year? What does 2020 look like to you, or 2021 look like to you?
Yeah, I think if we've been in the space for a while, these are cycles. Everything's positive, clearly. We try to keep our heads down and keep building and keep focusing on real world use cases. More than chasing the new shiny thing, but there's a lot of shiny things out there to chase, and a lot of things to be excited about. And I've been called easily encouraged before, so I don't think that's a bad thing. But we are really excited for I think three things, or I'm very excited about three things. One, the emergence of regional blockchains, public permissioned regional blockchains. I think the answer of the BSN network in China, seeing that in Europe and Western Europe, and what we're seeing with the Inter-American Development Bank, with LACchain being a public permissioned infrastructure for public goods. It's like building a Pan American highway, right? It's supported by multilateral banks. It's financed by member states, really. And it's focused on building the infrastructure, so all the different use cases. It's sort of, coordinating to have the backbone of the internet be available to as many people as possible. In this case, having the backbone be a blockchain. And we're really excited to see that, especially develop in Latin America. There's some really cool use cases popping up, but you need to have that first layer, and that layer is the infrastructure. Second, decentralized ID, self-sovereign ID. I think that's really gonna pop up. It's another one of those really important building blocks to get to those use cases. It's really hard to have true ownership, digital ownership, right, if we don't have a good solution for decentralized ID, verified credentials, and self-sovereign ID, where it doesn't necessarily be the country you were born that gives you the ID that allows you to open a bank account or buy a home or apply to a university, right? It's a conjunction of all the verified credentials that you've built along your life. And that's really going to allow and empower the individual. We're really excited to see how blockchain allows for decentralized ID methods and self-sovereign ID. And lastly, I think one thing that I think is going to really be a game changer is NFTs and digital collectibles. I think we've seen what decentralized finance can do to the financial sector, but non-fungible tokens and digital scarcity, right? The idea of ownership and scarcity. Seeing what NBA Top Shot is doing. I don't know if you've checked it out, but owning highlights, right? We can own a piece of content, a unique piece of content that's provable, tradable, and also fun. I'm really excited to see what other pieces of content we can tokenize and own. And I think that's so cool. If I see a rookie with a cool highlight and I can buy it and own it and maybe sell it to Coke for a commercial later on in life, or just play it as many times as I want, as the same thing as I have a trophy case of a Little League baseball or something that's so tangible. And blockchain allows for that, right? That feeling of nostalgia and of unique and digital ownership is really going to be very cool to see. So I'm excited about that as well, in a little bit more of a fun way.
Yeah, it's definitely a hot topic right now. And during our last conference, we had a little NFT gallery. We had some NFTs that you could scan a QR code and buy in between some of our segments. So I hope that we get to do that again. Well, Edgar, if people want to find you, where can they find you, and who are you most hoping gets in touch?
Sure. We're EOS Costa Rica, eoscostarica.io. You can find us on all our large social networks as EOSCR on Telegram, EOS Costa Rica on Twitter. And hopefully anyone who wants to learn more about the blockchain ecosystem in Costa Rica is welcome to reach out to us, whether it's EOS.io based or not. We are agnostic in that sense. And hopefully people that want to build real world solutions, whether that's a large enterprise or a small startup, we want to partner and focus on helping you build that. And lastly, students out anywhere. I know we mentioned our intern program that's locally in Costa Rica, but we have partnered with other US-based universities and hopefully others outside of the US. But if you're a student and willing to work remote, or hopefully the world will allow us to do it in person, come down here to Costa Rica to work with us. We're open to international students and sponsoring that as well. So thank you so much, Ashley, for the time and invitation. And hopefully we'll be invited back at the next series.
Absolutely. Thanks again, Edgar. That's Edgar Fernandez from EOS Costa Rica. Thanks for joining us, and stay tuned for more of Reimagine 2020.
Well, hey there, baby. It's me Elvis Presley. It's time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. airdrop. An airdrop is a method of distributing cryptocurrency in which market participants do not need to exchange their existing assets for a new one, but rather receive it as if it were free money raining from the clouds. Recipients get their airdrops based on some prerequisite factors, such as holding a parallel cryptocurrency, baby. That sounds so good. I think I'm gonna name my next album Airdrop. Oh.
Dear citizens of the world, there is a revolution upon us, you see. The old and outdated ways of indirect representation, where those who parade around as if to have exceptional power, in their all but flattering three-piece costumes, claiming to speak in the voice of your values. The archaic ways of our past where we are separated by entry barriers to knowledge, where we are separated by time, space, and the speed at which information can travel. The days left on those bygone years are counting down and dwindling. The shadow of our past that casts itself upon the present is growing dimmer and dimmer by the day. Those of us here who believe in a brighter future, founded on technological innovation, distributed models of power, the separation of money and state, and, above all else, the free and open exchange of ideas. Those of us who believe in these things know what is to come. Through our collective efforts and through a coordinated strategy to educate others, we can, without permission, reclaim this world from the ground up. So, please, my friends, join us. I hope you are ready to reimagine 2020.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to Reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune into Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2021. I'm Yona Hawkhauser, and today I'm glad again to be joined by Oriel Hoyan, CEO of Zengo. Oriel, thanks so much for joining us.
A pleasure to be here.
Well, we want to do something a little different this time. This is our 7th conference, and I got the pleasure of speaking to you a couple of times. This time, the aim of the conference, or the theme, is the history of coins. We are in such an awesome spot right now in this bull run. Like you mentioned off screen before we started, the market is going gangbusters, and it's really true. But we want to, in order to really appreciate where we are right now, let's take a look back, kind of the history of the coin. So Oriel, my first question to you is, how did you first hear about Bitcoin?
So I heard about Bitcoin, very, very early on because, I've been in tech for many years and I was always tracking new trends. And, I used to be a blogger and an investor and entrepreneur. So obviously always interested in new things, but Bitcoin came on my radar for the wrong reasons, mostly because it was used for, for something that was not meant to be very positive for the society. It was mostly used for the dark web. So it kept coming back for the wrong reasons on my media radar. And therefore associated Bitcoin with digital coin, which was a super interesting concept, but used by criminals for criminals. And so I was never interested into it seriously. It took me many years to realize the potential. So I think the first time I heard about it was somewhere really in the early days, like probably year 1, year 2 of Bitcoin, so maybe 10 years ago, something like that. And if I had paid more attention, if I just not read the media headlines, but look into the white paper, maybe I would have realized something different. And it took me basically 7 years to get into that industry, by the way, not through Bitcoin, but through Ethereum. And later on, I got to Bitcoin. So that's the path I went through. And I think many also had the same reaction. Actually, also today you can see that many people still don't believe in Bitcoin because they think it's although there are many facts supporting the exact opposite, that it's a digital currency used exclusively for criminals, by criminals, for terrorism purposes, which is completely wrong now. Now we know it. We can even measure it accurately. But anyway, at the time that was mostly that, and it actually probably was true at the time. And again, took me some years to go to the other side, and now it's my full-time job.
Yeah, well, I'm happy, and I'm sure everyone who uses some of your products are very happy that you did decide to take a second look and really happy. Now it's interesting. One you mentioned, and I think this is pretty common, that your first hearing of Bitcoin wasn't actually through the white paper, but was in regards on the news. Either the Silk Road, which was a dark website that was very famous, that Bitcoin was used, as well as terrorists and all these things that the media tries to say. But you actually mentioned that the first real crypto that you actually heard in terms of just interesting use was Ethereum. Now Ethereum holds a lot of promise, especially when it was first released, the world computer. When you heard about it, was it through a different framing than Bitcoin? Was it spoken about as, is it this is like Bitcoin but better, or was it said, this is Bitcoin but not for criminals? How was Ethereum spoken about when you first heard about it?
It was through a podcast. I can't remember exactly which one, but it was a really high-profile podcast, maybe Tim Ferriss or something like that. And it was explained. So it was not like a media headline. It was really taking it through. And the thing that caught my attention was not because it was compared to Bitcoin at all. It was not because it was a better version of Bitcoin. The thing that caught my attention is because the promise of Ethereum was to enable people to build applications that could not be stopped. And for the past 20 years, I've been invested, building or helped applications that could be stopped. And some of them were actually stopped by platforms. Okay, for example, typical use case is you build something on top of Twitter, on top of Facebook, on top of the App Store, and suddenly there is a change of rules, and your business is gone, right? And I've seen that firsthand and suffered many times from it. And for me, the concept of having an app that could become unstoppable was a radical paradigm shift. If you're a builder, not having a hammer on your head was such like a wake-up call for me. Like everything could be done all over again, not just finance, but the entire internet. And so for me, like it resonated like it was a nuclear wake-up call. And so at that moment, I decided that I wanted to know everything about that because it sounded really, really important. And as I did, I rediscovered also the properties of Bitcoin, which was, an uncensorable digital money. And what money really meant. So the theory of money and how it's actually produced is something, by the way, no one is aware of. Like we're using money in our economies as if it was a given.
and we don't understand really the mechanics of it. Also, the cost of money, the cost of what it means to use money and to be paid in, fiat money, and how much we suffer from it. We don't see that on a daily basis. We once a year pay our taxes, and we assume everything is going to be okay. But actually, behind this money that we pay, there is a lot of inefficiencies and things that are really, really fundamentally broken. Not to mention the huge disproportion between people who make money, people who are poor. And so this kind of wake-up call enabled me to first understand that another world was possible, like the red-blue pill of the Matrix, but also that our entire economies and societies were built on a highly inefficient mechanism that we took for granted, and we thought were okay. And every 10 years, we have a wake-up call from the financial market, which is in crisis, and we wonder why. But once you get into understanding what's behind it, you understand that it's not fit to serve the future. In an economy where everything is digital, communication is digital, people are collaborating with one another, no matter where they are in the world. You cannot build with something which is completely siloed into national boundaries and antiquated systems and rails. You need something that is natively digital. So to understand that, you need to come back to the basics. And for me, the thing that helped me come back to the basics was to go through the traditional path of a developer, meaning building applications that can be stopped and that are stopped, okay, that are censored. You actually also see that today with content, okay, which content can be canceled and censored. Last week, I was doing a live stream on YouTube with someone pretty famous, and his live stream was interrupted by YouTube, and his account was immediately terminated. And we assumed
were you talking about murder or terror? What were you guys talking about?
We were just explaining Bitcoin, and so we assumed that was the reason. We assumed it was the reason because it's not a Bitcoin podcast. It's not a crypto podcast at all. It's a guy that is very, very wide in the topics that he covers. And first, the guy was in total disbelief. I was too, but it was his life. His entire content was gone. Followers was gone. Everything was gone. And the appeal was rejected. Fast forward to a week later, we just realized it was done by mistake. That was a mistake, and they apologized and restored all his content. And this is the world we live in. We live in systems where a button can terminate your digital existence, and that has a consequence on your physical existence. And so once you experiment that, and that you understand that there is an alternative that is possible, you want to know everything about it, and probably you want to be involved in it in some capacity. And so that was my evolution. Like, I came from an area of like being anti to like a nuclear wake-up call after having suffered from equivalent kind of experiences, and then wanted to be involved into it. For me, being involved was just like learn more, write about it, invest into the industry, and eventually build a company into it. And some people will choose different level of involvement, but it's really hard to be aware of it and ignoring it. It's just impossible. You just realize that this is the only way forward. So for me, that was kind of the path of going through the one point to the other extreme.
Wow. Well, that's, I know, and I think that's a really important point, something that you latched onto, which is this ability of the blockchain, whether it be Bitcoin, Ethereum, or any other, choose your favorite, this idea that it can't be censored, and that really comes from this idea that there's no central power. It's not that not one person decides, the majority decides. Even on Ethereum, if the majority of the network for some reason decides to censor you, then you're censored. But it's idea that the power of the people control, and there's not really any one entity that could do that. And I think that's a very powerful idea, and that's what got you hooked originally. Do you think, looking at where Ethereum is today, do you think they've accomplished that goal of creating kind of this uncensorable platform, or have they kind of shifted their vision? Now it's all about DeFi, now it's all about finance. Do you still think they've accomplished their goal?
Partially. First, I think they did because the network itself is decentralized, meaning it doesn't depend on a central entity, or even the capability of collusion to terminate the network. However, that comes with two costs that diminishes this property. The first one is that the network Ethereum is highly inefficient right now and barely usable. The network is completely saturated because it's built on a protocol that cannot process more than a certain number of transactions at once in an efficient manner. And so that translates into crazy network fees that makes the network barely usable for sending a transaction, and even less using an application built on top of it, which requires multiple transactions. So that's problem number one. And problem number two is that the apps that are built on top of Ethereum, okay, so not the protocol itself, but the DeFi apps and other, most of the time depend on administration key, meaning that there is behind those DeFi services some people, one person most of the time, that is able to terminate the application, which is the opposite of the purpose. So some of them have passed that; they've matured enough to actually obliterate and terminate that capability. For example, Compound, which is a lending platform, has basically decentralized completely the ability to by themselves make changes to the protocol. There is a governance around it to make it possible, and the collusion risk around that is really nearly impossible. I mean, it would be so expensive that it makes it unattractive to operate. But there are all these DeFi apps that have been built in the past year. You can see that they are really susceptible to be censored, and they are, in essence. You could see it in some cases, and you can see it in particular when those protocols get hacked, okay, which is very often the case through flash loanings and other techniques. And so when that happens, you realize that the centralization is a relative concept for them. So maybe we should also consider that it's just an age and a maturity stuff, like meaning all of that is like fresh and new still. So maybe it's a necessary evil path to go through. Now, will Ethereum be the winner of as the protocol on top of which you build decentralized application that cannot be stopped? This is too early to say. There is obviously a lot of density and interest from developers around this protocol, but you can see other protocols that are starting to rise up and developer attention on top of it. And there is the famous say developer, like follow the developers, and this is where the wealth will be built. So if you look at it, the developer density right now, it's still around Ethereum. And so the thesis is like if the developers are there at some point, they will crack it. Now, it's been some time that they're trying to crack it. And the promise of Ethereum 2.0 is starting to show the light, but it's not close anytime soon. And all the DeFi app will have to adapt around that. And so all those things are still in the making, and there is still room for believing that something better can be built. So it's still too early to say. I think we're in a very young industry still. Okay, we're just like 10 years in, and it took for the internet, the mature internet that we know today, which enables us to, for example, do that video recording, took about 2 to 3 decades. So revolutions take multiple decades to happen. So I think we should keep being aware that these things take time and that it's really hard to make a bet. The reality is that Ethereum is decentralized as a protocol, but there are, it comes with a very high cost right now, and that the apps built on top of Ethereum are far from being decentralized themselves.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, like you mentioned, it's still very new. I mean, we're 10, 11 years into the whole Bitcoin experiment, a little less for Ethereum, but we have seen some major progress. Like you said, right now there's over $1 trillion valuation for Bitcoin, over 1.6 trillion for overall for the crypto market. So we have over, let's say, this 10 years, has your perception of what is possible here in terms of the promise that this holds, whether it be uncensorability or other, has it changed? Do you have like now that we see, where we're up to after 10 years, has your aspirations for this technology, is it the same? Has it grown or has it lessened?
So I'm starting to not really. I mean, for me, the promise to have a global digital currency that power economies is still always been my thesis, and I think it will remain so. And we see it being articulated, I know, as we speak, meaning that going through several levels and stages of maturity and adoption. There was multiple hype cycle in the past, which were essentially around population interested in either quick returns or people that were deeply philosophically connected to the thesis of Bitcoin. So we're talking about niche audiences. Okay, niche audiences for the first 10 years. And you go to a certain level. Now we are entering a different phase, which is also enabled by the underlying economies into which we are living and which are deeply suffering from the corona crisis economies, but also the fact that all the foundations have always been very weak. It's just been surfaced a little more. And so you see the value of national currencies, including in developed economies like in the US and in Europe, melting down, being obliterated by the skyrocketing level of debts that, the trillions of dollars of debts that they've accumulated for the past decades. And you see also a generational gap where younger generation hate anything that is related to institution. They don't want to hear about institution. They are in a digital first economy. They grow through games. Everything is digital. And they go now through even digital communication, Zoom and chat and everything. And anything that is not digital first is automatically rejected by them. And so talking to them in an antiquated physical first concept is something that they don't want, not for them. And they're going to grow to the, to later stage and work into the economy. They will expect to have the same thing. So it's just a natural evolution to see that, people will want a digital currency for their everyday life. Now, for that to happen, we needed to go through an economical crisis, which is exactly happening. We needed to see players that are not, tech geeks and, cyberpunks and everything adopting it. And we start to see that. We start to see serious institutions, NASDAQ listed companies, hedge funds, historical banks getting into it. We needed some laws that enable and legitimate the usage of cryptocurrency. We start to see those in the US as they enable banks to custody digital assets. We needed to see celebrities being excited about that, really genuinely excited, not because they're being compensated or paid by ICO project, but because they truly want to do it. And you also see some outlets, celebrities, actors, singers, rappers getting into it very seriously. You needed to see hedge funds getting exposed to it in a meaningful way. And you needed to have technologies and services being made way more usable so people can access those assets that are bare bond assets, and so that need to be controlled by users as opposed to controlled by a centralized database. And today you have the products and the services that enable that. So all this phase of maturity and adoption is happening right under our eyes. And I think we're just at the beginning of seeing a Cambrian explosion of adoption. It's just a question of of time. No one can say if it's going to be 1 year or 10 years, but it's inevitably happening. The same way information was printed once and everything became digital, and the news outlets and the businesses that did not adapt to it just got obliterated. They went off the map, and those who adapted, they're still there and thriving, and sometimes even very successful. So I think we're kind of in that phase of very serious adaptation, and evolution. And for me, the thesis is the same. I think we will see a global digital currency that may even become a reserve that will replace, assets like gold, silver, and others, and on top of which financial services will be built not on top of antiquated silos, but on with modern infrastructure, where everyone will know transparently exactly what happens, the risk of hacks will be, or systemic hacks will be much, much lower than today. The efficiency of transaction will have no comparison with what we have today, and users will be in control and won't feel prisoners or in jail if something wrong happened to them and they fall on the wrong line of a matrix evaluation that can get you off the system. And I think this is inevitable. This is the future. This is what can make the world a better place. And so, since the evolution is always making things better, there's no reason they shouldn't happen.
Well, I'm just as excited for it as you are. I mean, you paint such a beautiful picture of the future. I can't wait for it to come now. But I think you're right. I think we're slowly getting there, and especially now because of the bill run historically, and we've seen adoption really come as the price goes up. You could tell your friends and family from today till tomorrow about uncensorability and transaction times and yada yada. They don't care. They care, how is this better, faster, cheaper for me, and also can I make money? And I think that's what we're seeing now. As the price goes up, people get all excited. But when we're talking about actual usage and actual adoption, not just, oh, I think I can become rich overnight, let me go buy a Bitcoin because I heard I could get rich that way. I think that you actually have a pretty unique perspective on real usage and adoption because of your product, Zen.Go, which is customer facing, which does aim to simplify and ease the use, transfer, buying, selling, and use of cryptocurrencies for customers. So I wonder if I'm asking you, I'm sure you've done the research, when it comes to new users, and you mentioned this, the youth are digital. They are digital first, and they are tech savvy. But I find that it's even with people my age, even with the youngsters, as we like to say, it's still not so easy for them to understand crypto, to get on board, to start using it. It's a totally new. It's digital. They get computers, but it's still a new concept for them. What do you think is that biggest barrier for the new crypto user, and what can be done to ease that?
The barrier is different depending on where geographically you ask, because there are countries where digital currencies is not nice to have, it's an urgency. And so economies where the banking system is not working, where your national currency is melting down, where you are deprived of banking rights because you are from religion A or religion B, or because you are whatever, gay, or not fitting the right mechanism of the society that you're in. Those people need digital currency immediately because they need it for living, they need it for sending money to their relatives, they need to pay bills. So the chance that we have as a consumer-facing wallet is that we see those people. We serve people all over the world, from South America to South Korea. And the number one usage of the wallet is not speculation and trading, which is a legitimate use case. There's nothing wrong with that. And it's been helping this industry getting where it is today. But there is also a parallel world which we don't see in our developed economies, because we're lucky. We have, we do have banks. We have imperfect fiat currencies, but they work. You can buy milk with it and buy bread with it, and you can, pay your rent with it. But there are billions of people who are not as lucky. And including, by the way, some in developed economies. Just in the US, you have tens of millions of people who cannot have access to bank because they don't have a credit score. They just arrived in the country, or they don't have the right job, or whatever. And so for them, it's urgent. It's not nice to have. And so they're using cryptocurrencies as the only way for them to thrive and to build their wealth. And so it's very important. Now, if you're asking the same question to someone in a modern economy, depends on the age of that person. Okay, if you're talking to adults, they will say that it's a fantastic investment vehicle because it's going to be the future store of value, and it will replace gold, and therefore the potential is enormous. And so the famous narrative is like, put some money that you don't need, anywhere between whatever single-digit % that you don't care if you lose it, and invest some money there, and you never know. And the same goes with institutions. Why leave all your reserve in cash when the inflation makes that your global assets are losing 2% of value per year? right, based on the latest numbers, get exposed to an asset that has been the best growing asset in the story of capitalism. And so that's kind of the modern theory, right? And it is working. People do that, and they buy it as an insurance against a disastrous event that could happen to the economy, and be exposed to that is actually a wiser and wiser thing to do. And if you ask to younger generation, it's cool. It's the new cool, right? They want to invest in Bitcoin because this is as cool as having Pokemon cards when they were kids. Okay, this is the thing that makes them it becoming a social meme. And younger generation invest around memes, right? By the way, this is why Dogecoin has gone like crazy, right? And not just because it's cute dog or whatever. It's because there is kind of this meme of like the anti-money based on absolutely no utility and even like no real property. And so people of that age, of that generation, they love the idea of being anti-system, and those represent that. And if you ask to kids, recently I was doing a couple of sessions to some schools here, educating them about what is Bitcoin and how it works. First, they were fascinated by it because for them it was hearing the concept that they can use money without the permission of the parents. So this is how you illustrate the central authority. The central authority is the parents. This is how you get your pocket money and the approval to spend it and how to spend it. And so when they heard that there was money that you don't need permission to spend it, we were absolutely fascinated. And also their first reaction is like, not like whether it's worth like, the price is going up or what it's worth. They don't care about that. They care only about one thing, is like, can they spend it on games? Can they use it with games? All right, their entire world is digital, completely. The entire social world is digital. And they want to know if this digital currency, by the way, instinctively, they associated the digital currency with their digital world. So they want to know if they can use it for that. And it's partially true. You can spend Bitcoin in certain games. There are certain games that work only with cryptocurrencies. And I do believe that there will be a huge meet up between both worlds. It's inevitable. You will see, digital currencies built into very, very popular games. And one, my prediction is that one of the most popular games in the next 5 years will be built with cryptocurrencies and not with fiat. And not just because you will pay for it, also the rewards in it, the items in it, everything will be built on top of blockchain technologies. And so you see those generation of younger children fascinated by it because it matched perfectly the natural world, which is their day-to-day, which is digital only, exclusively. And everything else doesn't matter. They don't care about speculation and all that. As they grow, maybe they will think differently. But this is the case today. So I think the answer of the value of Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies differs a lot based on where you ask it in the world, which type of people you ask based on age and generation. And the younger you go, the more obvious it is that this is going to be the future, because this is the only way you can think about something that can connect to your natural world.
Mm-hmm. And I think that gives you such an interesting perspective when you're asking kids, because it's funny, they're against, my parents can't control it. Even in their their young minds, they still understand, they don't want to be controlled by centralized authority. And I think that's something that a lot of even adult crypto users, or especially the earlier adopters, they really connected to that idea. But I wonder if you were to ask the kids, and maybe you've asked them, maybe you haven't yet, this idea of self-custody, because this is something that's also with a lot of early crypto adopters was a very important idea. This idea of holding your own keys and having full control over your own money, as opposed to a lot of things. This comes back to the uncensorable idea. You controlling your own money. Zengo, I believe, is non-custodial, right? Right. So that you offer a wonderful product that also allows the holder to hold their own keys. how important is it to most crypto users? It doesn't have to be kids, but in general, how important is it to these newcomers that they actually hold their own keys? Do they understand what that concept means, and do they care?
They don't, and they don't care. And what they care about is not so much the technology. Users should never care about the technology. They should care about the benefit of what it enables, right? And so for us, it translates into two things. First, is it easy to adopt? Okay. And for us, what we've learned is that at least the way we do it, it's way easier for someone to get onboarded to a non-custodial system the way we do it. Usually non-custodial is complicated, but in our case, it's simple. So the adoption is facilitated. And so that matters because they get from 0 to crypto in 20 seconds. That's very important when you get started.
Great
without the
tagline.
complexity.
I like that tagline. 0 to crypto in 20 seconds.
It's on our website. It's a main claim. And the second thing that really matters is the concept of private keys, I control my, it doesn't matter. The concept of safety matters. Concept of safety. Is it safe for me? Okay, so safety means different things. It means, am I in control? Okay, and the answer with self-custody is yes, you are in control because only you can make transactions, stop transaction, define transaction parameters. No one else but you can do that. So that matters. Number two, can I recover my account if I lose whatever? My phone, my whatever operating system account, all these kind of things. And so that matters. And is it secure? Okay, so meaning can that be hacked or not, right? And the history of the past 10 years show that sadly cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin is safe as a protocol, Ethereum is safe as a protocol. It's never been hacked at the protocol level, but the applications, namely the exchanges and the wallets, can be hacked. Why? Because humans are weak. Okay, humans are weak because they don't know how to handle security. They don't know how to handle passwords. They don't know how to handle private keys, and they will make mistakes. Guaranteed. Okay, I spent this weekend. Just I won't say who, but someone that I know well, with a very sophisticated person, was convinced that he wrote the correct 24 words of his hardware wallet. Okay, and could not get back in. And the reason he could not get back in is because as he wrote down the 24 words, his writing is so bad that he could not read himself correctly. He was convinced it was another word, and it took him 3 days to magically find that it was another word, but might have never recovered it. It was a lot of money. People make mistakes, and they are really bad at making security choices, whether this is individuals or even very sophisticated, technical engineers. And so the question that comes to mind is not so much is it custody, self-custody? This doesn't really matter. It's am I in a secure environment? Can I trust the security where if the company behind it is getting compromised, my funds are still available? And what we have learned is that exchanges, once they get compromised, is game over. Some of them have never refunded their users, Mongox, Quadriga, and others. And some of them are lucky. They have kind of partial insurance, which by luck covers the amount of money that was stolen. But if they had a systemic risk, it would be game over for them. And so those questions are coming naturally to the mind of investors. They are not educated, sophisticated security thinkers, but it's a legitimate question. And so the question do they care about self-custody? Do they care? They absolutely don't care about that, and they should not. What they should care about is the benefits that those produce, right? So is it easy to access? Am I in control? Is it safe? Okay. And finally, is it secure? And safety security is two different things. They're always mixed up, and especially in the media, they put everything together and one for another, but they're very different concepts. So once you have those things together, and then yes, the choice matters, right? But it shouldn't be, the choice shouldn't be made on technical properties. The same way you don't choose a phone, a smartphone, a computer because he has a circuit A of made of tungsten and the chip which is based, like, at the end of the day, Mac, Apple, and they don't sell these kind of things. They sell you the ability of what it unlocks to become a better builder, a better entrepreneur, a better creator. And that's what really matters. The same here is in crypto. At least this is how we think about it.
Mm-hmm. And so I think you're exactly right in terms of people buy stories, they buy ideas and dreams. They're not necessarily buying the technology. So Apple has a whole marketing team. That sole goal is to convince the public a certain story about Apple, and the same thing with every company. But when returning to decentralized protocols like Ethereum, Bitcoin, and really any of these, especially Bitcoin, because we're not really sure who Satoshi is, but if how are they doing a good enough? I don't know who they are, but are we as a community? I mean, who does it fall upon to really market these ideas and put it into the public? So far, the public has a pretty good idea that, oh, I might get rich quick with crypto. But is there good enough branding with crypto to sell those other stories that you're telling me so well? You have to secure and it's going to stay with value, even though the governments are devaluing your fiat. Your crypto won't. I mean, is there good enough branding on crypto to sell these stories?
Absolutely not. I think the community is doing a really bad job at making these narratives going beyond the simple, like, get your money and make money and speculate and like. But by the way, it's not the narrative either. It's just the byproduct of the demand and the supply. But the problem is that this community is essentially technical, and it was necessary to go through that phase. It had to be technical because it's highly complex, highly complicated to build these things. So you need to have rocket scientists, cryptographers, engineers, coders to make those new pipes possible. But the problem of that is that you end up with stories that can hardly be understood. I mean, if you try to read any blog post of any of those companies, it's not possible to understand what they're talking about. And so we deal with every day with people who get started with crypto, right, on a daily basis. Now we start to have a very significant audience, and we see the way they speak and the question that they ask, and you compare that registry of words and vocabulary and questions with what being written into crypto news and crypto Twitter, and you realize the tsunami of gap that there is between the day-to-day life lived by the people who are building it and those who are discovering it. And it's not even like I don't know how much I can insist to explain how huge is this gap. It's not even a gap. It's as if you were trying to bring someone from the future 1,000 years from now, meet with someone from the age of cavemen and try to have them talk to each other. This is exactly the difference that there is between people who are starting with crypto and the people who work in that industry. And we were way too in advance for them. And it's our fault. Our job should be to be extremely humble about what we're trying to explain and the problem is not just a technical problem, it's a language problem. It's the verbs that we use, it's the words that are being spoken and the tone that is being used, which is completely inadequate. And even the word crypto is and cyber are problematic. They immediately call negative connotations. So we need to have a new language. And so one of the things that we strive here in our company at Zango is we have a list of words that we try to ban when we speak to customers. And we force ourselves, even if it means that we're going to spend more time, to explain stuff with very, very elementary words. It's really hard, by the way. It's not a technological barrier, it's a human barrier. It's a question of being very patient with what you explain. And I think this is something that is clearly missing in our industry. and that unfortunately the media also is rebounding on, right? The media is surfing on all those negative stories because there is no other narrative to catch, right? And so we're serving that on the golden plate for them. I think there is a huge amount of work to be done at the language level. And then there is another work to be done at the product level. Okay, so I call that the McDonald's syndrome. What is the McDonald's syndrome? Is you go to McDonald's because you want to eat a hamburger, and they show you this beautiful picture of a nice hamburger. Okay, so you pay for it, and you open the box, and they serve you 4 pancakes that don't look like the hamburger that you just ordered. Okay, so what you see is not what you get. All right, what you see is not what you get, and this is exactly what is happening in that industry. You have, like, beautiful website with fantastic screenshots, and you get the product in your hand, and it's a disaster to use, and you don't understand how it's, even if being savvy, tech savvy, you can use these kind of things. So there is a problem of product execution. There's a lack of good product management in that industry, which is, by the way, changing. Okay, but you can count on one hand, maybe two, the companies that are making good or okay product. The majority of them produce a disastrous user experience. Disastrous because it's not being built to be used, or it's being built to be used just by those who build them, but not for the majority. I think there is this problem, and it will take time. Okay, in the early days of the web, it was the same. The first website and the website builders and the tools, and it were also at similar issues. Right, they were not built for everyone, and it took like 10 years, 20 years to get something that was highly usable. So it's a necessary evil to go through, and there is an enormous amount of effort that need to be done to improve that significantly.
Well, it's wonderful that we know for sure we have one company and one man who's making it a mission to solve that issue, speak the language of the layman. Because I think you're right. If we're asking, hey, where's all the people? Where's the adoption? But if we're not being welcoming, and if we're not making it easy for them to come in, they won't come. And so, Oriel, I really appreciate you and Zengo. 0 to crypto in 20 seconds. That's easy. That's understandable. I appreciate the work you're doing, and I appreciate you taking the time to explain to our viewers your views on the history of coins. I look forward to speaking to you again. And for all of our viewers here at Reimagine 2021, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
the Phoenix here, and it's time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Atomic swap. An atomic swap is a method employed within crypto networks that allows users to exchange assets directly into other assets, straight from their wallets without a centralized exchange. In other words, an atomic swap is a method by which currencies can be exchanged in a decentralized way. You know, I have a little practice with the atomic swap. Watch this.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2021. I'm Yona Hockhauser, and today I'm glad to be joined by Edmund McCormack, CEO and founder of dChange. Edmund, thanks so much for joining us.
Yona, thanks for having me.
Awesome. Well, I'm excited to speak to you. We got to speak a little bit off camera, and you really seem like this is going to be a good, fun conversation. Now, the history of this the theme of this conference is history of coins. In order to appreciate where we are now, which the market's crazy right now. We want to look back at where we came from. So my first question to you is, how did you first hear about Bitcoin?
Yeah, unlike many people, or as most people say, they're in it for the tech, which is oftentimes not true. I actually did come through for the tech. I was actually at the time in Cupertino. I was working at Apple, and I was sitting down with one of the engineers, and they were talking about blockchain. And I had no history of blockchain at that time. It was late 2011. They were talking about Bitcoin, and it really sort of didn't seem really tangible to me. And then all of a sudden, they started to talk about, well, you have a business right now in the ad world. How much information does Google collect? And then all of a sudden the wheels started turning, and I started digging a little deeper, and I wound up actually getting involved in 2012 with Bitcoin. And at a story off camera about I was forced yesterday to look at what I bought and ultimately what I sold a couple of months later.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, so you got in early, you liked what you saw. What made you sell at the time that you did?
Yeah, so I bought late 2012, and I was really happy. It was around like $10.60, and beginning of 2013, there was a lot of rumblings around bad actors in the space, and around April, May of that time, there was a lot of rumors swirling around about Silk Road, a lot of questions about what's going on with the largest exchange at that time, which is called Mt. Gox, and at the time, I made a nice little return. It was like 6-7x. I decided, you know what, enough's enough. Time to take my profit off the table. In fact, I injured my back from patting myself so hard, being so smart of getting that 6-7x. But in hindsight, maybe I should have held on.
Well, the funds that when you actually did hold them, were they held on Mt. Gox?
They were, and getting the funds to Mt. Gox was quite an adventure. There was a service called BitInstant that you had to go through at the time. And I won't go through the whole process. I don't know what the statute of limitations is, but it was certainly not, opening up a Coinbase account and pulling your money in from Chase.
Right. I mean, this was a different time. However wild you think the crypto market is now, those were really the Wild West days, where the technology was brand new, the infrastructure was brand new. There was no regulation. I mean, it wasn't clear, what was going on. But as much as you could kind of kick yourself for not holding that money, it could be that money would have been gone anyway due to the collapse of Mt. Gox. And at that time, being a trader and looking at the fundamentals, and you said you hear this rumblings of a Silk Road. And for those who don't know, Silk Road was a dark net site that accepted Bitcoin for all types of things, mostly drugs, but all types of things. How do you view, as a trader, purely as a trader, not on a moral level, not an ethical level, but purely as a trader, how do you view the effects of something like a Silk Road? Because on one hand, it does actually provide a market where you could actually spend that coin, giving that coin value as a means of exchange. On the other hand, it does bring, so obviously some regulatory government eyes onto it. So how, as a trader, do you view that?
Yeah, and I'm happy that you brought the positive of it as well. For all of the negatives, and trust me, there's no shortage of negatives about it. It did provide a use case for how cryptocurrency, and at the time it was really just Bitcoin and Litecoin for the most part, how it could actually be used and spent, and ultimately how it could be done without needing to go through the Federal Reserve or any central authority. So while the uses for it were not necessarily the most ethical or the most legitimate, it did show that there was an economy that you could build, which was the positive. The flip side is, I think we're still feeling the negative effects of Silk Road, of Mt. Gox. It's not unheard of. At the time, Bitcoin was less than 3 years old. In hindsight, you think about growth. It was in its pre-teen years, not even pre-teen. It was still a juvenile. And as markets mature, as assets mature, things get ironed out. The demands, the regulations, the restrictions, even put self-imposed by the players in the space, all of a sudden iron out a lot of the bad actors, and that's what we saw. But to say that seeing Goldman Sachs and Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan talking positively about Bitcoin today, it's surreal. It feels really weird still.
Mm-hmm.
Very weird.
I think that is the story so far of crypto, where taking these big hits, these knockout punches that one would assume, all right, this is the end. It can't survive this. But then somehow, time and again, it just comes back stronger than ever. So, as someone who follows this space and as someone who previously owned Bitcoin at the time, that was a very tough time period. That Mt. Gox, which was the largest exchange, people immediately losing either all that Bitcoin they had or losing faith in the system and the infrastructure that surrounded Bitcoin, as well as the Silk Road, bringing that negativity and realizing, hey, this might be used in certain aspects for immoral reasons. But then coming out and seeing it survive and seeing it coming back stronger than ever. At what point in Bitcoin's existence were you like, okay, this thing cannot be killed? I've seen it survive time and again.
Yeah, truthfully, it was a few years later. It was around Cambridge Analytica, and again, it sort of brought back that initial spark of interest that I had, which was in the ad business. It's a dirty secret that data is sort of the fuel that runs that whole industry, and the data, again, another dirty secret. People knew that the data wasn't being collected voluntarily from people, and there were a few large sort of players that were gathering all of it, and I think you all probably can guess who those companies are, but I think Cambridge Analytica brought it to the spotlight for the mass population about how this data can be more than just trying to hawk you deodorant or trying to sell you Budweiser. It could be used in nefarious ways to really impact the world. And that really started to bring to light of, okay, we haven't even kicked off really the next wave of technology, which is, and this is 2016. So 5G, IoT, artificial intelligence. There's no way that the current model of the internet that we have today is going to be able to support that. Legislation is not going to allow it. So something has to change. And ultimately, going back to the technology and cryptocurrency, less as sort of like a Forex type trade, and more as, okay, I'm going to look at these tokens, because tokens are still very new relatively at the time, as a digital share in these technology companies that were opting to go direct to consumer rather than giving their soul over to a venture capitalist or trying to go IPO. And that means of fundraising sort of changed the entire dynamic for me, because that sort of sparked a light of, we saw a similar approach back in the 90s, where you had a few renegades who looked at this technology that people didn't really understand, and they said, all right, I'm gonna make consumer facing products that are going to be really easy, or I'm going to solve real world problems where you don't have to understand what's under the hood, but you'll get it when ultimately it starts getting adopted. And we're seeing that today.
Mm-hmm. And I think you bring up an important point with the idea that of the power and the value of data today, and especially I think Cambridge Analytica brought it to the forefront. A lot of people, some people waited till Social Dilemma, that documentary, and other people knew it for longer. Mm-hmm. But I do think that is a storyline and a point that isn't spoken about enough in the crypto space, that you have to keep in mind. The white paper, Bitcoin white paper, came out in 2008. That's on the heels of the release of the first iPhone, which was in 2007, late 2007. Yeah. So with the growth of cryptocurrencies, as we've been following along, it has grown alongside, the growth of personal smartphones, essentially these computers, this connectivity, as well as the rise of social media like Facebook. And you know what? You used to actually, I believe you were an account manager at MySpace at one point. There we go. I do my research. I don't miss a thing. And so I wonder, looking back at that time, anyone who was at MySpace, it must have been a very exciting time, because that felt like the future. For many reasons, it did not work out. MySpace wasn't the future, and other platforms and other venues did go on to realize that dream that it wanted. Are we in that space? I mean, at what point is one able to know, hey, it might feel like I'm part of the next big thing. At what point do you realize for sure that this is the next big thing? And at what point is like, all right, there's still an opportunity that something else like a Facebook could come on and run away with it?
Yeah, there's sort of that period before the inflection point of mass adoption. Coincidentally, I was a sophomore in college. I was at Boston University in it was 2003, late 2003, when Facebook started emerging, but it was very much a local product. So I had a front row seat to see that as it was starting to get adopted at the college level. But when you start to see, because coming out of MySpace, and it was sort of a tale of two cities. It was 800-pound gorilla when I joined, and then it was very easy to see that there were a number of factors that were going to lead it to sort of give way to Facebook. But you start to see use cases, and this was has been helpful for me to say, okay, a new technology, is this a fad? Is this a complement, or ultimately is this going to revolutionize some area of our lives? And with social media, it was very clear to see that people were, for lack of a better word, addicted to it, because it tapped into this need to socialize, to be connected, but then it also sort of tapped into the need of, I want my distance. It was sort of a duopoly that really we haven't seen previous. And then sort of leading into 4G at the time, and higher connectivity that sort of spurred the iPhone and more connected devices. It was very clear to see that. And I remember having a Motorola. I had a Nextel where you couldn't go on, the internet was a joke, trying to go on your mobile phone. This actually brought that into your pocket, and to see the reaction of people. It was very clear to see that something was different there. And there were a lot of moving pieces that still had to get figured out. And ultimately, that's why I made that move from MySpace to Apple, because one of the important pieces of really any ecosystem is you need to have either content, or you need to have applications. And applications really were something just limited to Microsoft at the time. But you needed to have an environment, and you needed to curate and foster that ecosystem. So I went over there and I saw, there was a way to help developers make money so that they didn't have to price gouge people and charge for every app. But with that being said, what we saw with social, what we saw with social media, what we saw with the App Store, really pales into comparison to some of the things that we have really at our fingertips right now. We're at the cusp of looking at it. I've talked about a number of projects out there, and I'm not paid by any of them, so I'll put it out there. But there are projects out there that specialize in energy and specialize in data privacy. And if you look at what's the potential for those two, well, there's a lot of smart cars. There's a lot of electric cars out there. There's connected devices in your home. If these two companies pair together, you have a really efficient solution now to figuring out how do we make our energy grids a lot more efficient. Or we try to figure out right now, over the last year, how do we find the vaccine for COVID? Well, in a few years, hopefully, artificial intelligence and machine learning will make advances where we can hopefully shorten that time frame. But in order to do that, AI needs a lot of high quality data. So to do that, you need to have the pipes in place, and I need to be able to access your data, but you also need to make sure that your data is secure and you never lose control of it. So we're now talking, beyond just, a phone in your pocket that you can connect to the web. And again, I'm simplifying things a little bit, but we're now looking at opportunities where we can make leaps in medicine, leaps in energy. And truthfully, if you look at sort of the last 100 years, there's an industry that hasn't changed one iota, not a single bit, even as we have smartphones in our pockets. It's banking and financial services. If you look at the last, 2-3 years, financial services has evolved more than probably the last 20, 30 years preceding it. So I think just looking at sort of how this new technology, being blockchain, is impacting that industry, which is held out for so long, I think speaks really to volumes to the potential.
Yeah, and you said it best. It needs applications. It needs use cases and applications built upon it. It's nothing without it, and that is really those first applications that we're seeing on the blockchain in terms of real world use cases. Besides CryptoKitties, which had its time, but right now it seems to be that DeFi right now is really the use cases that are being used today, to the point that it's actually clogging and the Ethereum blockchain. I mean, you cannot do a small transaction, a small money transaction. The gas fees will be more. And we're seeing that the success of these applications, and like you mentioned, directly aimed at kind of this banking and finance industry that has been the same for so long. I mean, the infrastructure underlining the traditional banking system today is 70 or 80 years old. Settlement times are in the days when me and you are in real time speaking across the world, and yet it takes days for settlements to happen in the traditional system. It's outdated, and it's very exciting, this whole DeFi space. But it's still so new. There's still a lot of growing pains. How long do you think it will be once we're out of this time period now, where it's kind of this experimental sandbox? I'm with any money I put in, it's okay. I understand that there might be a smart contract, a flaw here, I might lose it. How long do you think when it will actually be a viable alternative, and not just an experimental alternative to the traditional banking system?
Yeah, and I think there's going to have to be, sort of that middle ground. You're hearing a lot of CeFi, because of course we need more acronyms in this industry. But CeFi being, those players that are helping to connect traditional finance with DeFi, and there's a project, and I won't use this to sort of shill any, but there's one project in mind that I know of that addresses one of the big problems with decentralization, especially here in the US, which is compliance. So knowing that you have to meet, the know your customer requirements and anti-money laundering requirements. That's very difficult to do in a decentralized world where you're not collecting much information, any at all. So with the advent of these companies, combined with, a lot of the financial institutions at this point saying, look, it's not worth fighting gravity anymore. This is where the world is going. And, they're investing in the space. You even have mentioned Jamie Dimon, not to pick on him, but he deserves it. He, one of the greatest skeptics of Bitcoin ever. At the same time, JP Morgan has their own blockchain, Quora. They have their own stablecoin, JPM coin. And best of all, they have the Center of Blockchain Excellence, which essentially is, JP Morgan's way of funneling money to invest in blockchain technology. So we're seeing investments in the space. I think, to see a complete shift from traditional to decentralized will take quite some time, if ever. But I don't know necessarily if that will ever be needed. I think that there's a nice mix where traditional can play a role with decentralized. And the fact is, there was a great, quote from Mark Carney, who is a former governor of the Bank of England. And, during the Brexit referendum, he took the opportunity to put out research, put out his POV on, national currencies in general. And he was one of the first, high profile figures to really back cryptocurrency. And his whole POV was, outside of, the stigma of cryptocurrency and people either having a nationalistic view for or against, put that aside. The model of financial services today works for really a select few. The number of folks, and the number 2 billion unbanked is often thrown around. And I really don't like using that because it's a faceless number. It's really hard to grasp sort of what that means. But if you were to even look in the US, for example, people are shocked to find that a quarter of adults over the age of 18 in the US would be classified as either unbanked, meaning they can't open a bank account because they don't have something like a government ID, or they're underbanked, so they don't qualify for certain banking service like a checking account. What does that mean? Well, that means that when I get a check from my employer, I have to go to a payday loan or a check cashing, which report after report about predatory practices. So you have a generation of people who we know have been taken advantage of. There is a solution here, and I'm really proud, to be honest, of really the space sort of pushing forward and saying, enough's enough. Like, there's a solution here. There's a lot of people who haven't been brought into the 21st century global economy. It's time, and I'm really excited to see sort of where DeFi has come. And DeFi, as you alluded to, is just one area. And I'm really excited to see other industries starting to make their own noise.
And the beauty here, the only thing I love more than crypto and blockchain is just free markets and competition. So like you mentioned, it doesn't have to be that all traditional finance will end up as DeFi. I don't think that's the best either. Like you mentioned, a good mix. Historically, the competition has been just of essentially the same offerings from a couple of big institutions in the traditional space. And now with CeFi, DeFi, we're getting not only newcomers, but new types of offerings. People who, like you mentioned, unbanked now have other options that they didn't have before. Yeah. There was nothing for them. So, more competition cannot hurt. These are just new offerings. And hopefully, with the rise of CeFi and DeFi, this will actually make the traditional finance up their game, and maybe they won't be as hated. Maybe they'll start offering and improving their offerings as well.
Yeah, and on that point, it's been wild to see, in other parts of the world where banking services aren't as readily available, but at the same time, the distribution of mobile devices has been. So you have people who, in parts of developing world, having a checking account is not even a thought in their mind, but they all own cell phones, and there's a multi-billion-dollar economy of using cell phone minutes as a currency of trading. You're now bringing these people into essentially the world of that we're talking to right now on the internet, able to buy, shop, sell, readily to the world. It's going to be really exciting. And that's the thing that people don't realize, is that you have billions of people who are going to be welcomed into sort of this environment that we've sort of taken for granted for the last 25 years.
100%. And if we're talking about taking advantage or taking for granted, I mean, a lot of early crypto adopters and ideologues, or who are ideologically into crypto, their big thing is, hey, I don't trust the U.S. dollar. My government is printing too much of it and making it worthless. But what we have to realize is that there are also millions and billions of people who are, for their whole lives, their currency is not being inflated. It is becoming worthless. I mean, if you're looking in Venezuela, Argentina, so many places in the world where they've already, it's not the hope that Bitcoin will save them. They rely on Bitcoin due to their local currency's price volatility and hyperinflation. So we're already today don't realize the power and the way that crypto is helping so many people around the world have not only financial independence, but financial security. We think of Bitcoin as a volatile asset. To them, it's the most stable asset they have access to. That's not a point I don't think gets highlighted enough.
Even in the U.S., we think of our financial system as very advanced or one of the better in the world, and often we shoot for this inflation rate of anywhere between 1.5% and 3%. If you were to find that middle ground, 2% inflation, what that means, I don't think people realize, every 10 years, your savings are worth 18% less. So if you do the math there, if I'm saving up, I have money in a checking account, I'm going to hold it for a rainy day. In 10 years from now, my $100 is worth 82, and that's just erosion that's happening all the time. So this is a real thing, and it's happening in every country. And again, I'm not denouncing national currencies. That's a whole nother session that we could probably have. But what I'm saying is it's good to diversify the way that you store value outside of just the US dollar, the stock market and bonds. And there's a place for cryptocurrency. Whatever your appetite for risk is, you could fill in the blank what that cryptocurrency is. But at the very least, the sort of the underlying current is that when you do invest in this space, you are funding projects that essentially you're going to look back in 10, 15 years from now and say, wow, a lot of that did change, sort of the way that we operate in this world. So, and that's, I'll get off my soapbox on that, but it's really exciting to see the last 2-3 years.
Yeah, well, I think, and this leads to to my next question, where blockchain and crypto is very technically, or is very technical and kind of dry, but what it affords people, what the opportunities that it enables people to have, isn't that's a very rich story, and that's a very optimistic story, and if you ask the average person on the street, they are unaware of this. You ask them what Bitcoin is, they'll either historically think, oh, that's the criminal money, or when they're during a bull market, they'll think, oh, that's the thing I could get rich by, which I really think is missing the point. So to someone like you who comes from the marketing world, especially Apple with their famous 1984 commercial, where the lady chucks, I think it's a hammer through the screen, and freedom, and Apple's all about building this brand story. When it comes to cryptocurrencies, where there really isn't a company, it's just a protocol, it's just a concept. What do we have to do as a community to help brand and tell the story of the possibilities of cryptocurrencies to the world, and not just either harp about the technology that they don't understand, or and really get the story out there?
Yeah, so I'm going to package that for 1 second, because this is one of the common myths that exist, right now in cryptocurrency, that you have to understand everything happening under the hood. But the fact is if I were to go on the street and ask someone, how does the internet work? Most people can't tell you that, oh, it's, my computer is sending packets of data across connected networks that are, unpackaging it and ultimately doing A, B, and C. They can't do that. Most people have no idea. But they can open up their Mac, open up Zoom, and hit join meeting. Well, where's the disconnect there? Well, the disconnect is that there have been many companies that do understand how the internet works, took that complexity, boiled it down, and made a really easy to use product. We saw it in the 90s. We had people like Larry Page and Sergey Brin, who understood how to index the web, and ultimately made it consumer facing and said, do you want to find information that changes in real time, that can be added, something that would be impossible to do with your Encyclopedia Britannica? Jeff Bezos, was a quant, and if you ever listen to his early interviews, it's wild, because he tries to explain the technology, and then shortly, a few years later, he starts to go into, the benefits. The idea that at any one time, this is back in the 90s, there's roughly 30 million books in circulation. Well, if I wanted to have every book available to you to buy, impossible from a physical standpoint. But all of a sudden, now I have a new technology that I can deliver, new products and services that weren't, available previously before. And then that changes the dynamic. The way that you value a business doesn't change. Today, 90s, or even the 1950s, it doesn't change. This is a company that is leveraging, a new technology or its position in the market to offer goods and services that are competitive and that give it an advantage over the rest of the industry. I think that will ring true 100 years from now. And the technology will change all along the way. The point I want to make here is that people shouldn't get bogged down with understanding, sort of everything happening underneath the hood. Because, as much as blockchain and crypto sound foreign to you, I guarantee that World Wide Web and URL and HTTP and IP address, those were making head spin 30 years ago. So, and if I gave you a time machine, even though most people still probably don't even know what those acronyms mean, you'd still go back in time and invest in those companies that we're figuring out, the Amazons, the Apple, et cetera. Now, in terms of sort of getting people to move forward and sort of adopt it, I think it's going to have to come from the established brands today. Great example is Watson. If you watch the NFL, and maybe not this past year because it's a little delayed, but previous years, IBM would put out all of these commercials promoting Watson. And Watson was this cute, first of all, it has a human name, so it has this emotional connection that people have to it. But Watson is incredibly complex. And rather than sort of going through nuances of artificial intelligence, they say, here's Watson. Watson can figure stuff out for you better than any person that you know. And this is the future. And having a big brand like IBM at the time put its stamp behind AI, you had people who are not technical at all talking about Watson. Now, maybe it was talking about Watson to help figure out the weather, but they're still indirectly talking about artificial intelligence one way or another. I think what you'll see is, companies like Bayer who are using, certain protocols and them coming out talking about how they're using blockchain, the IBMs, the Googles, the Apples of the world. You're having these established names adds a level of legitimacy that has historically held cryptocurrency and blockchain back. When I joined, and going back to our original comments, cryptocurrency operated in the shadows. It was in the dark, and for people to see it beyond just a marketplace to hire drug dealers and assassins, you needed to have a use case that they're familiar with, and that's where the banks putting their stamp behind it from a finance standpoint is helping dramatically. And we'll see that continue on, as more of these companies say, we're investing in blockchain technology to help grow our business. So it's going to be really exciting to see, who those companies are. But if you just look at sort of who's signed on for, the Ethereum Alliance or who Consensus is working with, there's some really big names there. So I'm really hopeful.
Yeah, and you mentioned it when it comes to AI. And IBM did a great job of getting Watson out there. I mean, I know I was exposed to them. They had Watson play Jeopardy against Jennings and the two like all-time winners of Jeopardy, and Watson just destroyed them. And like you said, that they humanized and they put a story. They made people not interested in the technology, but able to understand the opportunities there and the power of this complex technology happening behind the scenes. Now, IBM also is quite invested in the blockchain as well. They have their food trust, and that even also had a commercial during the football games, but not with the same power. I feel like the message isn't being as effectively told to the public as it has been with Watson or AI. And I don't really blame them. It is a tougher story to tell because it's like blockchain is just a technology. I mean, it's an underlining protocol. It's such a wide range of things to do. It's kind of hard to brand it. You'd probably be more the expert here than me. But yeah, I mean, I think you're right. If we look even at the internet and kind of how it grew, it started off with governments. The governments used it, then universities, it really connected to universities, and then businesses, and obviously early adopters are always going to be there. And then comes the big, the mass adoption, as you will. So you really see here with blockchain, I think blockchain, of course, but even with cryptocurrencies, you see the big business and institutions being the one to drive and lead to mass adoption on the retail side?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I do, and I think it could come from areas like medicine, for instance. Right now, the way that our prescription system works here in the U.S. I'm going to tell my kids one day that prescriptions were filled because someone wrote on a piece of pad, fill this. It was wild.
Ineligible writing, written by a doctor that you cannot read.
Wild, absolutely wild. And we've obviously addressed that for a number of reasons more recently. But what you're seeing is that system is becoming standardized, and you're seeing that bleed into other areas. Stay on medicine. Electronic health records are one of the biggest messes right now. I'll speak in the US and really anywhere in the world. Not only are health networks, for the most part, they use different systems. They are not usually connected. And then if you go internationally, forget it. That's really dangerous. And we live in that today. That's the status quo. Doctors and nurses and first responders do a phenomenal job. But they usually operate under the information that they're provided. And there's a huge opportunity there where you could share that information across systems in a way that's privacy compliant, which is becoming a bigger problem, especially for small practices being hit for ransomware. And do this in a way where if I get treated in New York, my doctor in Rio de Janeiro on vacation can pull up that latest information and know exactly what's going on. That seems like it's a no-brainer. It's intuitive. That's not what the current system is today. And I think that you could potentially have companies like United Healthcare or Anthem really promoting that and saying, look, this might reduce your annual payments for health insurance. So I think there's a lot of use cases and a lot of applications. I appreciate IBM for taking the torch and taking us so far, but I think that there's a lot of other companies that really could sort of carry the flag moving forward.
Mm-hmm. And for sure, I mean, if there's one thing I think the world has learned in recent years is the value of data. And we're talking about data like, hey, what websites I like to go, what I click on, what songs I like to listen to, and now that highlights. Imagine how valuable health data is. That's some of the most personal data that people own, or they wish they own, that people have. And like you mentioned, it is a mess. It's been paper-based for a very long time, still in a lot of places is. And so this idea that people could actually have control over their data, not just regular data, but even health data, and something that a lot of people do not realize. Yes, the health records that you have at your doctor's is protected by law, doctor-patient confidentiality, but the data, the health data from your wearable devices, with the rise of Fitbits, Apple Watches, that are getting more and more complex and have more and more data, that is not protected by law. People do not realize this. All the data that is collected, which is medical data by your wearables, they're free to be sold and traded just like any other data, and it's not protected under health law. I think this just raises the or the importance, like you mentioned, of this new technology, the potential to really put the data in people's hands and give them control. Do I want to sell my data? Great, pay me for it. I have control of who sees it, when it's seen, how it's seen, and then at the end of the day, I get it right back. So I do think with the advance of technology surrounding blockchain, it only highlights the need for blockchain.
I couldn't agree anymore. And even further, because of all the data that these health networks are collecting, and they're under things like HIPAA, they're still storing it on a server, and ultimately, as we've seen, that's vulnerable to attack. Whether you're a government agency or you're a private practice, to have that data in a single location that could be targeted is risky. So I'm really excited to see, what even security companies, may arise and sort of help address those issues moving forward.
Well, I mean, this anyone who's listened to this talk for the past 50 minutes has definitely heard, definitely must be excited about the potential for all these technologies. One thing we have not touched upon yet is your own company, dChain. Give me a quick rundown kind of what dChain is.
Yeah, so we're an education platform. So I created this company really coming out of, as I mentioned, 2016. There's a bit of a perfect storm. Aside from Cambridge Analytica, we also saw that there was a rise towards user privacy in general. Coincidentally, that's when I was making the move from Apple. That's a whole nother story. But I was on my honeymoon, and Apple was making their decision to go full force into privacy, so they shut down that division, which always. My recommendation is don't get laid off on your honeymoon. But at that time, I was kicking around this idea because, I was seeing that, Bitcoin was in, its infancy for the bull run. The halving was only a few months away. And I was seeing people who generally were not interested in cryptocurrency were buying heavily into it. And they were buying something that they didn't understand. And while these people look like the smartest people in the room for the preceding subsequent year and a half to 2 years, that didn't really change the fact that they didn't really understand it. They didn't really know the difference between what Bitcoin was and Ethereum was. They just knew that one was BTC and one was ETH, and one was growing faster than the other. So ultimately, when it came time to recognizing, there are forces that impact this price, and as it impacts it up, it also impacts it down. I saw a lot of people very close to me lose a lot, and really their lives were, significantly impacted by it. And I felt like, having been in the space for a while at that time, that something could have been done. There are great websites out there. There are news sites, I think, that put out great content. But the fact is if you go and you read any article, and I suggest, any of the viewers here, do a random sample, pick any one article and see how many paragraphs down you go before it starts getting very technical from a development standpoint or from a financial standpoint. The average person find that very difficult to really understand. And the good way that I like to explain this, there's no shortage of information on the web about cryptocurrency. Go on any YouTube channel, go on any social platform. But with all that information, why are there so few people who are actually doing well as an investor? So I wanted to build something that put ego aside. I'm not building something for people who have been in crypto for a while. They don't need me. I want to build something for the everyday person that helps bridge that gap between the familiar, which is traditional markets, and this new space. So I built that out. It's been really exciting. I launched it officially in August, and we've now built out different membership services on top of that to be able to introduce new topics like DeFi, as well as provide resources for investors to turn to in order to help them along their way, because projects are coming out every day. It's almost impossible to keep up with the speed of it. So to have a platform like dChain boil that down, synthesize it, and say, look, here's what's a signal in the market versus here's what's noise in the market, and that's something that was the original focus, the goal of it. And I've been really excited just to see sort of how it's been received by people who have been kicking the tires for a long time, but sort of felt intimidated and on the outskirts. Finally being able to take that step forward. And we just released a course a couple of months ago called Getting Started. And it's a funny name for a course, but when I did research and I asked people, why aren't you investing in cryptocurrency? Almost verbatim, people said, well, I don't even know how to get started. So as a marketer, why don't we just name this thing Getting Started? There's no veil of secrecy about what this course is about. So it's really that first step of saying, we want to help you build a foundation. Let's learn what the difference between Bitcoin and Ethereum is as a baseline. And then I'll walk you through, steps. Here are a few exchanges that exist, in the US, and we also have something for Europe. Here's an easy way to move money back and forth. Here's something you should look out for, which are fees on the exchanges. Now, at a later course, I introduce how bad Ethereum gas fees are if you're using Uniswap. But addressing those things that are often sort of overlooked and assumed. But the fact is many people, because this has been such a space that's operated in the dark, they need that handholding. And that's ultimately what we built the platform for.
And if we look, at the recent, Wall Street Bet subreddit with GameStop and AMC, even just the growth of Robinhood, we're seeing time and time again that, everyday investors, retail investors, they feel cheated. They feel like they haven't had access to the same financial tools that institutions and institutional traders have had access to for so long. Now, the flip side to that, of them finally getting access to all these things, whether it be through a fintech like Robinhood or DeFi and blockchain solutions, is these are complicated instruments. There's a reason why regulation is in place for accredited investors. Swaps, perpetual swaps, options. These things are not simple things, and it's okay if you want to get into it. But the one thing that I would recommend, and a possible solution for that, Edmund, with your D-Chain, is educate yourself. If you want to truly be part of the market, you want to have access to these things, great. Educate yourself so you know how to take advantage of that access. And Edmund, I'm sure you do that with D-Chain. I appreciate you taking the time for all of our viewers here. Where can they check out D-Chain?
Yeah, so we actually have a new webinar coming out. So I would say just go to earningwithbitcoin.com. And I'd love for any of the viewers to come check it out. And the only other thing I would say is, someone smarter than me, Warren Buffett had, sort of a quote: risk comes when you don't know what you're doing. And I would say, whether you're kicking the tires or, you simply just want to understand what the hell Tesla just bought, it doesn't hurt to educate yourself. So we'd love to have you. And Yona, thank you again for having me on this.
Well, you heard it here first. Educate yourself. Edmund, thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure our viewers enjoyed it as well. And for all of our viewers here at Reimagine 2021, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to Reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune into Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
Oh, well, hello there. Lord Squatchington here from the Royal Society of Big Feet. It's time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. DEX. DEX is a pronounced acronym that stands for Decentralized Exchange. Unlike a centralized exchange, where a company or a small group of developers act as a mediating entity between exchanges, a decentralized exchange allows distributed communities to pool liquidity, and the exchanges between currencies are settled through small contracts on a blockchain. Additionally, many users prefer DEXs because when using them, they can hold their own private keys, as opposed to having a centralized exchange hold onto them. Yes, very exclusive, only the finest, quite.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
What's up, everyone? Hey, Adam. Good to be back at Reimagine for the new crazy year of 2021. I am Trevor Kaverko, the co-founder of Polymath. Excited to be here.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 7th conference in a monthly series of events, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite, many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above, that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam from the Mousebell team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator. We provide development support to a number of growing projects in the space, as well as education within our Mousebell University program. And this is kind of an extension of that here at the Reimagine conference. Our main objective and goals are pretty simple. It's to increase, adoption, awareness, use cases, and real-world applications, at the bottom of it. We seek to educate our audience and, on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. Again, thanks for all of you tuning in here at the moment. We have an exciting interview for you today. Let me go ahead and reintroduce to you Trevor Kaverko from the CEO of Polymath. I appreciate the time you're taking out of your day to participate again. Glad to have you back as, starting to become a regular on the show. How you doing, Trevor?
I'm doing great. I'm feeling the energy, and it's great to be back.
Awesome. Always a pleasure. And I've noticed in most of your interviews, is that like your desk? Would you have this nice view behind you always?
Yeah, some people think it's like the Zoom background, but this is how I kind of set it up. It's good for lighting, and I'm particular about having my cockpit kind of set up in a particular way. That's the one I get fussy if I work on a little laptop. I'm not as productive. So
nice, man. No, I've noticed in all the interviews, you got this beautiful background. At first, I didn't know what where it was, but that's Toronto, right?
Yep, downtown Toronto.
Awesome.
Home birthplace of Ethereum.
There you go. So for those of you that don't know, you can catch Trevor's first interview with us if you visit our YouTube channel at Reimagine 2021. You can also catch many of his keynotes, podcasts, interviews on YouTube as well. So I'm going to try and keep this conversation fresh as he's been here before. Just to recap for the audience here that maybe not have caught, the past conferences, Trevor has gone on to create Polymath, one of the first projects globally to propose a concept of security tokens. It enables trillions of dollars of securities to migrate, to the blockchain, benefiting from, 24/7 market trading, programmable equity, and access to like billions of dollars, of unbanked wealth. So let's go ahead and kick this off. Trevor, you've had like a pretty successful life journey, drafted by the NHL, battled some serious injuries that influenced, your career trajectory from tech and finance now into the blockchain crypto scene. Your impact, in our industry has been tremendous for everybody involved. And for those that don't know, at some point will probably impact your life. So I'll go ahead and leave it at that to get started. My first question really, and for all of you tuning in, you can catch his background, his life journey anywhere on the internet. So I'll go ahead and leave it at that. But one question that I have, man, is you were drafted by the NHL. Do any of your old colleagues or partners, do they have any interest in crypto or like the Bitcoin scene? NFL has had some contracts. I'm curious to know, just out of personal curiosity, do you talk to any old buddies in the league about this?
I know lots of guys, it's pretty common, young males especially. We're trying to even it out so we have kind of a more diverse ecosystem, but definitely the hockey guys are bullish and asking a lot of questions. And, I try, sometimes that's a sign that the market's getting a bit frothy when, you have your non-industry people asking when a good time to buy is and stuff. But it's great. I love kind of talking about this stuff. And a few guys, some guys in the NHL are asking me about it that I used to play with. And I always try to spread the good word.
Anybody kind of putting this in their salary contracts? I forget, Matt Barkley from the Bears in Chicago, I think is getting paid. There's a couple linemen from, Seattle.
I didn't know that. Yeah, I know the Spencer Dinwiddie guy in the NBA.
Oh yeah.
And Not hockey, not to my knowledge, but I know a lot of guys are speculating on the side.
Nice, cool, man. I just wanted to kick that off here. So you understand the startup scene. You come from the startup world. There are many right now tuned in to this conference to check out this interview that are just launching like their own startup. Early founders, entrepreneurs. One question that I wanted to ask, like, what kind of support system like do you have or did you depend on through your startup journey? And I ask that because I know you joined an accelerator out in China, and I've heard you talk about kind of like the structuring and how to fundraise and how to start a business really. And my question is, I talk to many startups and they meet a bunch of people. Like, how dependent or how much did you rely on kind of that support system from mentors, advisors, your parents, family? I'm just curious there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the most important success factors in entrepreneurship is just who you surround yourself with. The old adage of you are the average sum of the 5 people you hang out with the most. And I truly believe that's true. And I've been very lucky, and it's something I always try to work on as well is just learning from the giants that came before you. And, the other saying is, smart people learn from their mistakes, but smarter people learn from other people's mistakes. So you don't have to make them yourselves. And I can't stress enough how important it is to get a good network of coaches, of mentors, of peers, especially the peers, who are going through it with you and they can relate more and have that kind of you scratch my back, I scratch your back kind of mentality. In Silicon Valley, it's kind of baked into the DNA, which is why I love going there so much.
Yeah. And I asked that question because, most of the time the public or, everybody out there kind of sees the unicorns, right? Like the final result of the projects, now turned companies, your Ubers or your Netflix or your Facebooks, all the above, right? But they don't kind of see the grinds with the ups and downs, the challenges, the failures, the successes. So, when I do these interviews, it's always good for me to kind of share these insights with students and the university partners that we have to kind of reflect, like, it's not always a clear path. You may have to pivot. I know you were in finance before, and now you combine kind of your true loves, which is tech and finance together. And you up to this point have been successful, at least with Polymath. That's for sure. So I appreciate kind of your take on that as we kind of showcase your journey a little bit.
Yeah, look, for me, I think it's just important to constantly be evolving and learning. And sometimes it's okay to get distracted, when you see everyone's focus. But if I didn't get distracted on Bitcoin in 2012, we wouldn't be here today. So, look, I think for me, your skills and your experience are certainly important, but you don't need to pigeonhole yourself into any one thing. You can always do whatever you want, whatever you're passionate about. Just because you're not necessarily an engineer, it doesn't mean you can't get into crypto. Or if you're not, whatever, you can do whatever you want. All you have to do is like have that kind of consistent. That's the thing I always stress is just consistency. Like, okay, if you don't have the skills, that's fine, but you have to make sure you have a plan and accountability to make sure that you're constantly learning and evolving and eventually closing the gap. And for me, it's kind of been like that from. I studied finance, so that was a good background and very applicable to crypto now, actually, with DeFi now. And I'm seeing all these same concepts come back up from the student days with derivatives and swaps and all these kind of esoteric financial terms now. They're all applicable now because with DeFi, which is something I'm super excited about, it's really the recreation of a different architecture for the financial system, and it's more open and it's more transparent. But you still have to understand the fundamentals of the traditional world, I think, or at least it's helpful when you're understanding DeFi and other new technologies like that.
No, for sure. I come from banking, and so the payments, the settlements, these other kind of projects that are tackling, the cross-border stuff and like, battling Swift. It's all interesting. And then you just brought up derivatives and kind of everyday, instruments and just kind of a way of life that we're used to that crypto is obviously trying to decentralize that, which has been great. It's been definitely a ride. You brought up like Silicon Valley earlier, just a bit ago. I know you're kind of a big fan, of Silicon Valley. The region has always led the way, obviously, with regards to tech. From your perspective, like, how has Silicon Valley handled blockchain crypto? And I asked this question because crypto like has no boundaries. And Silicon Valley is like, the tech mecca, right? But there was a point, I'm in San Francisco, so I kind of heard this for the last few years, but there was a point where I was hearing, we're not investing in blockchain, like, we're not investing in crypto, we're not investing in these types of projects. But that's kind of like saying I'm not investing in like AI or like machine learning or something like that. So what's kind of your take on the region? Has it led crypto? Does it matter if Silicon Valley is like, all in crypto or not? Because obviously we're democratized as far as how blockchain operates. So what's kind of your take on the Valley here and the way that it's handled, the blockchain crypto scene?
I'm a big kind of fanboy of everything Silicon Valley is and what it represents. And I always look for content from the Valley because I feel like it's just the most real, it's the least pretentious, it's the culture. And I'm not just talking about the place itself, but just the concept of Silicon. It's just, it's not about being too promotional. It's not about it's about substance. And you see, it's not about being flashy. It's about, real operations and real business. And some of the smartest people I know are venture capitalists down there. And some of the best content I consume is out of, the Y Combinators, just like stuff that I wish I consumed earlier on in my career. I would have saved me, learn from other people's mistakes, like I said earlier, not your own. I learned from my own a lot too much, I think. But look, and the same with crypto now. It's really, people ask me where's the best place to go, the best content. I'm like, go to Andreessen Horowitz's crypto school on YouTube. It's just, it's not promotion-y. It's very, this is how it works. This is why it's important. And it's not about like trading and speculating and charts and technical analysis and what most people get. It's like, why does it matter? Why did Andreessen just raise a $500 million crypto fund to focus on DeFi and other decentralized technologies? So I just find just the culture there, just the way people always help. You can kind of cold email anyone and jump on a Zoom or jump on a coffee, or if you can get outside. And not to mention that's where all the capital is. So that doesn't hurt either. That the vast majority of tech venture money is coming out of Sand Hill Road and Silicon Valley as well.
But do you think like the general landscape like was accepting? Do you think young blockchain crypto startups should focus on like in the Valley, care about it so much? Because obviously it is like the tech hub, but blockchain crypto, Toronto has a big scene, other parts of the nation have a big scene, and then very geographic regions, Europe and China. So like, what's your thought in terms of like, again, like I used to, or maybe even in your experience when raising funds, were they acceptive of you like a few years ago? Not of you, but of like, the blockchain industry, crypto industry. Do you recall?
I remember Anthony Diorio and might have been Vitalik were doing a Skype call with Naval Ravikant. And back then I knew who he was as well. And that was kind of like so some really smart guys are looking into this space now. And okay, we're onto something here because there's some good validation. But your point is very applicable because you don't need to, it's a misnomer that you have to like go to Silicon Valley now. Yeah. Especially for crypto, like look at all the top DeFi projects are pretty much like single developers out of Eastern Europe that wrote 300 lines of code. And now there's $100 billion of assets locked up in it. And compare that if you want to go create a Wall Street product, forget it. You need a whole team. You need to wait 18 months and you're probably not going to get a clear answer. But this is all permissionless. It doesn't matter where you are. We're going to see a lot more distribution. I know there's also kind of a mass exodus happening from California to Miami and Texas. And I kind of expect that to continue as well until California gets its act together a little bit, no offense. But But yeah, so I think, of course, I'm talking more about like the traditional startup world, which I grew up in. But in crypto, man, it's completely doesn't matter who you are, where you are, doesn't matter your race, your gender, none of that matters. Like you can just be one person with an idea and go launch, Yearn Finance and go launch Open, OPY, like all this stuff very efficiently. That's what's most exciting is you can build insane leverage, not literal leverage, but just leverage in the sense that one person with a few hundred lines of code can build a product that attracts billions of dollars, tens of billions of dollars of assets in a matter of weeks and months. And that was just absolutely unheard of. Even in building a startup, it's very easy relative to 20 years ago, but it's still a long process. In DeFi and stuff like that, it's like very fast. The innovation cycle has been compressed dramatically, and I'm just excited to see where it all unfolds.
And do you think this is bled out from your A16Zs to some of the other traditional VCs now? Like, do you think they're looking at it? Is it still too early, for them to get in? Because there's some traditional VCs that are going in. There were some on the outskirts, and then there were like crypto fund, crypto specific VCs. Do you see kind of, the wider demographic of investors coming into the scene now? We're in 2021 now with kind of the boom.
Yeah, like the institutional narrative is kind of, I think, the strongest underpinning of this bull market. It's different than in the sense that it's not just purely retail speculators like 2017 was. And I shouldn't say that. Like 2017 is when a lot of really amazing projects were created, and especially in the bear market, that's kind of when these generational companies are built. Look at Amazon, Facebook, Google. Like all these were built in the tech bubble. Maybe not Facebook, but the older ones in 2000 and I guess 2001. And that's when the real building happens. That's when you find out who's really passionate, not just there for a quick drive-by, but they're passionate about the space. And if they can battle through kind of the bear market, it shows that they're a lot more committed to what's happening.
No, you bring. I'll continue on here. I don't want to stay on this too long, but yeah, I posted that. So we have the Mousebell, our team, like launched a startup school just a couple weeks ago for projects, teams, applicants that we've seen in the past, referrals from our kind of ecosystem, and getting them into forum discussion, getting it going. But you brought up like an interesting point where I posted that actually where. And I've had this even in some of our other interviews where like trying to express or showcase that regardless of the environment, like a lot of these teams were born out of like, volatile economic environments, not suitable, and very kind of encouraging to understand that, like you said, if you have a concept, you have a project, like just continue to work hard, create your own opportunities, because I don't have the list in front of me, but even Apple, right? Apple, I think, was one of them. Netflix came out of one of them. I think Airbnb came out of like these down economic cycles. So appreciate you kind of like bringing light to that 2017, the bear market, which is why we actually got into business. The scams, the frauds, the narratives at that time, the under delivering of products and services. We decided let's incubate projects like. We had a VC arm and we had a development team. Like, let's now work and nurture, these early stage startups, and we thought what was broken at the time was like just money flowing, but no support, partnerships, biz dev, go-to market strategy. So it's kind of cool listening to you, kind of touch on those important topics. And here we are now, riding high on this rally, Bitcoin rally, and the companies that are now in this space are coming to fruition in terms of like adoption and use cases, which kind of leads me to my next question here, which is the kind of the state of the union for STOs. Like there's been, support from the Winklevoss twins, like Charles Hoskinson, like the DTC are now, talking positively about this type of emerging tech. So this STO concept is a process like to handle this, like custody, exchanges, wallets. Where are we at today in terms of like the STO usage? Like, can you give us kind of a breakdown of, beginning of the year? We just survived 2017, 18, 19, 20. What's going on in the STO kind of market right now?
It's just to get this out of the way, because we try not to focus on it too much, but the market cap of all security tokens in existence hit an all-time high a couple days ago. So it's kind of, I won't say in line with the broader crypto bull market. I'd say it's even even more potent in a lot of ways because it's such a smaller industry. So you can have like 2, 3, 5, 10x is a lot faster. But I think the real story here is just the infrastructure that's needed to support this massive kind of avalanche of new security token offerings is now online, or it's getting better every day. So a lot of people, including myself, probably underestimated all of the different stakeholder groups and pieces of infrastructure needed to have a flourishing ecosystem of security tokens. You need custody, you need transfer agents, you need secondary exchanges. All of them need to be, token enabled. And a lot of those things just didn't exist. And some folks say, regulatory clarity is one of the biggest hurdles, and in a way that's true. But also, security tokens aren't really in the gray area. We kind of know, we admit everything is a security. So we're just following the existing laws. We have technology that make it actually easier to do that and make it easier to be compliant, not just for the issuer, but for all participants, including the regulators. We make it's a lot easier for a regulator or a compliance department to follow a private placement because it's very opaque in today's current paper system. But on the blockchain, it's a lot more transparent. You have more, reporting tools that are easier to access. And I think that's just the beauty of this industry that kind of benefits everybody. It's not a zero-sum trade-off. Like the existing participants are better off. There's new products that can exist that weren't even possible. So it's better for, entrepreneurs and innovators and developers that are trying to build on top of these new systems. So I'm just really excited. I think security tokens haven't really had their mainstream time in the sun yet, but every data point we're looking at, including big regulated financial institutions seriously developing, products and running experiments in this space, are really pointing all in the same direction, that significant financial assets will begin to be tokenized, and not just like in the distant future. It's happening today. There's a lot of great companies, our peers in the industry, like TokenSoft and Securitize and T0 and folks that, we're all in it to grow the pie, because we know the pie, pick a number and put trillion next to it, and that's how big this market is. And we're just trying to really work together to educate people, to create standards between all the technologies that we're building. It's such a big open ocean of things to do that no one project or company can do it all at once. So it's important to be collaborative and try to create standards together.
Yeah, no, makes total sense. And like, who would you say the target market is for like STOs, either generating STOs or maybe buying security tokens? I guess, where's the demand coming from? Because I've always thought like this whole build it, they will come kind of on the blockchain side, like that didn't really apply in terms of, the best tech. It was kind of more community driven. There's a lot of other variables involved to kind of drive like usage, utility. So like, where's the demand coming from in terms of like an STO, either like creating it from the, institutional side, or like the demand side from retail and kind of the masses?
I'm just my chief product officer, really developed this thesis around broker dealers. And that's really a primary market for us, is interfacing, not just saying, hey, we're going to come in and disrupt Wall Street and some of the stuff that I may have been saying years ago. But now it's more, how can we augment these existing players? They're the ones, whether we like it or not, that have the distribution channels. They're the ones that have the investors and the issuers. And I think the prudent strategy here is to really work with them, integrate with them, and promote them as kind of our key constituency. And I think that's where the demand is going to come from.
Nice. Like you said, it's going to be traditional stuff. It's going to be the web, the web 2.0 type of companies. And now we're going into the web 3.0, which will probably accelerate that in the new business models, the new methods, the new types of companies that are thriving or going to be thriving out of this industry. So that's kind of that. So thanks for kind of tackling that. And I've heard you mention this too in the past, regards to what legacy systems are being used from like, the 80s, right? Not too much has evolved, or maybe some things have gotten better, of course. But we're talking about disruption. We're talking about innovation, which leads me to ask, like, Polymath has an advantage right now to what you guys are, this issuance platform, the STO market. Will banks or traditional entities like firms, institutions get involved and create their own platform to kind of compete against you guys? Or how do you see kind of the market evolving in terms of either them upgrading their kind of way of doing business, or will they just leverage Polymath? Hopefully that would be the latter.
Yeah, no, look, I think there's room for a lot of different architectures, I guess is the way to put it. For us, that we kind of look at a different kind of matrix. And for us, we settled in on public. For the chain has to kind of be public for it to be interesting and have that kind of global mentality. It has to be public as opposed to a private chain, which is kind of like a private kind of more database kind of like that's internal and doesn't have the same functionalities that a public blockchain like Bitcoin and Ethereum have. But also permission is the other thing that we settled in on for our new blockchain, Polymesh. And just to summarize, so we're building a new blockchain called Polymesh. It's purpose built for security tokens, and we did this after launching on another blockchain first to learn, to kind of get feedback, try getting product market fit, learning, and then we realized that there was a gap in the market for a custom layer 1 blockchain, and that's what we built. We started off many months ago, over almost 2 years now. We started, and that's kind of our big project that we're super excited about, of what would a purpose-built layer 1 security token blockchain look like that's built for the future world of tokenized stocks, bonds, real estates, and derivatives. And we saw a lot of things that need to be invented and innovated on to make this plausible. And we need to have, compliance and KYC baked into the base layer architecture directly. And you can't have anonymous transactions in today's financial system. That's just a reality. So everyone on the Polymesh blockchain has to be KYC. But back to your original question, that the way we kind of nestled in on this was, let's build a public permission blockchain. All of the nodes are permissioned, and we're aiming to have regulated financial institutions running nodes on this proof of stake blockchain. And that's not necessarily the panacea for all of finance. It could be, but I think in reality, you're going to have other more private chains exist that suit the needs of certain institutions. For example, we had a presentation last night with the Canadian Securities Exchange, the CSE, and they're extremely forward-looking on security tokens, and they're building their own kind of security token market and exchange that's enabled to interface with tokenized securities. And they have their own kind of products that they're working on that could be like a fork of Hyperledger or more like a private chain. So without going in the weeds too much, like I think we're more a global focused project, and we always have been, always will be. We're not. We do have different verticals, and we do focus on compliance in Europe is different than compliance in the US, but ultimately it's a global platform. That's what's exciting to us, is to have this concept of a global financial system that's open, where anyone can transact with anyone else, and the compliance is done on chain, with smart contracts in real time. And what's that going to do? It's going to lower costs. It's going to make things more efficient. It's going to increase liquidity, and it's just going to create a more open and fair and equitable financial system.
So regarding Polymesh, which I had that down, thanks for bringing it up. Might as well move it up on my list of questions here. Like what? So is that for you to use? Is that for other? Is it open source, or like do other people can plug in and play? Do they integrate it? Do they develop on your platform, and now it's kind of interoperable with with yourself and everybody else?
Yeah, absolutely. We're using a framework called Substrate, and that's what Polkadot is based on. So we have some good interoperability with that network, and we're obviously very bullish on the Parity team that built that. But that's exactly right. We have kind of a base layer chain that others can build on top of, and we will be building on top of it ourselves. But we totally want to build a community of developers, and especially developers. Maybe a little different than the average Ethereum developer. We're targeting, engineers that work at JP Morgan. It's kind of like Wall Street type developers that can build financial modules and tooling on top of the chain. And anyway, so that's kind of our niche in the market, and we're super excited with the feedback so far.
No, that sounds good. And you talked about standards earlier. Like I think does the I think you have like the 1400 standard, was it the ERC, or
Exactly.
is that transferable? Is it first talk to me about that standard? Like, what makes it a standard? What did you guys do to develop this standard for everybody else to use, one? And then two, does that standard transfer over to Polymatch? Did you have to redesign it, or is it kind of the same thing?
Yeah, there's a lot we learned in that, and we got a lot of good adoption as well. I think ERC 1400 is kind of the de facto security token standard that a lot of our peers are leveraging and using, which is amazing. That's why we released it and open sourced it. Even bigger organizations like Consensus with a Y out of New York supports it, and same with BNP Paribas, one of the biggest banks in Europe, also through a project called Curve, supports it as well. So we get a lot of really good traction on that standard, and it's so important to have standards, to have interoperability. That's how Wall Street works, and not as well as it should, but you still need to make sure that these things can speak to each other. And with blockchain, I think it's going to blow away interoperability that we see today in the dust. It's really unbelievable now what we're seeing with ERC20. That was invented by a Ethereum community member, and what did it do? It made all the wallets talk to each other. It made all the exchanges integrations much easier, and I think we need that same kind of interoperability with security tokens. And yes, ERC by definition is Ethereum based, but we're looking to bring kind of the same standardization over to our layer 1 blockchain as well.
Yeah, and I think you guys are tackling, so based off of what I'm hearing from you, based off of the feedback that you're getting, the blockchain component was kind of a barrier or some concern. What other concerns do you hear outside of that from your feedback, dealing with broker dealers, dealing with institutions? Is there any kind of at a high level, like, again, you just took care of like the blockchain component of it. Is there any kind of still, obviously there's hesitation too, but anything kind of in the way that we still need to work on? Yeah,
I think the industry as a whole is very nascent, and I think it's just so important for everybody to have a collaborative mindset. Like I said earlier, every partner in the space, we're trying to build something from nothing. We're trying to reinvent something that didn't exist before. We're creating a new market in some ways, and in other ways we're integrating and augmenting an existing market. So I always try to emphasize this, that there's no enemies here. There's no zero-sum games. Like every conversation, we do a lot of talking and collaboration with traditional institutions on Wall Street now. And whether we're looking for nodes on our network through the community, or whether we're looking for partners in our network, or issuers, or other service providers in our marketplace, it takes a team to do this. You need legal, you need accounting, you need custody, you need all these different people to work together. So it's not an easy task. It's a kind of a spaghetti bowl of all these kinds of interesting stakeholders working together. But look, when it happens and it's working, it's very elegant. I always like to point to a company called Figure, which is founded by a guy named Michael Cagney. He's a very decorated Silicon Valley executive and entrepreneur, and they're tokenizing home equity lines of credit, and they're actually issuing it on chain. I think they have their own blockchain as well. That's kind of purpose built for that. And it's amazing because they're actually doing it. I think they've tokenized more than $1 billion worth of key locks, and they're also saving money. That's the beauty of this. It's not just a shiny object. Like, it's actually dramatically cheaper. I think I've heard almost 200 basis points cheaper to tokenize using the blockchain than it is in the traditional way, with pushing papers around and all these unnecessary rent seekers in the middle. So I think that's just a microcosm of what's possible. And if it applies to HELOCs, which is a decent sized market, but nothing compared to the rest of Wall Street, I think you just see this unlimited potential, really.
And what does that mean when maybe HELOCs aren't familiar with a lot of, well, it's a home equity line of credit, so you're borrowing against your house. For those that are like, trying to understand what you and I are talking about, it's a product on the banking side. I used to sell those all the time. Good way for people to kind of, tap into the value of their home, emergency money, whatever, all the above. But in this discussion, what does it mean to tokenize the HELOC? So I come from the bank. I do this process with the application. I deal with our internal lenders. I deal with the underwriters. Paper pushing, like documentation. And you may or may not know, but like, what does that mean to tokenize the HELOC?
So yeah, I don't know the exactly how the sausage is made, but what I do know is what's why tokenize. Like let's look at an example. Look at the dollar. I love stable coins, don't like cash, don't like fiat, because stable coins, it's a portal into this whole other universe that dollar based, and the dollar is kind of digital in the sense you log in your bank account and you see a number, but it's not like natively digital. And what that means is it's just kind of a piece of paper on your screen. But when you upgrade it to the blockchain and you have a new called kind of financial rails underpinning the system, it's just so much more efficient. There's no bank holidays. It's cheaper, it's faster. It gives you access to DeFi smart contracts. It gives you access to lending protocols where instead of like going to a bank and filling out paperwork and talking to a guy in a suit for 3 hours, you can just send your USDC stablecoin to Compound, and every 7 minutes when there's an Ethereum block mine, you get 10 to 15% APY interest sent back to you in real time, and that's exciting. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. We're seeing protocols like decentralized exchanges now that were kind of a shiny object. I remember back when Polymath was launching, and I think Ether Delta was the first kind of mainstream one, but it was a toy. It was like there's not a lot of volume, but that's not the case today. I think this month or last month, Uniswap did more volume than Coinbase. And just think about that. Coinbase is the biggest North American exchange by far. It's going to have a massive IPO, probably like $100 billion or something. And there's one little protocol that probably one guy or a few guys and girls released, and it's doing like I think 50 to 80 to however many billions of dollars of transaction volume with fees. Like the protocol has fees to incentivize good behavior, and that's just unbelievable to me. And how can that not be the future? It's just better for everyone. It's more efficient. The fees are more fair and transparent, and it's just the beginning. And that's what I think. What is tokenized home equity lines of credit? It's a piece of a lot of those things where it's just it's more efficient, it's peer to peer, it's direct, and you don't have to have this whole back office of hundreds of people, shuffling papers all day to verify transactions.
They're still using fax machines, by the way.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
And that's fact. No, you brought up earlier, and I meant to bring this up when you talked about like people launching their own projects. Uniswap was one of them. I think Hayden did it, as a research project and wasn't an engineer, but kind of knew what's up and created this Uniswap, V1, which is kind of cool. So we've talked about like a lot of positives. What do you see or what do you think are some of the drawbacks, I guess, some of the risks that maybe you personally kind of have identified, or, it may be a risk, it may not. And this could be, I don't know. I mean, there's smart contract risk, right? There's scalability risk that we've had. There's all kinds of different technological risks, but do you see any kind of drawback from the consumer side that we should be worried about? It all makes sense logically. It's all being built. There's audit firms and kind of, measures. You guys are following rules with the SEC, but is there any kind of drawback that the consumer may face or that we may potentially hit? Because at the moment, it's been kind of smooth sailing a little bit.
Yeah, look, there's lots of risk here. This is not for the faint of heart, not just the volatility, but technical risk. Like there's a lot of hacks, and this is not just Mount Gox and some sketchiness with some founder or whatever. This is like honest mistakes where smart contracts get hacked, and there's backdoors or bugs that appear that no one really found, and the audits aren't being done properly. So there's a ton of risk, and I think any new technology, the internet had a lot of risk when it was getting started, and the encryption and whatnot wasn't developed yet. And I think that's what we're starting to see in crypto is every day it's becoming more mature, it's becoming more stable in a lot of ways, it's becoming more liquid, and And because of how inherently transparent it is, we're going to have, I think, an even more stable and secure system than what we have today, even though right now it's still kind of the Wild West in a lot of ways.
Yeah, no, I think it's come a long way though from 2017, 2018. It was kind of nuts, but and talking about risk and compliance, and I mean, Polymath was born out of your guys' attempt to, develop this token and like sell it, and there was some issues, and there was no platform or guideline to develop, security, tokenized security. So like, how has your journey been with the regulators, the public agencies, like these types of bodies? I'm sure you have close relationships. How has that conversation been going? Because you can't regulate if it's not being built. You're building and then you get regulated. There's kind of this catch-22, like especially with innovation and disruption of technology like this. How has that kind of relationship been overall, I guess, for the last few years? Because you guys are providing it's a well-needed company, Polymath. What you're doing, it not only helps regulators and like the government side of things, but it's also allowing institutions, companies, projects, entities to be confident that they can develop this, STO and like not face any fines and, go through the whole court system. So how has that relationship been with you, your team and everybody else that you work with that's supporting or wasn't supporting and now they are?
I think we've been lucky. I think from the beginning, people have kind of seen the potential value in this, and there's always doubters and whatnot. But I think as mainstream as crypto and blockchain is going now, and we're seeing like major public companies, buying Bitcoin for their treasury management. Like, who the heck would have guessed that? I would not have suspected that to be a Bitcoin use case. But that's just the reality of, I think, any new technology becoming mainstream. You have the early adopters or whatever it's called, the S curve or whatever. We're seeing that play out in real time. And look, I just think it's going to get more professional, more institutional, more mainstream. But at the end of the day, it's also going to disappear in a lot of ways, in the sense that the better blockchain works means the less it's there. And no one really needs to know that their transaction is being settled by a new consensus algorithm on a new layer 2 scaling, blah, blah, blah. Like, that doesn't matter. Like, people only care about, their user experience. And I think that's what we still struggle with as an industry, is making a lot of the user experience elegant to the point where you don't even know what's going on in the background.
But coming from but like some of the relationships you have in terms of dealing with compliance and regulation, how have those relationships like been? I'm sure you talked to, a bunch of, these types of profiles. Have they do you collaborate like pretty closely with, because you're a compliance platform and you're offering securities and you're just following the guidelines, but do you have a close relationship with certain governments or, do you rapport?
Absolutely. I might have to jet in a sec, but we really embrace that, and we do proactively engage with, the MAS in Singapore and the SEC in the US and some of the provincial regulators here in Canada. And we're always trying to lobby and collaborate. And they've been really, really good. Like, I got to say, the regulators get a bad rap sometimes, but they've been very open. Their doors are always open. We've taken advantage of that, and they listen. And I think they've had a good light touch approach to regulation, and thank goodness, because if they tried to squeeze it out too fast, it would have been good for the incumbents, but not for our burgeoning industry. So we do prioritize that. It's been a core tenet of our new blockchain Polymesh that we're hoping is going to come out this year. And everything we do is that was kind of our MO from the beginning, is how do we lean into regulations and embrace regulators and hear them and to have dialogue with them, and not just try to run away and find loopholes and so on.
Nice. Makes sense. I know you got to run in a couple minutes. Last question. What excites you right now outside of STOs? You talked about DeFi. Is there anything else? I know you're an OG investor and you've seen a lot of the companies come out. Anything that you're following in the space or new things, or something that you want to see that, we haven't tackled?
Yeah, proof of stake is really exciting. I actually founded a company called tokens.com with Andrew Kegel, who's the CEO. And it's been a lot of fun diving into that space. Like Polymath is coming out with a proof of stake blockchain. And there's a really huge opportunity, I think, for staking to go mainstream and staking rewards, which are basically dividends on your token, to help people get yield in this environment. That's really the name of the game. So I'm super bullish on that. I'm very keen on seeing a lot of these proof of stake blockchains become kind of the default modern standard for consensus. And yeah, very, very bullish on staking tokens. You know, Polkadot, look at Ethereum too, like upgrading a proof of work network that's $200 billion to proof of stake is a non-trivial endeavor.
Yeah.
The fact that they're going down that road, I think, shows how serious they are about, you know, staying relevant and being the #1 staking chain, and also how important staking is and how big of a difference it is compared to proof of work. So
yeah, I just started receiving some emails on staking rewards for ETH. You know, no minimum balance. Like they're trying to get this product going, get people involved. So that's kind of cool. All right, man. I don't want to take up too much more of your time. Appreciate you, Trevor, for joining us for your second time around. We hope to have you back. Appreciate your insights and, like, you know, talking with us. You know, sharing what you guys have been working on, and good luck to you.
Hey, really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. And anytime, would love to.
All right, folks, for all of you tuning in to Reimagine 2021, appreciate you checking out Trevor here, CEO at Polymath. You know, hope you enjoy the conference, and we'll talk to you soon. Thanks.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't. Yeah, fuck, I shouldn't have done that. And my brother hit me up on the phone, sparked my interest. What up, bro? Told me to quit my job, I should invest. I'ma do it. Told my boss I ain't coming back, just to impress my co-workers. Did my brother just fuck me over? Is that incest? Weird. 1% daily I was getting back. Already lost all my ether on the parody hack. Now my girl's all stressed, so I told her relax. I'm just waiting on Mount Gox to mail me back. Still waiting. All these motherfucking scams got me saying damn.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, so when I had the chance. Big Connect promised me 100 grand. Borrow money from my mama just to land again. Then these motherfuckers hit me with an access scam.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but now I'm broke.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but I fucked that up with a bad investment. BitConnect put me in debt. Had full faith in what I spent. Had a sublease just to pay my rent. It's like a foreign language, how do I vent? Got me tapped out on what I spent. Might lose my crib and have to pitch a tent. I just hit a wall, caught a president. Thought crypto was heaven sent. Still holding on like James Bond, trying to moonshot Neil Armstrong. The market cap was right on track. Used to Uber, now I'm walking back. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but I still hold her, no looking back. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, so when I had the chance. Big Connect promised me 100 grand. Borrow money from my mama just to land again. Then these motherfuckers hit me with an access scam.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but now I'm broke.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, so when I had the chance. Big Connect promised me 100 grand. Borrow money from my mama just to land again. Then these motherfuckers hit me with an access scam.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but now I'm broke.
Just to land again. Then these motherfuckers hit me with an access scam.
Damn!
Whoa! Hey there, pallies. It's your old pal Paulie here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Double spending. Double spending is a potential flaw in a digital cash scheme in which the same digital token is spent more than once by being illegitimately replicated. Unlike physical cash, a digital token consists of a digital file that can be duplicated or falsified if it is not created with a specific kind of cryptographic casing. This is one of the issues that Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies were invented to solve. You know, my cousin Big Louie got busted for double spending a couple of years ago. You don't want to know what happened to him, capiche?
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to Reimagine.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to Reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune into Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
Greetings, decentralized citizens of the interweb. As I told you before, the time of destructive centralized monopolies over our world currencies is coming to a halt. The intentional destruction of money by our fanciful world leaders and their lack of sound economic understanding and compassion for human rights is no longer our only fate. Decentralized finance is on the rise, and it's coming stronger and stronger by the day to help people reclaim what is rightfully theirs. Make sure you're on the right side of history. The clock is ticking.
We have some breaking news this just in. Yield farmers in the cryptocurrency DeFi space have taken things to a new level. Not only have such farmers offered the new world financial system interest rates that are comparably better than traditional banking, their offerings of food have promised to solve world hunger. Sushi, yams, pizza, and yes, even hot dogs have become the new world currencies that give us hope for a brighter tomorrow. More tasty updates to follow as they come in. Back to you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Reimagine 2021 virtual conference series. I'm Roshan Marajkar. I'm one of your hosts for this event, and I'm the project manager at Mousebelt and also the project manager for the Reimagine 2021 conference series. This month, our theme is History of Coins. So we have a little bit of a Mario/video game theme going on. I'm so excited to be here today with Gagan Grewal. He's the CEO at Mogul Productions. Gagan, welcome to the show. I'm really excited to speak to you here today. How have the last few months been for you and your team, just being in the crypto industry? And then we can go deeper into how you got into the space and what you're working on now.
Yeah, no, for sure. First of all, thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited about the conference and really excited about what you guys are doing. So I'm really, really happy to be here. Excuse me. I'm going to apologize for the really bad lighting. I tried to find something that was a bit brighter, so hopefully this is turning out okay. But yeah, to just jump right into it, we've been following what's happening in the crypto space and the blockchain world, and what an exciting time to be a part of it and really be able to not only take advantage of what's going on, but really kind of see how much the adoption is being, taken on by just regular people that want to get into the industry. So really happy with what's happening in the space right now.
Yeah, that's certainly a newer theme that I've been enjoying as well. A lot of new people just learning about the technology and getting in. So for our viewers out there, why don't we get into first, tell us a little bit about what Mogul Productions is and, why you're specifically building that service. I think it's pretty interesting given the time frame right now with a lot of new people getting in, like you said.
Yeah, definitely. Let me jump into a little bit about where we came from and some of the problems that we're trying to tackle, and then I'll try to get into a really kind of simple explanation about how the platform works, right? But if you think about it, really, we are a D5-5, we like to call it D5-5, like decentralized film financing platform, to give everyone a voice in the creative process for making movies. And really what that comes from is, there's a lot of really great movies out there that aren't getting made, whether that has to do with studios not greenlighting projects, whether it's filmmakers that don't know where to go to get financing or distribution, or projects that sit on the shelf for a really long period of time. Voices aren't being heard, and we want to be able to kind of help independent filmmakers really get their content out there, and for fans to be involved in the process. So, just take a quick step back from there. One of the biggest challenges in getting a movie made is financing. It's really difficult, and there's so many different types. There might be tax credits, there might be equity financing, there might be getting some financing against distribution, gap. And as difficult as it is to get financing, you can get that financing, and then you still don't know if there's going to be an audience that wants to watch your movie. And if there is an audience, how are you going to get distribution? And then where are you going to get distribution? There's just a ton of hurdles out there. And same for financiers, people that want to get behind movies and be able to support them. There's very little data out there for them to be able to determine which movies to put their money behind, which ones fans want to see. And so what we've really done and what we've really been working on is creating a platform for creative people to get their vision out there in front of fans to engage and kind of take a look at, hey, what are some potential movies coming out? And then financiers and contributors to be able to come together and be like, yeah, we love this project. We love how the fans feel about this project. And we want to we want our money to go towards this.
Yeah, that sounds like a really great idea, something that we need right now. And I think you're also attacking all these different inflection points really in the industry. Can you talk to me a little bit about, are you looking to solve more of democratizing the finance industry in terms of the filmmaking side, or is it more about things like intellectual property and democratizing that?
I think it's kind of everything goes very hand in hand, right? You can't really democratize the film financing side of it without including the intellectual property side of it as well. What we're really trying to do, again, is just be able to create a platform for people that have great ideas, that want to get that in front of an audience, and want to get that financed, and then be able to create a decentralized platform for people to be able to go and support these, where it's self-governing, it's a way for people to get really excited about and support the different types of movies that want to get made out there.
I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, no, definitely. Because what I was gonna say, it made me think of is, I'm sure you're aware of now in the crypto blockchain industry, there's the rise of NFTs are off the charts again, right? People are really receptive to these things. So I was going to say that, do you think that this year is going to be the year that people kind of participate in more of these creative outlets that you're talking about? Or do you think that it's still a couple of years away and it still needs to mature? Specifically I guess the video and the film industry, because the way I see it, that's an industry that's, controlled by a lot of larger Goliaths. So what would you tell people out there, I guess, the same way that artists are, coming on board these NFT platforms, what would you tell the filmmakers or the creative people out there that have not been given the opportunity and don't really know a lot about crypto and blockchain? I want you to distill it down for those people and kind of learning more about, what's hard for them, I guess.
Well, I think, sorry, it's, I'm just going to take a bit of a step back from that, because I think there's a couple of different things there, right? And I think what we need to do is take a look at what 2021 has been for blockchain, and what 2020 in the last few years has been kind of running into it, especially with what's been happening in that market, right? And the recent kind of run of crypto has been a really great validation for the blockchain industry. I think the fact that there are so many different people and companies and groups that are getting excited about NFTs really kind of shore up how mainstream things are becoming, and how much more people are open to kind of getting involved in the space. We started building Mogul out 2.5 years ago, when the market was much less mature than it is now, and we're seeing amazing excitement right now that we've when we launched our beta a year ago, let's say, to where we are now, like, we're just seeing just tons of excitement, tons of people getting right behind it, and just really great industry-wide market conditions, right? Could this have happened without the rise of NFTs and without the rise of what's been happening in the industry, in blockchain and crypto and Bitcoin? Maybe, but I think that, again, everything that's been happening in the space over the last little while has just been really strong validation for what's happening in the industry.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great viewpoint. It's kind of like building blocks on top of each other, and to get more and more people involved, I think, the first they have to really see the benefit to them and how it makes things better. So I think a lot of what you're talking about is sort of creating an entirely new market, both on the creative side and the finance side. So that's pretty interesting.
And there's definitely challenges with that too. It's when you're creating a market and industry from scratch, in a way, it comes with challenges for sure.
So I want to ask you, what effect do you think, what you're building, and really, I guess, zooming out more at a macro level, what effect do you think, you'll have in terms of influencing that pop culture movement? Like, I guess years ago, we've seen Bitcoin slowly made its way into pop culture. Now with a lot of the things you're working on as well, we've seen like a lot of new celebrities, even people like Soulja Boy, rappers, and like Lindsay Lohan, like everyone's tweeting about crypto, or they're trying to learn in some new form. So do you think that, what value do you think like celebrities and producing more of these, I guess, decentralized films has? I guess you can answer from like a macro level.
Yeah, I think there's going to be, I really think there's going to be two different parts to it, right? One of the things that I think we talked about this earlier, was like the patterns of technology adoption, right? And I think right now, having celebrities endorse and people get really excited about the projects, that brings more attention to it, and it shows that people that we relate to are excited about something, and if they're excited about something, then we get excited about something, and that's when you really move from the early adopters to the early majority adopters. And I think that's really exciting, and that kind of creates that validation there. And when it comes down to what we're creating and how I think we're going to affect what's happening in pop culture and all these different pieces, is it's really difficult to to gain access to Hollywood. It's really difficult to get your movies made, to get anyone to look at your content. What Mogul is doing and what we're doing is we're opening this access up to creators. And really what we're doing is we're asking the fans, by getting them involved in the entire process, like, what is it that you want to see? What do you want to watch? You know, why? We want to understand their needs, and then we want to translate that to data for the creators to be like, look, this is what people want to see, and this is what you're putting together. Let's get you some feedback on this. And what we've done is we've really, you know, been working on this again for about 2.5 years, and it's about building up the right team. So making sure we had the right people in that entertainment space to be able to tell us, hey, what works, what doesn't work. But again, to be able to create flexibility and excitement for everyone else, right? So not Mogul specifically, but our team has been working in the industry for, you know, 20 plus years. They've won, you know, Oscars and Emmys and, you know, close to 100 feature films. I don't want to get into all the crazy stuff about the numbers that they've done in terms of sales revenue, but, you know, they've come to us and they've said, look, we've been in the industry for a number of years. These are the things that we would have liked to see when we were coming in, but not only that, they're things that we want to see now. And so when we build out a platform and you start a project kind of built for people and they're telling you what they need, it's much easier to, you know, to do that for someone who's been in the industry and then, you know, take that and translate it to something for people that haven't been part of the industry and then kind of overcome some of the challenges that they're going to come across.
Yeah, I think that's pretty interesting, you know, that you kind of have like industry veterans that are, you know, from Hollywood on your team, because that sort of gives them that industry expertise to sort of create a better system. Why do you think that more of Hollywood hasn't been involved in the crypto industry? You know, do you think that the like what you said about the community, do you think it's always going to stay like a grassroots community where you have people always talking to each other and like really controlling these platforms? Or do you think that like more celebrities or Hollywood will want to tell more stories about our industry, quote unquote?
You know, I think that, you know, it's a two-part question, right? One is, you know, what direction are we heading in and what's been the hesitation for people to get involved, I think is one. The first part of that question. I think the second part of the question is, are people going to want to become more involved? And to answer that first question, you know, I can talk to you about my experience in the space as well. Like I started to learn about blockchain in 2014, but it didn't really catch my attention until about 2017, right? And that's when everything was happening in the space and projects were coming up and new companies were being launched. And it was really like the technology and the transparency that really started to get my attention and get me excited. But like most people, I didn't really understand, you know, the difference between blockchain and Bitcoin and Ethereum and ICOs and mining and ledgers and all of this stuff. And because I didn't understand it, I was kind of afraid of it, if you will, right? And I think now it's becoming more mainstream. So people are starting to not be as afraid of it. And those that understand the technology are sharing it with people. And I think that's kind of one big component of you know, having people adopt a new technology. And then when it comes down to, let's say, whether it's, you know, celebrities that are getting involved and want to get excited about projects, like, you know, we launched our platform about a week ago. We've got 9 movies up on our showcase right now. These are some really amazing projects with people that have been creating films in the space for years. And there's a really cool blockchain project on there with the Garcia brothers. You know, it's called HODL, and I think it's a really neat project because what it is, it's, you know, this guy who I don't want to give it away, but, you know, go to the website, go check out mogulproductions.com, sign up. And take a look at the movies that are being showcased in there, because I do think that, you know, again, adoption is coming. People are getting excited about it, and I think more and more people are going to get involved, whether they're a celebrity or a normal person like you or I that are just getting excited about things.
Yeah, definitely. And congrats on launching your platform. I also encourage everyone to check it out because it's something new. And yeah, you know, a lot of the trends that you're talking about, I think they're already validated in some sense of like when you look at how Netflix transformed everything and how much independent shows they're creating. But it's still, the answer is like, who can get to Netflix? It's still hard to get there. So I think it's great that you're democratizing access to everything. Now I kind of want to go into like talking about, you know, the future of the product that you're building itself. And I also want to get your thoughts on the future trends of our space in terms of just NFTs, collectibles, and what I was going to say is I want to learn a little more about, you know, are you saying that it's a new market that you're also creating? Like I could kind of invest in a indie film before it pops off or something like that. It seems like that's more so the case, but I'll let you sort of talk about what you can currently do on the platform and really what your end goal is, because you mentioned that you sort of launched 2 weeks ago, and I know there's more developments coming up.
Yeah. So our platform launch was about a week ago. We're getting ready for our mainnet launch for spring of this year, towards the end of March. And we're still kind of working out all the final pieces when it comes to like the legality and our accounting team regarding the compliance and all those kind of pieces, on the platform when it comes to contributing towards and the profit sharing that comes from the films. But what we've really tried to do here is, regardless of anybody's user experience when it comes to crypto or blockchain or investing in those things, we've created a smart wallet, which is very secure, very easy to use. You don't have to worry about the mnemonic phrase or any of those kind of pieces. It's right through our platform. You're able to log in. You're able to, you will be able to create a wallet once mainnet launches. At that point, like right now, you can actually sign up and get whitelisted for our stars platform, which are our stars, which is kind of like our in-app currency, if you will, and get ready to be. Sorry, I'm going to go back here for a second because I get really excited about this, right? So like, right now you can go in, you can sign up, you can log in, you can take a look at all the movies we have in the showcase, and you can engage in the platform and comment on the movies and just kind of chat about those, right? But what's really exciting is the mainnet launch that's coming up. And with the mainnet launch, that's going to be our smart wallet launch. That's going to be the ability to purchase these membership accesses, which is like our in-app currency, grab these stars that can be, redeemed for some really cool rewards out there, like on-set visits, autographed scripts, NFTs, exclusive events that you wouldn't otherwise have access to, maybe a launch party, just some really cool stuff, right? And the more you engage in the platform, the more stars you're able to earn, the more stars you earn, and depending on what tier you sit on, the cooler things you can be rewarded for with that. And again, all this kind of revolves around the smart wallet, what we're doing there. And the goal is to be decentralized finance, like you're talking about. When revenue is coming in, it's these group of people that are able to, govern and determine where a percentage of this money is going and how it's being allocated.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting that you have all these different elements, like including governance. So can you tell me a little bit about why you guys are even thinking about adding governance? Because again, coming back to like Hollywood and larger media, even how, if you look at, how are things like the Oscars determined? Like, sure, there are some influence from the majority of people, but when it comes down to it, it's like less than 20 people or something like that, right? Can you tell me a little bit about, I'm just trying to get a sense of, because if you still zoom out, like, even outside our industry, it's like a lot of the media that we're seeing everywhere, people getting famous, it's very like low, I would say low scale. Like you have the ability to just put something out there. So trying to get a sense of, do you think that those trends will continue? Like these people will come into the crypto space, or do you think that, I don't know, we'll just discover new talent that's, somewhere else that hasn't been served before, right?
Yeah, I do think that, okay, first I can't really comment on, let's say, the Oscars because I don't know the process, right? But I do know that one of the things that we want to provide is transparency. Transparency, accountability, and we want to reward those people that are participating in our platform and the system. And blockchain is definitely the right technology to do that. We've created this quadratic voting system, which really limits like vote buying, for example. So if you're voting for a movie with your stars, your first vote counts for more, and your second vote counts for a little less, and the third a little less, and the fourth a little less, and onward. So it's really about, again, democratizing and creating audience participation without that vote buying. So I do think that that addresses one of the things that you're chatting about right now, which is giving other people an opportunity to come in and become stars and to get, content created. We're focusing on independent films in that $5 million and less space. And there's a lot of really great movies that get made in that kind of range. And you can take a look at movies like they're the obvious ones, like Lost in Translation and Saw and Napoleon Dynamite and Garden State. But then there's some really good recent movies that have come out and have really kind of created stars and directors as well. You've got Get Out with Jordan Peele, Buried with Ryan Reynolds. Obviously, Ryan Reynolds is a bit of a star to begin with, but low budget movie and did really well. Ryan Gosling years ago did a movie called Blue Valentine. It was a lower budget and kind of helped showcase his different abilities in terms of how diverse he was in his acting. So yeah, I think that by creating this platform and allowing people to be able to come in and get engaged and get rewarded for being engaged, I think there's going to be a lot of potential for new and up and coming people to get discovered. And then not only that, I think there's going to be a lot of potential for people that we're excited about that maybe don't get as many opportunities as they used to get, for us to be able to see them in films again as well.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of ideas there, and you guys are doing a lot too. But I think that paints a clearer picture about what exactly you guys are, I guess, tackling first, because I think there are a lot of different vectors to what you're making in terms of both on the, I guess half of it is the content creator side, but the other half is also external, I guess, financiers and different people that can also benefit from an industry that they couldn't invest in. Can you talk a little bit about the future trends related to that, in terms of, you mentioned that the Hollywood industry is it's very hard to get into, from both sides, right? Can you talk a little bit about, do you see it as more crypto people getting involved in something like mogul productions, in terms of, if I knew nothing about media, but I see this as a way to kind of invest in the long-term success of, like, maybe my friends or something like that are skilled, right, at being a good artist. Can you talk a little bit about the long-term trends related to that?
Yeah, I think it's going to be, for both audiences. I think it's going to be for the crypto audience, and I think it's going to be for the non-blockchain audience as well, right? We went live, like I mentioned last week. We had over 6,000 people sign up on our platform within 24 hours, which was just amazing for us, and it really shows and helped validate what we've been working on. And we're expecting a lot of users and transactions that are going to be coming up. And if you take a look at just a quick step back, whether you're a user in the film industry or not the film industry, you have a certain expectation of speed and finality that can only be offered right now through like a layer 2. And so we're actually working on, which I think is going to be a really exciting partnership and announcement coming out in the next little while, with an industry-leading layer 2 solution, which I think is really going to kind of help open that user experience and onboarding to the masses, right? Like, we're talking about DeFi, it's going to remain our top priority, and it's going to really make it easy for anybody to be a part of it and support those projects. And it doesn't matter if you were blockchain, non-blockchain, crypto, non-crypto, film, non-film. It's about that user experience, that user journey, and really making sure that people have a good time while they're on there.
Yeah, okay, that's really great to hear, and I'm excited to check out all of the new features. Do you also think this will change the mainstream trend of how people really, I guess, view their money itself? Like, I'm not sure, like, so on the platform itself, are you imagining, because you mentioned something about a wallet in the future per se, so are you imagining something where you know, an artist or someone who's creative, you can sort of do all of these different functions all in one place. I think right now it's kind of fragmented where if you're a artist or someone talented, you kind of lose these different, you lose a lot of funds at different layers as you go down. And what I mean by that is, yeah, you can kind of take it away if you got the
Yeah, no, I was going to say that's a very good question. Like what we're doing is we're really creating a platform which takes care of everything for you, or not, like I can't say everything for you, but which tries to make things easier, right? So it's about, you know, the smart wallet we created, we built that out from scratch. It's about you being able to log into your profile. If you are somebody who's in the space right now, you upgrade your profile and you attach your IMDb profile to it as well. You get to submit projects to us directly through that. You have a smart wallet that shows how many stars you have, you know, the different things that you can access through our rewards platform. Even if you're not in the creative space, or you're not like an upgraded member in terms of in the industry, but you're a fan, you know, you create your profile, you take a look at the smart wallet, you see which tier you belong to in terms of the different types of rewards you can access. You get to see your stars balance on there. You get to be a part of that, you know, that profit sharing component that we're talking about. It all happens within the platform. And that's the idea, is to make it just really easy for anybody to be able to access it, and all happens right there.
Got it. So it's like a all-inclusive platform, and you have all of those different opportunities to get involved. Like you don't have to be one specific
as many things as we can. You know, one of the things that we did for the first 1,000 users that signed up is you got an NFT. Like we've designed this really cool NFT, and so that's going to be in your wallet as well. And so, you know, we've got again some really cool partnerships coming up. We're going to be making some more announcements on some really great original works for some additional NFTs that are going to be coming out. Those will be in your wallet. Your stars tokens will be in your wallet. Your ability to vote will be through your wallet. Staking is going to be introduced. There's a lot of really cool pieces coming together, and we're putting it all together to make that user experience really easy and seamless.
Yeah, I saw that. I believe recently it was a partnership with Chainlink that you announced for the governance, and I thought that was pretty interesting too, because it seems that every single, I guess, content creation platform right now, whether it's NFTs or managing music, whatever that content is, everyone is always having this governance aspect. And I think it's a good incentive as well. I don't know if you'd agree, like the governance type of token. So can you talk a little bit about, like, what do you think the future of governance is? Like, I think right now we have like some level of governance where people control like some of these NFT platforms and they get rewarded in some of the tokens. And that's kind of like a good flywheel effect. Like it's just supporting all the different pillars in the app. Do you sort of think about it in the same way? Or are you saying that, you know, your governance process, from what I've read, is more about like transparent voting? And that would touch on some of the things that we kind of talked about a couple of minutes ago in terms of just deciding like what is the best, or letting the people decide, right? Is that what it's more so about? And what's the future of
governance? Yeah, I think the governance is really important, and it's a couple of different things like you touched on, right? It's not just transparency in voting. It's not just transparency in revenue that's coming in or expenses going out. I think it's about accountability, right? And I think that the partnership with Chainlink even really helps solidify that for us. And again, this layer 2 that we're going to be announcing. And you know, we've talked about adoption a couple of times kind of throughout this call, and I think again that governance is really crucial to that component as well, is because if you want to get people excited, you want to get people on board, you have to show them that you're not going to take advantage of that. And I think that's what this community is about. I think it's about working together and trusting each other and peer-to-peer decentralization, all those things, and governance is definitely a huge part of that.
Got it. And yeah, so what's the future? What are future governance, I guess, aspects that you would like to explore? Like, are more, so you envision this is where people control most of the platform, like most of the decisions, and I guess also the improvements. So what do you think in the future, like what to kind of end things off a bit here, what power do you think, what can people do with that power is, I guess, what I'm trying to say, collectively? Like, we haven't really seen it in the past, right? Do you think it can sort of overpower a lot of these, traditional?
I don't know, man. That's a really good question. I'd really have to spend some time to think about that one a bit more. Just because there's so many components to it. I'm excited to see what that's going to be and how it's going to all roll out. Like, I think it's going to be really cool over the next little while, just to see what it all translates to. But I definitely don't have an answer for that. I'm probably just as excited as you are to see it, though.
Got it. So then, to end things off, I'll just ask you one question. What do you think will be what do you think will be the trends for 2021, just related to content? What do you think the end of the year looks like in terms of, I guess, a lot of the activities that people are doing in the space? Do you think do you think that the media side might eclipse a lot of the financial applications, at least this year?
Sorry, do you mean for us specifically, or like?
You can answer this just for you specifically, or just in general. Just want to get a gist of where you'll be at the end of the year.
Yeah, so if I was talking about Mogul, like like we mentioned earlier, like right now users can sign on, can create an account, have a chance to be whitelisted for future access to stars tokens. They can check out the films in the showcase. And those are the ones that will be voted on with stars when the platform is released on mainnet coming up. So I think we're really excited about that in terms of what 2021 is going to mean for us. And then when it comes down to the content side, I think, we're getting a lot of people that are very excited about having their content shown. And we have a lot of users getting really excited and jumping into the showcase and getting involved in the conversations there. So really growing that, making the user experience great and strong and fun for everyone, and continuing along that trajectory, I think, is what we're forecasting for 2021 and really excited about.
Yep, excited to hear more about your platform, see more development, and also just the industry in general. I think a lot of people in Hollywood are getting more involved in the space. Gagan, thank you so much for coming on the Reimagine 2021 series. So glad to speak to you. And I'll let you all tune back into Reimagine 2021 V7 History of Coins. Thank you.
Hey, who's that? Mo Crypto. Yo, Mo Crypto, what up? What's up, man?
What's up? Kryptonite, Jess, have you guys seen CoinMarketCap today? CoinMarketCap, all in the red, double digits.
What? That's bad, right? That means we're losing money.
No, it's good, man. That means everybody's losing money. You got to buy that dip.
Everyone knows you buy the dip, 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 dip.
Legend gang, gang, gang. Coin bros, we gon' buy that dip, dipping. I buy the coin on that low, ain't worried about no FOMO. Coin market cap out the crash on my lap when the bitch bounce back like a pogo. No fiat dough, I got Divi coin, I got Bitcoin, I got Ether. What y'all know about a pump and dump? John McAfee all on my tweeter. In the office with a 2-liter. By ATH, that must be a joke. Wife keep asking if we are broke. She don't know, I got a master no. Even my son told me buy the dip, ain't talking about what you put on potato chips. Even my son told me buy the dip, ain't talking about what you put on potato chips. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the motherfucking dip. BTFD, gon' buy the 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 dip. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the motherfucking dip. BTFD, gon' buy the 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 dip. Legend gang, buy the dips, get the gains. Y'all complain, but you dumb motherfuckers should do the same. Crypto, stacking up, private keys, I back them up. MacBook, fast as fuck, lock the door, the girl's acting up. I buy the dip when I'm sleeping, I buy the dip when I'm jogging, I buy the dip when I'm buying dip, I buy the dip in my coffin. That's Coin Bros on YouTube, buy the rumors, sell the news. For this crypto, I'm selling shoes on Craigslist, I got shit to move. I buy the dip, dipping, I buy the dip, dipping, I buy the dip, dipping, I buy the motherfucking dip. BTFD gon' buy the 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 the dip. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the motherfucking dip. BTFD, gon' buy the 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 dip. Buy the dip, dipping. 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 BTFD gon' buy the dip. 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 What?
Ah, greetings. I am Grey Tail the Old and wise. Yes, it's time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Maximalist. The term maximalist refers to one who has unwavering confidence in their favorite cryptocurrency to be the winner of a zero-sum game. A maximalist, in other words, believes that there will be one coin to rule them all, namely their preferred coin of choice based on fundamentals. They are, if you will, maxed out on a single currency. Now fly, you fools!
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to Reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune into Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2021. I'm Yona Hawkhauser, and today I'm glad to be joined by Rob Levy, co-founder and president of Hero. Rob, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me.
Now, Rob, I'm excited to speak to you because I get to speak to a lot of different projects and companies that are in the crypto space, in the blockchain space, and in outside. And it's always exciting to talk to different industries. You work in an industry that I really enjoy and I'm really interested in. So I'm very excited to speak to you, and I'm sure our viewers will as well. So to start off, you want to give a little background, kind of what Hero is and how you got into the game?
Sure. Well, my background is in the professional side of the trading industry. I was a market maker, and I might age myself a little bit here, but I actually, when I started going down to the exchange in Chicago, there were actually trading pits still, and thousands of people would go and trade on the trading floor in these big pits. So I learned how to be an options market maker. And the first half of my career was down at the CBOE. So we traded equity options or stock options. And being a market maker, a liquidity provider who kind of, I was forced to evolve from this open outcry, insane trading environment into the more electronic trading, and lived through this hybrid into where we are now, where it's virtually all electronic trading. So with that mindset and that experience, my partner and I, we jumped into crypto at late 17, early 18 full time. We took the plunge, and really immersing ourselves in experiencing the crypto markets, we realized that there was opportunity to build products that we had always dreamed of and actually put them out there for the community, for people to use. And that's really, it's that foundation in traditional market making and derivatives, and then making the jump. It really was clear to us that there was opportunity to build what we were dreaming of and put it out there pretty easily to the community, and then see what they thought. And that's how Hero was born in mid 2018.
Yeah, and for those kids out there who don't know, trading used to literally be, they would just be chucking pieces of paper with trades. It was insane.
Trading was insane. And that when it was slow, people would take the trading cards and we'd actually throw them and try to get them into little buckets or hats when it was slow. And people were unbelievable, the skills that they would get throwing trading cards across a pit to your clerk. I mean, you'd be, and all this going on when people are yelling and screaming, but that's what that stressed me out when I was 18 years old and I first got down to the trading floor. I'm like, how am I going to keep all these cards? What if I lose a card? How, you're like, how is this actually going on with the manual trading cards, and you're trading and you got to keep a pen and write all of them. It seems archaic, but it worked for so many years. We forget about before everything was digital and Wi-Fi, there were wires everywhere. I mean, we had to actually jump over wires and stuff when that became big, where you were actually holding a mini computer in the pit. Like, you're talking about wires everywhere, no Wi-Fi. It was a different world, but things actually still worked back then. You'd be shocked.
Yeah. And so I wonder if it's the same way where, if you look back, how trading was, where it was all offline, it was all analog, and then it moved to digital, which I'm sure was a very crazy process in and of itself. And then now that we're seeing kind of this digital money going on the blockchain, and for many people, they think, well, like they're scared. Whoa, this is a whole new technology. How are we supposed to put a whole financial system on this new digital technology? But we've already done that in the financial system. You've seen this firsthand. We've gone from an kind of this offline analog financial system, financial trading, to now what is high frequency trading, bots, and all these things. So is it that big of a jump now to now be trading cryptocurrencies, to now do this whole new technology of blockchain?
It is a big jump. It is really a big jump. And it seems like such a drastic jump. But I think what puts it in perspective is that this jump actually has taken place over many, many years, right? I mean, for tens and over 100 years, you think about the Chicago Board of Trade, which really was, at first, it was where people would congregate. There's like the Haymarket area of Chicago where people would come with the agricultural commodities. And Chicago was really in the heart of the farmland, right? So the corn, you drive 45 minutes outside of Chicago proper and you got cornfields, right? And soybean fields and wheat. Like, we are in the breadbasket. So this is where people would come together and trade their livestock and the grains, and then move it out to the rest of the country. So it was all a very personal exchange back then. Mm-hmm. And I kind of liken it to poker a little bit, right? Poker is a different game. When you're sitting at a table with your buddies or with guys, and there's 5 of you or 6 of you or however many there are, you're looking at them, you're interacting with them. You can, you read the room. You kind of know when your buddy's got a good hand because he gives you that little chuckle or he looks at his cards, and you can see how everybody is reacting. And that very much was how trading in the pit used to be. I mean, these markets, they move. And when people have different positions on and they're making different trades, you can see how they're acting. You can see the brokers in the pit, right? When the broker would come in from Goldman Sachs and he'd be running into the pit and he'd ask you, how are these Amazon $200 calls? And you could see he's kind of shaking. You knew he had something to do, that he was either a big order or he needed to get it done. He really wasn't going to care about the price. So give a market fast and just tell him where he could do it. So you can really get a feel for what was going on. And that part of the game really transformed with electronics, like playing poker online, which became very big. It's a different game. It's pretty much strictly the mathematics at work, right? And what your probability is. You're not able to read what the other person is feeling, thinking, and how they play. You can see it digitally, you can see what they do, but you're not feeling it. So it really was transformed into this personal, live industry, into now it's completely disparate and it's all electronic. So that part of it is a big deal. And what it also does is it means you don't have to be in one location. You don't have to call the broker who then has to go to the pit. It's all point and click. And so that progress took years for all the global exchanges to get all the systems in place. For a while, it was a hybrid approach, but it was a really big transformation. Didn't happen overnight. It took every bit of 20, 30 years to take place until finally, when I got into the corn options pit in 2010, there were 225 market makers in there. And when I left to go off the floor for good in 2016, there were 8 market makers in there. So it was a really big transition, but that last little leg, it was pretty quick, and it didn't happen till recently, to where it was kind of like, all right, we really don't need the floor anymore. So
right. And that's why I enjoy speaking to real experienced traders like you, like yourself, who they're coming into the crypto space not just with crypto eyes, but also with a real financial backing, a real financial understanding of how markets work, how assets are traded. And so I enjoy asking these questions, because the answers I get are going to be very different from someone who's just a crypto guy who's just excited about sticking it to the man. Now we've seen that idea recently with this big rise in the perceived power of retail investors, with the famously with Wall Street Bets and pumping up GameStop, it was AME movie theater chain, or AMC movie theater chain. And so, as someone who comes from that more institutional and investor space, and we see this has only become this retail, let's say, uprising, I would say, really only came to be possible because of the technology, because of the communication technology that allows retail investors to kind of communicate and gang up together, but then also the access they have to the markets, to trading, to options, and there's more advanced financial tools. And we're starting to see something similar happen now with the rise of DeFi, decentralized finance. We're finally starting to see a really complex and advanced financial trading instruments that have historically not been in the hands of traders now being out there for everyone, whether for the good or bad. I mean, you have these advanced trading options that your grandmother who doesn't understand anything can now press a button and she doesn't know what she did. So
yes,
when you're looking at the space, clearly it's an unregulated, for the most part, it's an unregulated space, and regulation is there for the most part to protect consumers. Right. How is it now? Hero offers trading services and other options and things of that nature. Is it the role now, because there is no regulation, is it the role of the industry for people like yourself and other service providers to self-regulate and try to explain to investors and educate them how to properly use these tools?
It is. I mean, regulation itself at its core is for protection. It's not an evil thing, right? It is for protecting really retail investors at its core. I think that the beautiful thing about crypto is the idea of access, right? Anybody can access pretty much any market without an intermediary. And that was really what kind of shook me to my core in 2017 was people that they can register an account on Coinbase, on Binance, on Bittrex, on Poloniex, and they can access markets with instant settlement. They can access markets without going through an online broker. And it was, to me, transformational. Now, like you said, when you have instant access and pretty much uninhibited access, and that's changed. Now, me in the US, I can't get onto Binance.com and I can't trade the whole suite of tokens that they offer there. And it upsets me. I'm a pro, right? I've been doing this for over 20 years. I feel like I should be able to either check a box, I should be able to take a quiz, a test that shows I can trade these things, and fine. I'll indemnify. I'm not going to come back and ask for any damages or anything. I know the risks here, which is also kind of the accredited investor laws, which people they don't like. And there's an argument for both sides of things. But this, the universal access offered by crypto and the new technology is extremely, extremely important. And it is the future of where things are going. Now, you brought up, the GameStop, the Robinhood incident. And I think what it did was open people's eyes to still an archaic process that goes on with stock settlement, right? Why should it take 2 full days to settle a stock that someone buys in their account? This is 2021, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, we're literally sending text messages to friends who were seeing it in real time, thousands of miles away, yet it's taking 2 full days to settle the transaction. It's archaic. And it's not that it's so archaic, 10 years, 20 years, but it's just not where things should be. So we saw that Robinhood ran into a major capital issue. It's not that they wanted to lose the trust of their users and disadvantage the little guy at the expense of the big liquidity providers. It was that, according to the law, they needed to have a certain amount of capital, which ended up being $1 billion, $2 billion, just for a 24 or 48-hour period of time. They needed to have a lot more funds than they did. And they had a decision to make. Do we want to continue to operate business, or do we want to say, okay, you can't buy these certain things anymore until we actually have a more equal distribution of buys and sells and we have the funding? So crypto in and of itself is changing things, but the regulation, it needs to come to where the builders and the leaders don't feel like they're being handicapped, where they can build and still build at the speed with which they build. But it is the big players in the industry, they need to self-regulate. And even like the CBOE and CME, it was an SRO, it was a self-regulated organization. And yeah, there's FINRA, there's NFA and CFTC and all of that, but we need to self-regulate because there still needs to be protection for the individual. And there needs to be education. And that stuff is very important. That's why, we are along with Hero, we offer Hero Labs, where we really try to simplify and break down the education piece and talk about what is going on in this crazy market, because markets seem like they're crazier than ever. And I tend to agree. They are. Markets are, they are one of the most chaotic parts of life, actually, because it really mirrors human emotion and psychology.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I think that's been one of the big knocks against the market recently, has been kind of this disconnect between the market and the actual economy, the actual, Main Street, and not just Wall Street, where historically the markets were supposed to be it's just the public markets allowed public equity, the public equity to these massive corporations, and it seems like as time has gone on, and maybe you could tell me better than I know. I don't really have a finance background, but there seems to be, maybe it was with the with the decoupling of the gold to dollar, maybe it was with the digitization, the speed algorithm trading and high frequency trading of the market. But it seems like the market has disconnected itself from the actual economy, the equities market at least. I'm not familiar with the commodities market enough to speak about that, but do you agree with that statement? And if so, why?
I think that it's a lot of semantics, but I think what you're saying is true in that, but it is driven at its core by policy. And what we've seen in the last 10, 12, 14 years since the global financial crisis of 2007, 2008 is this real shift in monetary policy, right? We hear about QE, quantitative easing. We hear about the Fed and central banks globally, and what they have had to do to stabilize the crisis from 07, 08, which was fully global. It was not a US thing. I mean, this was global. There was the European debt. I mean, this is really a transformation that's gone on everywhere, in that they've needed to flood these markets with liquidity. The governments, the central banks have bought up all this debt, right? They're buying up not only government debt, which ends up bringing interest rates down, but they're buying up corporate debt as well, which brings this borrowing rate. It's almost like corporates can borrow almost an unlimited amount of money, just like the government, because the central banks are the ones that are backstopping it. They're providing the bid in the market. So you look at a company like Apple with $180 billion worth of cash, like they're sitting on cash, yet they enter the corporate debt market and they're issuing debt, because why wouldn't they? They're a player like anybody else. If they can borrow money at 1%, 1.5%, because their balance sheet is much more stable than even the US government's. I mean, they've got all this cash. So they're issuing debt. Why would they need to? Well, because that's the system right now. And they can play just like anybody else. But this QE, the monetary policy of low rates, 0% interest rates, negative interest rates on 15, 20 trillion dollars worth of funds globally, what that does is it pushes people out on the risk curve. You need to go put your money elsewhere to look for yield. And that basic idea drives people into the riskier corners of the market, which, yes, can dislocate what we would think would be valuations of assets and can cause real spikes in price. But who are we to say that it's wrong? Why was it wrong that GameStop would trade $200? Well, it's wrong because their business was not doing well. They're on the verge of bankruptcy. They weren't making any money. But the market, it acts in a certain way that it is a free market. And if people are going to put their capital up, you can pretty much do whatever you want in this market, but your capital is at risk to lose as long as you're not manipulating anything. So it seems like a chaotic place in the markets right now, but this policy is driving it at the core. And when you have zero rates, lower for longer, it drives people into the risk assets, and it pushes prices higher. And that's what we're seeing pretty much. And quite frankly, I don't think global central banks have a viable strategy yet to unwind this policy. So I don't think this is ending anytime soon, which is going to be quite interesting, and which is leading people into more scarce assets like Bitcoin.
Well, I mean, I do think that this has played, as bad as it is for the world economy, has played right into the hands of, crypto lovers and adopters like myself, who for so long, this is where Bitcoin was born out of. It was born out of the global financial crisis. The white paper came out in 2008, I believe. And it was based off this idea of, hey, we want a limited supply. If you look at central banks, they're printing money, and we've always been saying this, but I think that people recently are finally realizing, because of the magnitude, historically institutions and the central banks and institutions have been conservative. They've printed a little bit when they need to, they've cut it back when they need to. They're aiming for that 2% inflation, they're aiming for that unemployment rate, but it seems like they've really just gone off the walls. And printing like crazy. I believe it's more money printed in the last year than all of history, or something crazy like that. But what this has done, and like you mentioned, essentially, why would I keep my money in the bank where I have no interest? And it's made people look for riskier but bigger returns than they could find in their bank. And this has led into the hands of cryptocurrencies, and Bitcoin is perfectly suited for that. Limited supply. There's no control over the supply there. So do you think that that this is, let's say they do figure it out. Let's say the central banks somehow magically pull it rabbit out of the hat and are able to actually, erase all that debt or bring it back to normal levels, because, debt is okay. Debt isn't always bad, but certain debt is okay.
Yeah.
Let's say they're able to actually normalize it and stabilize the market, bring it back, inflation rates go back to regular. Will we see kind of, all these people who did jump into the crypto markets for that bigger rewards leave, or are the gains that we've made here to stay?
It's a great, really, really great question. I think, the thing that we always have to ask ourselves is, when that day comes where they are able to normalize the policy, where will we be then, right? Will Bitcoin be $500,000 then? And then we normalize and we see a pullback to 200,000, 250, 100,000. It really is important to think about where we're going to be, because markets, there's always a push and pull, and every action has a reaction. And I'm from the Chicago area. I grew up trading in the agricultural markets. We're like the global center of that. So I kind of think about it as, let's think about the grain markets, right? Corn, wheat, and soybeans, the three main grains that globally people grow and trade. Let's say the price of corn skyrockets because there's a bad crop somewhere. And then that next year, because corn is so elevated relative to other things, more and more people plant corn, right? So as we start to find out, holy cow, everybody's planting corn this next year because the price is so much higher than wheat and soybeans. Now, all of a sudden, the corn price craters, and that next year after harvest, we've got a ton of corn, but we don't have as much soybeans and wheat. Now we're a little short there. So then people start to plant more wheat and soybeans, and now things regulate, prices shift, they normalize. That's how these markets really work when we think about Bitcoin, gold, the dollar, euro, yen. Policy by the big players and the central banks everywhere, it affects everything else. And this isn't just about the dollar, right? This is about fiat currencies in general. The dollar just happens to be the biggest, nicest house on the block when it comes to fiat currency right now. It used to be the pound, right? Or the yen went through its time. We've got the Chinese renminbi. There are currencies that they're all playing within this ecosystem, and policy that is put into place in different countries, it affects everything else. So this isn't just about the dollar. I look at it as fiat, where the dollar makes up a big part of it. And we look at the dollar index. Everyone looks at that. that's how the dollar is trading against all the other currencies. But I look at it as kind of like the fiat index, where the dollar is the biggest part, but there's also the other currencies in there. So right now, where we are, central banks have needed to print and expand the money supply because they were not getting the inflation that they wanted to, that they thought was healthy and needed. And what that told us was, wow, the deflationary pressure is very strong here. If we're doing 8 years, 10 years of QE, where we're expanding money supply, easy money, and we can't get the inflation that the central banks are targeting at 2%, it just shows you how truly deflationary the pressures were that were underlying. So they need to do a lot more printing, a lot more liquidity flooding. And all of a sudden, when it does get to the point where they're getting the inflation that they want, it's very hard to exactly pinpoint it. So then it overshoots the 2% target. Now we're getting 3, 4, 5%. And then they're in this position where maybe they're forced to change and rein it in, and you can get some shocks to the system. But Bitcoin in general, there is a need for scarce assets. Gold has been around forever, right? The fact that gold over the last 3 months, 6 months has underperformed Bitcoin, it doesn't mean that the need for gold and the use case for gold is no longer there, and that it's no longer valuable when you're looking at gold against fiat currencies. Bitcoin was created, the structure of its emission schedule, it was created after gold, right? It was modeled after gold, just mathematically. They tried to do it mathematically according to how gold really is mined and comes into the system. So I think that Bitcoin will see ebbs and flows in the market based on what's going on the macro scale and what central bank policy is established. But I do think that it's very important to think about where we're going to come from. If we're $250,000 at that time, 100,000 comes back, keeps going, we don't really know, but it surely will be affected greatly by future policy.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, I think that's a point that a lot of people don't realize. What is money? Historically, money wasn't fiat. It became fiat 1979, once, I believe it's 1979, the Bretton Woods, when they took it off the gold standard. And so people don't realize that the piece of paper they hold, what gives it value. And so, you know, if they were to understand that, they were, you know, to be educated and explained, this is what gives a dollar value, this is what gives Bitcoin value, this is what gives gold value, this is what gives corn value. These are all different assets. They all get value from different places. And so people assume money is value, everything else just gets exchanged for money, but that's not really how it works. So, you know, I think that these are, although these are troubling times, tough times for a lot of people, you know, people are learning, people are opening up their eyes, they have more access to education, more access to this understanding that is crucial to really making them educated traders, educated investors, and financially responsible people, which I think is very good. Yeah. Now, you know, you traded commodities, like you mentioned, corn, wheat, soybeans, and wheat. So a very, very, very sexy industry, I'm sure. So trading commodities is different from trading equities or other markets. And I wonder, now that we're able to, you're starting to see this a little bit in the space where people are digitizing assets onto a blockchain. And they're utilizing these assets to trade them, wrap them up, and trade them in all different types of ways. I want to ask you, because, you know, obviously you're an expert in this matter. Can you see an advantage to digitizing and trading some of these commodities on a blockchain as opposed to just the traditional markets where they're traded right now, which are already essentially digital?
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, one of the benefits that can improve dramatically is the settlement process. Settlement is it's at the core of trade. And it used to get done in back offices between banks, between trading firms, clearing firms. And now settlement can be done on a trustless ledger. right? Where it's public, it's open. We can all see every single trade, every transaction, everything that's done for everybody to see. I think what we come into when we're dealing with commodities, settlement is done in a few different ways, right? The futures that I traded at the Chicago Board of Trade, which was now the CME, were physically settled. So you hear those stories about, well, I own some corn contracts, and am I going to get corn delivered at my house in the front yard? They're just going to pull up a truck and dump the 5,000 bushels of corn. Well, no, there is a system in place. You have to be able to accept delivery, and so that part of it makes the commodity trade purely digitized and on blockchain different. There's a few more steps, but a lot of instruments and derivatives are cash settled. So it will settle to an index or a settlement price, and then instead of exchanging corn, soybeans, oil, wheat, gold, you would just exchange the money. And you might be able to go to a warehouse, closer to where you are if it was a physical commodity. But everything will eventually be, I believe, settled digitally, settled immediately on the blockchain, using these technologies that are new. We're very early in that stage, but it works in these digital exchanges that we see in the crypto space. They're exchanging billions and billions of dollars of assets a day, and it's working, and it's working every day. So I think we are going to see that take place. There are nuances in markets, and you do need this down to the core trust from the biggest players, the biggest liquidity providers. You read names like Citadel, right? Like Jump Trading, like the big banks. When things go wrong and when we see markets collapse and liquidity dries up, the biggest thing that the Federal Reserve and the US Treasury, what they need to do is they need to make the biggest liquidity providers feel confident. We are here. We're not letting this thing collapse. We are going to put more money into the system. Please, what do you need to go make markets again? Put bids and asks, let people transact. If people need to get out, make a market so they can get out. If others want to get in, make a market so they get in. The biggest players, they need that confidence that, okay, I will go do my job. I'll go provide liquidity, but Fed, you tell me, like, we're not letting this thing collapse, because why am I going to be in there? I'll just wait till the dust settles and come pick up the pieces. Yeah. So it is that trust. And that's one thing with crypto and with Bitcoin. We have the network, but there is no central entity. There is no, real Satoshi back there who's like, okay, guys, we're all good. We've got reserve here. Like, that doesn't exist. It is a collective. It is a network. So it's not infallible. There are things that we need to work through. It's not just ready to like set it and forget it. And we're not there, but eventually we hope to get there.
Right. And we're starting to see that with the growth of DeFi. The automated market maker. You're a market maker. Before getting interested in crypto, I never even heard of a market maker. I had no idea what it was. But because of DeFi, looking into it, and I learned a lot of how the markets work, and we're seeing this rise of automated market makers. And if that's successful, if the technology there proves itself, with, hey, anyone who has liquidity, they could provide liquidity, be a market maker, and be rewarded for it, gain all those awards that traditionally the traditional market makers have. Can you see that actually transferring over to traditional markets where, hey, opening up market making to everyone, and that actually working?
Absolutely. It can work. But one thing we have to remember, market making and being a liquidity provider, it sounds glamorous, right? I'd love to be a professional market maker, liquidity provider. Look at, they're making so much money. What we don't see is that there is a graveyard that goes on for miles and years of liquidity providers and market makers who got taken out on a stretcher, right? Like literally they didn't survive. Market making, liquidity providing, it is not easy. It is complicated. Markets are complicated. You can also be the smartest, most diligent market maker, and you can also lose everything.
What's the risk? What's the risk posed to market makers and liquidity providers?
Well, let's just use something kind of basic here. A futures contract, right? A corn futures contract. And let's say you're a market maker who, you're a member of the exchange, you pay your dues and you get, lower transaction fees than everybody else because you're there to perform a service. You're there to provide a bid and an ask. Mm-hmm. And back when I started at the floor of the CBOE and the options market making pits, standing in the pit, I needed to make a two-sided market. And if it was a regular market conditions, there were limits to the width of my market. If the option was under $1, let's say, I could only make my market $0.25 wide or $0.50 wide. So I needed to stand there when a broker came in and he asked, how is this contract? I needed to give a price where I was willing to buy that contract and a price where I was willing to sell it at the same time. So when you're a liquidity provider in the truest sense and you're providing a bid and an ask, you are risking. Let's say I provide a bid and an ask and the broker says, okay, I'll buy those. I'll buy 1,000. I'll be like, oh, okay, I'll sell you 100 of those. Right. And then he'll say, well, where can I buy more? Right? So then you make another market. Well, okay, I sold you these at $1. Now you got to pay me $1.50 for another 100. And he says, I'll buy another 100 at $1.50. Where can I get more? And then you're like, okay, now you'll have to pay me $5. Seems like you've got a lot of these to buy and I don't have inventory. So now if I don't have inventory of that, now I'm short a couple hundred of these things. When am I going to get those back? What if that thing goes from $1 to $100 in 5 minutes because the Robinhood buyers of the world just come in and buy all of this stuff up? That's real risk. If I don't have capital with my clearing firm to cover what I've lost just in paper and unrealized losses, I would have to close my position. And so that happens in markets. That it's the beauty of being a market maker in the ideal sense is that I can buy my bid and sell my offer all day long. There's a spread there. I collect my spread. I go home and come back the next day. That's not really how markets work, though. You get moves that they can trend and they go back and forth. So you can get into a position where you're down a lot of unrealized money. And with some of these AMMs we see in the liquidity pools, there's this thing called impermanent loss.
Yep.
Well, impermanent loss can become permanent when you pull your money out of the pool. And that's the same way with unrealized P&L as a market maker. Unrealized P&L becomes realized, and it can be quite painful. And that's really what we're dealing with. The systems, there's some people have much better technology, so they have an advantage. But market making, liquidity providing, extremely, extremely complicated and extremely capital intensive. It takes a lot of money that you need to hold with your, whether it's the exchange, whether it's the clearing firm. So you got to know both sides of it. But I do absolutely believe that AMMs and kind of opening up market making and liquidity providing to everybody that's a trend that's going to continue, but it's not all wins. There's pretty much as much loss as wins going on in the market. So,
and that's what people have to realize whenever investing or trading. There's a reason that anything has a high reward. It's because there's a high risk. You know, the risk and rewards usually and should, in a fair market, in a correct market, should usually be mirroring each other. So always trade responsibly. But as we spoke, and anyone listening to this conversation could realize that markets are very complex, and there are a lot of complex trading tools. But that's what I actually liked about Hero in your offerings, because you guys are actually offering what in reality could, in the back end could be very complex trades, but you guys make it very fun, very approachable. You want to kind of go through kind of what kind of trades and offers you guys provide to customers?
Sure. One thing we saw when we got into crypto was these great instruments, the perpetual swap, which is just really a futures contract with no expiration date. But how it functions is there is a funding mechanism that works to kind of moderate the market. If it gets too heated up, too many people are buying this contract, then the cost of holding that contract increases, which then brings in sellers of that contract to kind of moderate it. Because if this perpetual swap on Bitcoin, it tracks the true Bitcoin price, but it's a derivative, right? You're not owning any real Bitcoin. So the perpetual swap, which from BitMEX, it really was a novel instrument, but it also opened up the idea of leverage trading to people. And leverage trading it's a very powerful weapon, and it can be deadly. And by deadly, I mean you can lose all your money pretty quickly if you're not seasoned, if you really don't know exactly how these things work. So with Hero, with our first products, we set out to give that same, people like trading the perpetuals because it's that rush. It's chasing, using 100x leverage. It's chasing a rush. It's as much emotional, psychological as it is to make money. So what we tried to do is we were very, very intimately aware of the emotional and psychological aspects of trading, from standing in the trading pit, right? From sitting in front of 8 screens, watching the markets go crazy when you're interacting with hundreds of instruments at a time. We were intimately familiar with that. We wanted to create some products that offered a blend of both the excitement, the energy, the electricity of these markets, but without the high leverage, and which can prove to be deadly for a lot of people. So our first product was a parimutuel contract where no leverage, you can only risk what you put in, and it's basically the winners are paying, they're collecting from the losers. So if you think Bitcoin is going to go higher in the next hour or next day, you can take a position that it's going to moon. We called it moon for crypto. And the people who think it's going to go lower, who are taking a position on Rect, whoever is right, they collect the pool. So it was a peer-to-peer contract, predefined risk. If I put $10 into this, that's the most I can lose. And this idea where you can get the emotional, the excitement, you can experience these markets with only risking a tiny bit and without using leverage. And so when we came up with these pool-based contracts on a standardized time frame, which lined up perfectly with the chart, right? These candle charts, the trading view charts that we all stare at all day, that is the biggest support tool for traders. They want to know where prices you can look at it in a 1-minute time frame, 5-minute, 15-minute, hourly. So we aligned our contracts perfectly with the chart and let people say, okay, is it going to be green or red? Is it up or down, moon or Rect? And peer to peer, we're going to play against our peers. the high frequency guys don't have an advantage. That was the basis for our first product, Moon Rect. We had the idea, and the one thing that crypto showed us was, you have an idea, build a prototype, put it in people's hands, see how they like it, get their feedback, and iterate. And that's what we did.
Mm-hmm. And that's awesome. I really, it's fun. I think that's what's needed in the space, because like we've mentioned, and anyone listening to this conversation, there are such powerful tools. Markets are complex, and there are tools for the advanced trader, but I think it's really great that you are also, people like you at Hero are offering a way for even new people who don't necessarily have the knowledge base to really deal with the professional swaps and options and all these things. Let them get exposure, let them understand the risk, but also let them get the reward. So that's all the time we have here, Rob, but I do appreciate you really giving our viewers a little insight kind of into how the markets work, your views on both quantitative easing as well as the potential for blockchain and Bitcoin. It was really a pleasure speaking to you, Rob. I do appreciate taking the time. And for all of our viewers here at Reimagine 2021, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. Trading can be hard, but we're here to give you some important tips. The Bitcoin halving will always give you 2. How do you think we got here?
Hi there, I'm Dr. Fauci Nakamoto. We all know accidents happen. For example, you might have accidentally forgotten to convert all of your directly deposited fiat into cryptocurrency. And that's okay. I'm reminding you that when all else fails, there's always Plan B for Bitcoin.
Hyar, ahoy there! I be Long John Silverbells at your service, and 'tis time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to ye by Reimagine 2021. Mempool. In the blockchain world, a mempool is the repository where transactions that haven't yet been verified and put into a block are stored. In other words, we can think of a mempool as the place where all of the data that hasn't yet been processed by the network lives, waiting patiently to find its new home as a permanent member of the blockchain, effectively making its way into immutable history. Hyar, and if you don't believe me, you'll have to walk the plank right into the mempool.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to Reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune in to Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
Greetings, fanciful leaders of this world, and wannabe authorities of all stripes. You thought that you could just print infinite money, did you? Well, the decentralized world of cryptocurrencies is on the rise. It's only a matter of time before the intricate web of blockchain architecture and distributed governance enable so much financial and existential freedom that your model becomes obsolete. Good luck. Time is running out.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 2021 V7, History of Coins. This is our 7th conference. I'm Roshan Marashkar, one of your hosts for this event. I'm also the project manager of the Reimagine 2021 conference series. And you see I got my Mario hat on. The theme for this conference is video games / Mario. We're looking at the history of crypto and also getting thoughts on the future of it as well. Enough about me. With me here today, I have Michael Anderson, who is one of the co-founders of Framework Ventures. Michael, thank you so much for joining us here today. How has the last couple of months been for you and your team? And then we can go into some deep dives about how you got into the space and what you're actually working on now.
Well, thank you for having me, first off. The last few months have been very exciting, to say the least. I mean, what we see in sort of the global macro world, as we hopefully have light at the end of the tunnel of COVID, Bitcoin being on the rise, being the primary choice of reserve asset that corporates, insurance companies, large macro hedge funds are allocating as an inflation protected asset. I think that that's creating a lot of attention around the space, and one of the spaces within the space that we focus on is DeFi. That is also getting a lot of attention, just with the ability of these protocols to disintermediate traditional finance applications. I think we're starting to see some of that work itself out.
Yeah, for sure. There's been a lot of movements in the past couple of months. So to start off with, I want to let everyone know, kind of tell your story a bit about how you first got introduced into crypto, and then we can lead up to the exciting stuff that you're working on right now, making impact in a lot of these projects.
Sure. Yeah. So I first got introduced to crypto in college. It's kind of one of the classic stories of I was studying economics and computer science. A friend told me about this thing called Bitcoin. We started mining Bitcoin a bit in our dorm room in 2012. But I never really kind of saw the potential of Bitcoin itself. I'd say that has changed fundamentally, but where I started to really fall down the rabbit hole was with Ethereum in 2014, and reading the white paper, understanding when you can actually add business logic and programmability to value transfer, the primitives that can come out of that are really fundamental and powerful. It's taken us at this point 7 years for that realization to kind of come to the forefront. But what we're seeing now in DeFi is nothing short of fundamental in terms of the world of finance. And to go back to my story a bit, I was working in traditional consumer technology. I was a product manager at Dropbox and then Snapchat. I met my co-founder when we were living together in Los Angeles. And our story kind of started professionally with us starting a company called Hashleets, which was kind of the precursor to what is now Top Shot. We were building digital collectibles for professional athletes, and we were building them specifically for NFL football players. So we had a lot of experience in the non-fungible token space in 2017 and 2018, ended up selling the business, but where we netted out is what we recognized in the space and why we started Framework was because we saw that traditional venture capitalists were not really kind of meeting the needs of what an open network and a protocol token really needed to bootstrap growth and engagement. So we started Framework to go off and solve that problem.
Got it. Yeah, that's actually pretty interesting. Not everyone starts off with learning about it in college. I mean, certainly there's a lot of students listening in as well who have all started student clubs and different things like that. But yeah, that's really cool. I think the NBA project that you're talking about is pretty popular right now in the past couple of weeks, as I've seen. So how would you say your perception over time, just being in the space, what do you think the role of crypto, how do you think it's changed? And what do you think is still the toughest part for new people entering the space in terms of understanding the differences between some of the assets that you mentioned?
Yeah, so I think Naval Ravikant said it really well. Crypto and crypto assets are kind of like a 400 or 500 level graduate course with prerequisites in economics, computer science, distributed systems, organizational theory. And if you're missing one of those preliminary components, you're not going to fully understand how all this stuff fits together. So I think it's really just, it takes a huge learning curve to get off the ground. But the way that I would say my understanding or kind of thoughts around crypto has changed is when I was working at Dropbox and Snapchat, I was building financial technology products, so payments, commerce, and billing. And what I saw is just the fundamentally antiquated nature of how financial technology is built. There is essentially no change in the infrastructure stack of financial companies or financial institutions over the last 40 years. And for the first time ever, we now have blockchain technology and decentralized finance is the outcome of that because it's going to be able to disintermediate financial firms. Bitcoin, I think, is maybe kind of the first killer application of blockchain technology, but just like email wasn't the end all be all for the internet, I think that we're going to find that the internet and in this case blockchains have a lot more potential.
Yeah, great to hear from your actual perspective of working at some of these companies and seeing how I think change is a little slower at some of these companies. And obviously in the open world of crypto, when you have things like Ethereum and other open source technology, or even Oracles, can kind of get into that a little bit later here. I just think the rapidness of the change, like how fast things evolve, are just faster, and there's no barriers, right? There's no circuit breakers or anything like that. So I think it can be good or bad.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. So talk to me a little now about Framework Ventures, right? What is Framework Ventures exactly, and go into a little bit about your exact philosophy and ideals, because I do think it's very different than what we traditionally see. And I want all of our viewers to get a good idea of also why you're doing this, right? Why you're so focused on DeFi and some of the exciting things there.
Absolutely. So Framework is actually two kind of entities. There's Framework Ventures on one side, which is our venture funds, and that's where we make principal investments out of. Framework Labs is kind of the hub of, in the world of venture firms. It's our management company, but it's very different. We are a technology company at our core. We have a number of engineers and product managers who are building alongside the investments and the protocols that we invest in. Because when we were starting Framework, and I mentioned this idea of feeling like there was a gap in the market for venture investing in this space, we felt like venture capitalists were just kind of buying and holding. They weren't participating with their tokens. Technology companies were building services on top of these protocols, and hedge funds were trading these assets like they're tradable assets. But there wasn't anyone who was doing all three. And so all three of them combined together into what we call network capital. And really what that means is that, it's a different style of investing, because it's not venture, it's not hedge funds, it's not private equity. We take a venture approach, so a multi-year horizon for any investment that we make. So that's similar to venture, but we're buying tokens, we're not buying equity. Framework Labs also becomes one of the largest customers or users of the protocols that we invest in. And we build software to help bootstrap engagement and activity. And so what that turns into is we're usually one of the larger investors in the projects that we invest in. But that means that we can also kind of come to the founding team and say, here's all the myriad ways that we can actually help just post investment that I think is differentiated.
Got it. So it's not just about the funds. I really love that, because I think a lot of the VC world and the perception that people have of it is it's just about the funds, or not enough people that have access to the fund. So it's interesting that you all chose specifically to focus on DeFi. That's kind of your specialty. So why did you all actually choose to focus on DeFi in 2020? And it was quite a rocky year. There was a lot of ups and downs. So what was it that really led you and your firm to this great success? Like, how did you get through it? And what was kind of your thinking back then? And is it sort of still the same in terms of just looking at DeFi?
So the first thing I'll say is we started Framework without a singular focus on DeFi. We started Framework. We came from the world of NFTs and Web3, so we had a ton of experience going through that Hashleaks experience. And when we started Framework, one of the things that we very quickly realized, in August, I think, of 2019, is that the real power of decentralized finance applications highlight the technology of blockchains. Blockchains are purpose-built for value transfer. And when you don't have real wallet technology that's consumer viable, when you don't have kind of the canonical digital display case that is required for NFTs to be a consumer application, when you have all of this value that sits on chain and the transaction throughput isn't very high to the point where you can actually run a consumer app on Ethereum, the only thing that really made sense was financial technology applications, because you have low transaction throughput but high value per transaction, and so that just kind of clicked for us, and so that's what led us in the direction of DeFi. But then as we started to dig in further, we just decided to have our first fund that we started in 2019 to almost solely focus on DeFi. It was the only thing that made sense from a product market fit perspective. And then as we started to make individual investments, we just started to see the proof that it was working. So we decided to go double down in 2020. But for us now, I think the perspective is changing. NFTs are working, and Top Shot is a great example of this. CryptoPunks is a great example of this. They're definitely benefiting from the crypto wealth effect that's happened over the last 6 months. But I think there is something real to that, and I think we're starting to see the data to suggest that that's correct. And so looking forward, I think Framework has definitely hung its hat on DeFi as kind of the thing that we focus on. But again, we came from the NFT world, and so going forward, we're going to have a pretty strong focus on NFTs and kind of the other myriad things that could be coming out of blockchains as well.
Got it. Okay, that's actually pretty interesting to know that your core competencies are not just DeFi. Like, it's sort of the same realm, but you all are going to be expanding or have experience already in those spaces. And these are all rapidly growing spaces. And to give people some perspective, so when you experience something like the bull run and you have prices going up, how does it affect someone like Framework? Do you guys sort of, double down on the existing chains, or do you always look for, let's say, new chains launching? Or I'm trying to get a sense of last year, we had tons of yield farming apps just launching very quickly, and it wasn't even fast enough for consumers to even vet a lot of these things. So when these changes in the markets happen, I guess, what are the top 3 levers, so to speak, that you look for when evaluating something like a DeFi product? Is it more about, I guess, transactions and all of that is always important? But do you look at things like in which countries are using specific DeFi projects or anything like that?
Yeah, so I mentioned our strategy is a venture thesis for all of our investments. And what this means is we want to buy a sizable enough of the network, chunk of tokens, whatever it may be, so to have a meaningful stake. But then we also take at least a 5-year perspective on any investment that we make. And so with that, we have yet to sell a single one of our tokens from our first fund. We're not in the business of trading. We're definitely investors. But one of the things that I think is definitely unique about this space is that you can see all of this information on chain. And so Framework Labs for us helps evaluate from a software perspective, what's the activity looking like? What's the engagement looking like? How are people using this? Is it repeat customers? Is it, is all the volume of a decentralized exchange 3 different wallets? Or is it diversified and it's a bunch of users coming together to use this? And so you can see all of that in real time and you can track it. And that definitely helps build insight, but a lot of that is post-investment for us, because when we're investing, it's before there's a token, it's before there's a network, before there's even a product. We're really backing a team. And so, our investment criteria, first and foremost, comes down to the founding team. Are they world-class? And one of the most exciting things from our perspective that we've seen in the last 6 months is the quality of founders has substantially gone up, because people are recognizing that this has the potential to be a real new substrate to be creative and be an entrepreneur. And so, that quality is a really huge, strong signal for us. The second I'd say is just what's the product and what's the market? Are they doing something differentiated? Is it something that's going to be well received in the market, or is it something that's just sort of a novel, not novel, and just kind of a tweak on something that's already existing? So that's number 2. Number 3 for us is community. And this may be a bit non-obvious, but when we're talking about open source projects, the interface to your customers, the interface to your partners, the interface for customer support, whatever it may be, is your community. And if you have a high quality community, that's something that's not forkable, hackable, stealable, anything. Liquidity is something that moves around. All the code is on chain, so there's no IP in that. But if you have a defensible community of participants and contributors, that's something that has true staying power. So that's probably a non-obvious one that we really go deep on and we use to evaluate any investment that we make.
Yeah, I love how you actually mentioned community, because I think, again, with the with the perspective of VCs, a lot of people, I think, don't fully understand the role of VCs, and they also think that the barriers to entry are very high. And I think they would generally be correct. But now I kind of want to segue into getting your thoughts about what do you think is the role of VCs specifically in DeFi, right? We're talking about like a decentralized platform, and we're also talking about people like you and your team who you need someone to foster a lot of those things. Can you kind of talk about some benefits and what are some things that you see traditional VCs just not able to do, right? And you already mentioned some of them, but I want to get into some cool use cases and some real competitive advantages, basically, of structuring your fund in this way, right?
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head. It becomes our unfair advantage. Framework Labs is our unfair advantage. We are structured differently, which enables us to operate in ways that Andreessen Horowitz can't. It enables us, to participate in governance. It enables us to stake these assets. We're the largest staker of the graph and synthetics. I think we're one of the largest stakers of Aave. If you can stake the token, we will absolutely do that. We help with governance. So we, as community members and as stewards of the investment who have a very long-term perspective of anything that we buy, we're in it for the long run. And, we're not going to sell something just because it's not doing well, even if there's a liquid market for it, because, there's always the potential for it to turn around. And so when it comes to governance, we'll do things like change the monetary policy. We'll actually build features that go into the protocol itself. So we're not just kind of passive token holders that are voting or staking. We're also, developers that are building. And we've got a team of people who are doing so. And that, I think, helps us align really well with the core team. But it also helps provide, just different perspectives, because we see a lot of other things, whereas a team who's focused on one protocol or one network is going to be focused on that one thing. And so we can help kind of survey the scene and survey what's going on around with other projects and hopefully provide good insight there. So, those are some of the things that we do. But, from a technical perspective, I do think having a software focus is a differentiated approach when you're a venture firm.
Yeah, for sure. And most of DeFi is software. But again, going back to those community members, you definitely need people to drive the usage and also understand how a lot of these applications work. So looking at the future of DeFi, do you see a lot of money coming from traditional finance into DeFi, unironically, or do you think it's still going to be this sort of retail-driven market where normal people are finding out how traditional finance really, doesn't really pay the bills, so to speak?
The quick answer is both. We have we've especially recently had a number of conversations with massive financial institutions who are just looking to get access to this. And it's still really, really hard to get access to it. We may be really used to using ledgers and MetaMask, et cetera, but for someone who is, a $5 billion hedge fund that wants to put $100 million into Curve as stablecoins, that's not something that is really feasible for them right now. You've got custody risks, you've got no insurance, you've got, actual technology risks where, these things could still get hacked or have a vulnerability. And so there's still a lot of risk. And I think as we de-risk the situation, we're going to start to see a lot more financial institutions get on board. But the real kind of users that I think are going to make up the bulk of the usage of DeFi is retail. I think DeFi is, it's in the name right there, decentralized finance, democratized finance. And when I think about the future of finance, I think of it being democratized, open, and transparent, but also community owned and community governed. So, it may be someone who owns a bunch of synthetics tokens, who's a major financial institution who's voting on these different proposals, but it may also just be an early adopter who has the equivalent number of synthetics tokens because they were early, but they're now, just as equal footing with those financial institutions. And so I think we have to think about this in the future as being equal and open for financial institutions to come in and participate, but also for retail to come and participate in an equivalent way. And so I think that's what really gets us excited, is thinking about that being the future of finance, where everybody has a seat at the table.
Yeah, for sure. It certainly does create a more level playing field than, a lot of these early startups or early technology that really retail users, unless you're a super, super early adopter or something like crypto, where it was a bunch of just more technical people that got exposed to it, you're going to miss the boat on a lot of those things. I want to ask you an interesting question. What's an interesting application of DeFi that you think is super cool, but it's not super practical? Like, one of my questions would be, right now, do you think it's practical, and is it possible for kind of from a VC or investing standpoint for, let's say, angel investors and different types of investors to actually invest in other startups using something like stable coins, or maybe it is Bitcoin or Ethereum? Or do you just think that's something cool, but not viable, like I mentioned?
Well, I think stablecoins are every single day finding more use cases. We view stablecoins as being kind of the bedrock of what, the equivalent food pyramid of DeFi, and it's the base layer, it's the bedrock. I wouldn't be surprised if you could start funding for things with a credit card using USDC. I think that would definitely happen. So, one of the benefits of being in this industry that's evolving so rapidly and is open source by default is that, nothing is far afield in terms of what's possible. I think that, I'd be hard pressed to say anything won't work out, because anything can work out just in the way that it's moving so far. And who knows, I've always thought, synthetic representations of non-financialized markets is a really, really interesting product. One example here could be like a synthetic representation of the NFL power rankings on ESPN, or it could be, Spotify plays, and you're essentially betting on the marketplaces of who's the most popular artist, finding them when they're early with low numbers of monthly listens, and then, benefiting from your follow and your kind of fanship over the course of their trajectory. That's a really interesting product that I haven't seen done yet. Also may not have a market for it, but that may be one example that I think is cool, but remains to be seen how it'll work.
Yeah, for sure. I think you're also touching a lot of ideas about just tokenizing the world, as they said a couple of years ago. And some of those things are actually coming true, and they are finding real value, such as NBA Top Shot and different other projects like that. At least, you can actually collect commercial value or whatever it is. Interesting thing that you just brought up about open source technology. I want to get into this a little bit here, because I think in traditional finance or traditional investing, a lot of investors really look for those, look for acquiring intellectual property or a specific competitive advantage, like buying a company with a large market share, right? These are all traditional paradigms. Do you think it's different from your perspective, being a VC firm in a decentralized market, right? So do you actually, would you value the intellectual property of some piece of technology? Or do you think that since DeFi has such an open nature and there's not really a lot of value there, or maybe there is, I'm not sure what your perspective is, but I'm trying to ask you a question about that in terms of what do you value more, and how do you see it as different, right?
So if you're a traditional venture capitalist who's trying to break into blockchain assets, you basically have to take every single thing that you previously did and rethink the entire model from the ground up. Where you previously had intellectual property kind of building this value in a corporate equity state, having shares be the coordination mechanism, and thinking about things built from the ground up, you now have to think about things as composable open source projects where you're leveraging as much as you possibly can from other projects. And, the power in this is really powerful. the Uniswap example, I think, is a great one. They do $1 to $2 billion of volume a day. They have 9 employees. Coinbase has hundreds of employees, and they do the same amount of volume every day. And that's just the difference between a company who has to build everything full stack up versus Uniswap, who's leveraging Ethereum. They're leveraging the aggregators like 1inch who are pumping volume through them. They're leveraging synthetics with their synthetic tokens. All of this stuff kind of interrelates as a full tech stack. And so, when we think about moats, the things that you previously thought were really valuable is, market share, customer relationships, your IP, your technology, like all of that stuff is gone. You now have open source composable projects where technology can be something that builds your brand and builds your reputation, and therefore kind of the connections and the distribution that you have. But really it comes back to community. And if you have, the connections with the community, to have the contributors want to be contributing, to have the participants, the liquidity providers, the traders, whomever it may be, the reason why they put it into Uniswap is because they view Uniswap as being a great place to make money, but it's also a safe place. It's also kind of a well trafficked place. So the liquidity providers will earn their returns better on Uniswap than they would other AMMs. And so that positive feedback cycle just continues, where when you have multi-sided marketplace and they're incentivized to continue to bring others in, that is the true network effect. And so network effects in the blockchain world are just fundamentally different than network effects in the non-blockchain world.
Yeah, that was a great example, actually, comparing Coinbase to Uniswap. That's very true. I would say the input on number of resources you have doesn't always equal the amount of output in this untraditional finance world, DeFi. Yeah, go ahead.
Well said. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying something. The other thing I wanted to get into too, since we're talking about VCs a lot, but also touching the important points about what make the market fundamentals, basically. From the VC perspective, what do you think? Like, are you bullish about things like yield farming and the concept of, let's say, governance, right? Does that actually affect how you look at an investment? Like, I'm talking about how a lot of people out there, right, when they're lending their money, they sometimes become LPs, I would say, in some of these network protocols, I guess similar to yourself as well. But what I'm trying to ask is, how do you sort of keep your competitive edge, or what are those key ideas that you're thinking about? Well, also knowing that this market is sort of open to anyone, like anyone could be a mini LP, so to speak, and kind of bouncing off what you said about transparency earlier.
Yeah, so I think the way that we keep our edge is just sharpening our edge every day, having a day one mentality, but also just staying connected with every single thing that's happening, and talking to the founders, talking to the potential founders, talking to the people working at these companies or projects. And so I think that's kind of how we derive our edge. The fact of there being yield farming and is it sustainable and I think absolutely. What we've unlocked is two things. One, community ownership and community governance, where you're actually giving the ownership and governance rights to the community members, to the users. It would be like if you got a share of Uber every time you took an Uber ride, and if you were a driver, you got 2 shares of Uber every time you gave a ride. And at that point, you're turning over kind of the value accrual, but you're also turning over the governance of the Uber platform to those participants, those users. And so that's kind of the first thing. The second thing is the token design space is a blank canvas. The fact that it's just software and it runs on a distributed computer is like the ninth wonder of the world, I think, because what we now have is the ability to have any creative person come up with any idea that aligns incentives better than what we have in the traditional world. But the cycle times of us trying different models is days or weeks, whereas in the traditional world, it's decades. And so what we've seen with the advent of corporate America, corporations as the kind of entity that we structure products around, and that build products and release them to customers. I think that is something that has worked in the past, but we're really putting it to the test now with the fact that we can have people live anywhere who are working on projects together. They can have customers from anywhere because it's an open system and open protocols, and they can kind of align incentives perfectly across all of those participants because they have this thing called a token, which is like a little snowflake for each of the different networks. And so that I think is kind of how we look at what a token is and how, when we're evaluating things, how we think we can derive edge. But as we're investing with a project, how we can hopefully guide them to help defend their position and kind of have that moat. The incentives and the alignment there is really kind of the crucial thing.
Yeah, got it for sure. I would say different chains or different projects. Some of them have governance features, and I guess some of them don't, and that would kind of that would kind of match as to what the specific goal of the project was. I know you've been involved in crypto for quite some time. So how would you say the either the governance or the tokenomics distribution or the incentives, how have they changed since the ICO boom that a lot of us lived through, where things were just structured very, very differently? I feel like they were just structured based on high distribution, but now you're telling me that you think that long-term people are actually going to use and cast their votes on these projects in addition to the monetary benefit.
Yeah, so I mean, 2017 was all about capital formation, and I think what you have when you have speculative mania around capital formation is you have fraud. And so 2017 really was a year of a lot of issues in terms of, running up against SEC regulations and, unclear as to what the product and the market was actually going to be. And whenever you have capital formation first, product development second, like that's just a real big conflict. And so we've gotten wiser, we've gotten better, and we've matured as an industry. And so now capital formation happens on the private side mostly. Then you have the distribution event or the launch of the token. And then you start turning over progressively the governance to the community and to the participants. And so I think, that just aligns incentives better. It I think helps put us on the right side of regulatory history where, we're actually working to improve and actually opening up the potential for regulators to come in and see everything, on chain. One thing that we like to think about is the role of a financial regulator in the future isn't going to be financial oversight. It's going to be code review. And that's really kind of how they, I think, will have to operate in this world. And it'll be better for them because they'll be able to see it in real time and at any time. And so I think comparing this to 2017, we just have so much more staying power now. And maybe you call it the Lindy effect, but it's really something that doesn't run afoul of regulators. It provides a better incentive structure to maintain the staying power, and it's just not going as quickly as 2017 was. We're now in year 3 of DeFi, and it still is just starting, whereas 2017 felt like more of a flash in the pan.
Yep, and yeah, a lot of people weren't really talking about the DeFi term back then. It was more about ICOs, but people had similar concepts, and I think you're definitely correct that they just weren't thought out fully through and sort of had that cleansing period. And then since that bear market, a lot of projects have been actually building, important things. I was talking to a couple of other interview guests too, and they're also talking about their experience with NFTs and like creating more content. So I definitely think that's a positive thing for our industry as a whole because it sort of gets new people in. To kind of wrap things up, I want to ask you a couple last questions about the future trends of the space. But first, I just want to zoom out again, and I just want to hear you talk about, why is it so important to you that the real world, why is it so important to you that DeFi is used in the real world? Do you have a couple ideas or philosophies about, is it more so contrasting with the current problems that are occurring day by day in traditional financial infrastructure, or are you more of a technologist who believes these traditional payment rails just aren't evolving as fast?
My answer to that would be both, and they're happening simultaneously. We have, now we have the developer sandbox to create new financial products, and having that is a massive tool in and of itself. So we have all of the capabilities to do this, but you're also looking at, the things that are happening on a global perspective. You kind of have untrust in the government in terms of just monetary policy, central banking. You have untrust in corporations. The running up against the Googles and the Facebooks of the world based on data and data rights and kind of privacy, I think is a big deal. And so, you're seeing this pendulum swing from full centralization, and now it's moving over to decentralization in a number of non-technical arenas. And so having the tools to be able to go off and build decentralized finance, having the kind of the strong tailwind of decentralization and an urge for more decentralization, and just the timing of kind of everything coalescing, frankly, around COVID, that spun things up multiple years. I mean, this trajectory, I think, what has happened in the last 10 months probably was going to happen in the next 10 years had COVID not happened. And so now we just kind of have a speeding up of the process. And I think that is also garnering a ton of human capital attention, financial capital attention, and just, news and attention in general. And so with all of that coalescing at the same time, I think that, is kind of why we're so excited, but that's kind of where it's going as well.
Yeah, well said. And to finally wrap things up, I want to ask you one last question. What do you think in 2021 will be like, what will be the number one thing that you think DeFi will disrupt next this year?
Really good question. So I think we're kind of picking off different financial primitives and going off and disintermediating them from centralized crypto and exchange. You have derivatives, you've got lending, you've got borrowing, you've got all these kind of core thoughts, core primitives. I think the next one truly is going to be options, and that is one of the predominant trading mechanisms in traditional finance. You have Deribit and centralized crypto finance as a massive player in this. You just don't have any real kind of decentralized options platforms that have hit massive scale yet. So I think we'll look back on 2021 and say, okay, options was that. But I also think there's one of the maybe counterintuitive trends that I think we're going to see at the end of 21 as well is, the number one reserve asset in crypto in DeFi will be Bitcoin. We're going to start to see Bitcoin and all the different variants of Bitcoin displace Ethereum, displace stablecoins as the primary kind of collateral choice. And so as soon as that happens, I think we're going to see DeFi do another 10x.
Yeah, that's a great way to end things off. Who knows what's going to happen? I've never heard someone say that. So that is an awesome thought. Michael, thank you so much for joining us here today at Reimagine 2020 V7. And I encourage everyone to check out Framework Ventures and Framework Labs. It's really interesting, the thesis that you guys all have. And thank you for sharing your thoughts here today. I'll let you all tune back in to Reimagine 2021 V7.
Bonjour, mes amis. I am Jean-Paul Pierre, and I have another crypto vocabulary lesson for you, brought to you by Reimagine 2021. NFT. In simple terms, a non-fungible token, aka NFT, is an exclusive digital asset. Accordingly, no non-fungible token is the same. Non-fungible tokens contain identifying information recorded in their smart contracts. It's this information that makes each NFT different, and as such, they cannot be directly replaced by another token. They cannot be swapped for like, as no two are alike. An NFT is like the Mona Lisa by Leonardo da Vinci, It is unique, and that is what makes it valuable. There is no other painting like that in the entire world. Well, similarly, Each NFT stores some form of metadata that makes it a unique entry on the blockchain. That said, even the NFTs on similar blockchains are not interchangeable. They're one of a kind, a masterpiece.
Reading fortune, I just got the news. I can be a millionaire too. Check the OP, what did he do? Gas in his bag, so to go to the moon. Spent half an eighth, I got 1,000,000 coins like the real McCoy. You know I feel that joy, cause if it goes to a buck, I won't believe my luck. And now 10 on my Lambos for me and my friends. Butterfly doors, but I'm Marty and Doc. Trump is like Biff from a squad on the block. Chanting with a hold alive. Chat rooms, we scroll at night. Bitcoin ether, been told twice. Never hold my ish like it's mold divide. Going to the stars, cause it's only right. Read the white paper, I was sold that side. Now I steal my shit coins, cause I'm overhyped. We can't take the pressure. Cashing out for you was tether. My craft ship shape as she sails through stormy weather. With pleasure, come with me on this endeavor. I will be smoking fat joints on Italian leather. Crypto fam, welcome to Lambo land. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. Crypto fam, welcome to Lambo land. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. This goes out to my crypto squad and the crypto gods. Blockchain clearing that fiscal clog. Rolling through town like the Frisco fog. Push the button, bought some coins. Now push the button, start my whip. Used to push my feet through the tenderloin. Now I'm pushing this spaceship. Some thought it was a bubble. Now vision doubled. Wishing they had taken the trouble. Hardware wallets, private keys, no more paper and duffels. Bank staying puzzle. Now I'm going for hikes. Have my mountain sex. My returns just hit 10,000x. Used to be humble. Now I proudly flex. Should I fly to Dubai or Saudi next? And I only cashed out part of my assets. Hodl to my last breath. Not the one to half step. It's so strange. Wealth is like a rebirth. Clawed my way out of debt. Fueled by my research. Crypto fam, welcome to Lambo land. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. Crypto fam, welcome to Lambo land. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, Whether you're an early stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. Trading can be hard. Not sure which coins to buy? Just go with the cheapest.
We just caught word of some breaking news. People are outside of Parliament demanding that the High Chancellor answer their questions. The people are chanting, "When Moon, when Lambo." When Moon, when Lambo. Back to you.
of events, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in this space. We've been fortunate enough. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 7th conference in a monthly series of events, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mousebelt team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator or providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within the Mousebelt University program. Our main objective is pretty simple. Our goals are to increase adoption, use cases, and real world applications. We seek to educate, our audience on blockchain, helping them understand crypto's real impact. Again, thanks for joining us at the moment. We have an exciting interview for you today. Let me go ahead and introduce you to Munib Ali, co-founder of Stacks. I appreciate you taking the time out of your day to participate. Looking forward to an exciting discussion.
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem. So, as I mentioned, kind of before the call here, like, we can find a lot of interviews, podcasts, right, all on YouTube. So let's kind of get the cliff notes, kind of like a quick backdrop of yourself, and we'll get into this interview to kind of set the tone here.
Yes, happy to. So I did my PhD in computer science at Princeton University, and that's where the Stacks project started as well. And Stacks basically brings smart contracts to Bitcoin. So think of that as we treat Bitcoin as a foundational layer, almost like TCP/IP for the internet. And we build the kind of like the missing features on top, which include smart contracts, but they also include some other parts of the stack like storage and so on. So developers effectively can unlock the potential of Bitcoin. Like if they want to deploy Bitcoin in smart contracts, if they want to write logic against Bitcoin, they can do that using Stacks.
Perfect. Thanks for summarizing that. And we'll get into that as we kind of go along here. So first things first, like, it's interesting. You're developing on Bitcoin. And again, I have some other questions, like tons of questions, and everybody else was kind of moving away from Bitcoin. So like you obviously have a deep understanding of distributed systems. You have a PhD, master's degree in this field. Like, what did you first think about Bitcoin? And then like, how did you know that could potentially be a solution after like its perceived intention of like digital gold or like payments, right? So one, like, what did you first think about Bitcoin? And then how did you know that this could potentially, there was more to it? You saw obviously beyond it.
Yes. So I think, so my background before kind of like discovering blockchain, so I entered the industry in around 2013. And before that, for like a decade or so, I've been doing research work on distributed systems, next generation internet protocols. And I've been involved with several internet projects where they're effectively trying to build a next generation internet. And they typically kind of like, they're very exciting works, but they typically remain in academia. You'll have a prototype, you'll never really kind of like commercialize it and actually change the internet, right? So we wanted to do things a little bit differently. We kind of like came out of university to raise venture capital to do the R&D and actually try and commercialize a next generation internet, which is obviously almost like a moonshot type of a project, that it has a small probability of a very large success if you're actually able to build a different type of internet. And over there, we effectively discovered blockchains, more specifically the Bitcoin blockchain, as a very elegant solution for some of the problems we were trying to solve for building a next generation, decentralized, more secure internet. And the thing about seeing more to Bitcoin, that mostly comes from my training in distributed systems and peer-to-peer computing, that for me, like Bitcoin was providing this global consensus layer where people can actually agree on information on a global scale in a very much like trustless manner. And that doesn't need to be just about payments, right? Like Bitcoin is almost like a settlement layer where you can settle any type of information on it. And I'll explain more about, what's the misconception about Bitcoin. Well, people think that, hey, Bitcoin is very limited. It only does one thing. And that is actually a misconception out in the industry about it.
Perfect. Yeah. And I think we'll let you kind of elaborate on that further. Were there so obviously like Bitcoin, blockchain technology, distributed systems, cryptography obviously has been around for years, right? Decades. So the 90s, there were a few attempts, and I think obviously technology just kept up and evolved. And were there other, so Bitcoin came out in 2008. Were there other blockchains like around that time that you were looking at, or was Bitcoin kind of the main? Obviously, it was the main one, but were there other? When you're in the moment, there's so many opportunities, and everybody thinks in hindsight, yeah, oh, Bitcoin is Bitcoin, but like, were there other chains at that point or attempts that people were trying to develop?
Yeah, so I think Bitcoin, as you said, 2008 is when it was conceived. Early 2009 is when the network launched, and then after a couple of years, I believe 2011 is when the first fork of Bitcoin, like first major fork of Bitcoin, came around called Namecoin, which was adding some functionality to Bitcoin, like the ability to register domain names, like a decentralized, almost like a DNS system. We experimented on top of Namecoin for a little while as well. And it's basically, I do think that there were a lot of different blockchains, especially in the early times. So I'm saying pre-Ethereum,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
wouldn't really take another blockchain like very seriously, because it wouldn't have a lot of developer momentum behind it, or it wouldn't have a lot of kind of like, serious design changes from how Bitcoin was built. They were mostly kind of like forks of Bitcoin with small changes. And then the question was, why wouldn't you just use Bitcoin, which is a much bigger network with a lot of hash power? And same arguments kind of like are true today as well. Bitcoin is still the largest network, still the most secure network. And I think Ethereum would kind of be the first effort that was a radically different implementation of a blockchain from scratch.
But how about those forks? And we don't need to go too much down these forks of Bitcoin, but for those, we have like various audience and viewers right now that are tuning in terms of like, either they know about this stuff or they're beginning. So like there were a bunch of forks of we'll call it Bitcoin, duplicates, replications, various changes and features. At any point where, aside from the community growth, did any of those make sense? I mean, you're my Bitcoin master here. Like, you understand it fully. So like there was, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 other chains that, forked Bitcoin at that time. Were any of them kind of seriously like taken or considered, in your mind?
I mean, in some of them, right? For example, Litecoin is still around, and Litecoin has almost like found its use case as a place where sometimes there are Bitcoin proposals that get more easily deployed and tested on the Litecoin network first. And then, there's additional data point, because Bitcoin is kind of like the backbone of the entire industry. So that's why it's very hard to make changes to Bitcoin. It's supposed to be very durable. So for example, if you want to do something a little bit more experimental, Litecoin has served that purpose, where it would actually roll out some of the changes earlier than Bitcoin, and you will have real data of at least running on the Litecoin network that makes it easy. It gives you a higher confidence that, hey, you can actually push this change on Bitcoin as well. And then I think there are obviously some of the projects, like, I forget when Monero came around, but it was pretty early as well. I use it. I think it has a very clear use case, and a very different value prop from Bitcoin. It focuses on privacy and private transactions. So I do think there have been like some real use cases from the early days as well.
And so 2013 rolls around. You guys, are picking up steam here. Before Ethereum, there was kind of like this there wasn't Ethereum. So like, how did you vision, and maybe the conversations too, when you guys are raising money, the perception, as you just mentioned earlier, like, some of the restrictions and limitations, how did you get past those discussions? And then two, is that what influenced you to add those features and upgrades and like, this layer 2 side and kind of not scale, but I guess make it more utility as opposed to just digital gold and just payments? Was that all kind of around 2013 up to, I guess, 2014, 2015 when Ethereum launched?
Yes. So I think the interesting thing here is some of the design decisions that Ethereum made back in, let's call it 2014 is when the paper came out. 2015 is when they launched. And I think some of the design decisions, they are actually quite fundamental even to this date, right? And it's like very fascinating to see, actually. Like, for example, as a computer scientist, when I read the Ethereum paper, my initial reaction was that there are a lot of like, design problems with this thing, right? And as a like, imagine like in typical research circles, you would do peer reviews and you would actually submit feedback and you follow through that process. Or there are certain kind of like, known learnings in the distributed systems place, or game theory or applied cryptography or even programming languages that you would try to learn from. And I do think like Ethereum was a little bit of an outsider, right? And like Vitalik, obviously he's a very intelligent person, but he's relatively young, I think 19, 20 at that time. And there was a little bit of an outsider view coming in, where I felt that some of the design decisions were actually, I would have picked very different design decisions. And interestingly, I think a lot of community gathered around Ethereum. In hindsight, it was because there was a culture of kind of like shipping faster, all experiments are fine, and being very open to experimentation. Whereas if you look at the Bitcoin culture, it's pretty much like, very serious, and, you are not going to mess with the Bitcoin protocol. And they're even the developers, and they might come across as, they're all very nice people. I know some of them, but they might come across as a little bit more hostile than being very welcoming to especially newcomers, especially people who don't know what they're doing, right? It's a little bit like you need to like earn the respect of the Bitcoin developers to even have the voice there. Yeah. And that's actually not a unique thing. Like if you look at, Unix kernel developers, like people who actually hack on how the operating system actually works, like it's a similar type of a culture there. They're not going to let someone who just learned how to program to now mess around with the kernel of an operating system, right? And I think Bitcoin core protocol is a little bit like that. Like you need to have very much like a domain expertise to be able to work on it. Whereas Ethereum was welcoming to everybody, right? Yeah. And it was that culture shift. But some of those design decisions, like they're not going to disappear. If you have a Turing complete programming language that has reentrancy, for example, the reentrancy is going to come back and bite you. And it comes back and bites it, Solidity parameters again and again and again, right? Similarly, the type of scalability issues, like we saw this in 2017. Like you could actually do like back of the envelope calculations to be able to tell that, hey, Ethereum actually can't scale, right? But the normal developers who were getting excited about smart contracts, and they were getting excited about the possibilities of like what can happen, they're not systems engineers. Yeah, they don't realize that, hey, once I build this thing and if it really starts to take off, Ethereum won't be able to scale. And people had that understanding in 2017 when the network started getting a lot of traffic, and then people would remember CryptoKitties. The CryptoKitties just effectively jammed the network, and then those people had to go off and build a separate blockchain and so on. But those were things that they were writing on the wall, like we could see it, right? Like it's coming. It's just that most people don't realize it.
And real quick, going back to stay on this topic too, in terms of like the research circle, would you say that was the minority of kind of the understanding of the Ethereum white paper and kind of the restrictions and limitations there, as you're mentioning, and were you guys took that into consideration, obviously prior to Ethereum's launch, in determining like the design, the architecture and design for at one point what was block stacks, but now it's stacks.
Yeah, so it's very interesting, right? So we have, for example, done almost like 3 years of R&D on just the programming language, the Clarity programming language, which is now live, and Algorand. Again, they're scientists from MIT and so on. They also collaborate on that language because they basically see the same reasons for using that language as we do. And similarly for scalability or building on Bitcoin, like we were like more careful with how to design and plan out these systems, because you can launch something that doesn't scale, or you can launch something that is kind of like dangerous for programmers, but that doesn't get you a lot, right? So and interestingly, you said like, were we the minority? Absolutely, right? So especially in the beginning, it was very
because at the beginning of this, which is, I'm so happy to have you on, right? Is like the perception of like Bitcoin and like it doesn't scale. It's just cool, it's very limited in its use case and application, store of value. But like when I started, researching, stacks overall and kind of listening to you talk previously, it just seems like it makes sense that it shouldn't have been, it shouldn't just be Ethereum in the winter. And here we are today thinking, well, there's a lot of issues with other chains popping up, seeing kind of the writing on the wall. And we don't know yet, right? Ethereum is going to work on it. But what you're telling me is you're kind of answering a lot of the myths, a lot of the perception that Bitcoin, it is what it is, and like that's it. But you're bringing a whole new thing. So sorry not to interrupt you, but 3 years of research, R&D.
And yeah, so I think you're absolutely right when you said that were we a part of the minority early on, and we did. Like sometimes I would feel that because a lot of people working in the crypto industry, they were what I would consider like outsiders, but it's actually a good thing as well, right? Like other people are getting a chance, and they're getting an opportunity, but they're not people who are coming from some of the top research universities or some of the research labs out there. Like for example, the person who designed Clarity language worked at Microsoft Research compiler group.
Wow.
So like building compilers for people who have actually been like doing this for a living, right?
Yeah.
And interestingly, I think something changed in 2017 when there was a kind of like the ICO mania. A lot of like sophisticated players actually started paying attention to crypto. So since late 2017 and onwards, I feel actually very grateful that now there are a lot of sophisticated teams working in the area. Like, so some of the projects, like for example, we collaborated with Algorand. There's Avalanche by Emin Gunserer. There's Solana. Even the founders behind Near protocols, they're like really smart programmers who actually really know what they're doing. And I think that's such a healthy change, because now like there's so many experiments happening, and where my confidence level, like that these people are actually working on kind of like the technical details and really know what they're doing, is much higher now compared to 2017 and before.
It seems as though Bitcoin led the way. Ethereum comes in to kind of make some adjustments. I wouldn't call them band-aids, but just some tweaks, some features to kind of get it off the ground in a different, maybe a different strategy. And then now, like you just brought up some other teams, Solana, Near, Algorand, Ava, that are tackling a lot of Ethereum's challenges at the moment. And like, where do you fit into amongst these other players? With earlier research, same kind of bandwidth in terms of pedigree. Where do you like? It seems like Bitcoin's still in the mix, and nobody really talks about it.
Yes, so I think there's basically the way to look at the industry is there are three buckets. There's one bucket that is the most popular opinion, which is that smart contracts are going to happen on Ethereum, right? For that to happen, like ETH2 will need to ship, or some sort of a layer 2 would need to take off. Which I think, like I've been in favor of layer 2s for a long time, and I think it's a good thing that there are now sophisticated teams working on layer 2 technologies, and that's great. So that's one potential outcome, which I think is the popular opinion, that hey, Ethereum is winning, and they might ship ETH2 and so on. The second category is these next generation blockchains, and you can put all of them in a bucket almost, right? They're really good teams, hard to tell which one is going to succeed in what exact application area. But the story there is that, if Ethereum is unable to kind of like, upgrade to ETH2 or have good solutions, some of these players will start taking more market share. And then there's a third category that I think is completely contrarian, and very few people actually understand what it is. And that category is that a lot of smart contracts would actually end up happening on top of Bitcoin, right? And we are in that category. And I think there are some other projects there as well, like
not many though.
Not many. Like RSK is doing some interesting work, and there are a few other projects, but I think we are in that camp, and it's very interesting because in some ways, like it is a contrarian bet, but it's a very huge bet, because Bitcoin is the network that has $1 trillion worth of crypto capital. And if you could directly unlock that into smart contracts, it's potentially the largest opportunity out there.
Yeah, and I think it provides, because what I've heard from investors, and you brought some of the names up in terms of like, we're not holding Ethereum, Bitcoin is the option at the moment only because, first mover, right, and kind of the big player, but it doesn't have other utility. And I've been hearing that recently. So it's great to hear like what you're working on to change that narrative. and now applying smart. And one of the things was like, it doesn't do smart contracts, it doesn't do this, can't build, it's not flexible, can't build upon it. But you're telling me otherwise. So what are some of the, I guess, the designs that allow you, or we can get into stacks now, I guess. Like what are the problem solutions that others are trying to solve and you guys have continuously been working on, that are different, to our viewers out there that understand Bitcoin at a high level, understand Ethereum at a high level, but you're applying kind of both mindsets to make Bitcoin like a much more robust, network to use.
Yes. So I think let me first make one point about Bitcoin, and then I'll come to the work
Perfect.
we're doing. So I think one interesting thing about Bitcoin, and I think a lot of people confuse this, is Bitcoin is going after the use case for store of value, right? The digital gold narrative that's actually taking hold everywhere, and people like large companies like Tesla and Square, they're taking their corporate treasuries and actually hedging against inflation by buying Bitcoin, right? So Bitcoin actually has product market fit in that category. It's a very simple, and for that, Bitcoin actually doesn't need to change. It needs to be durable. It needs to be like a store of value, like a scarce thing, and it's doing that, right? I think where people confuse things, more generally speaking, is where they don't fully understand what market gas for smart contracts is in, right? It's a very different market from store of value. Gas for smart contracts is more similar to like AWS, where Amazon Web Services is doing computations and is capturing some value for running those computations, right? So ETH is gas. Like, sure, a lot of people would make the argument that no, ETH is money and it's going to become internet money. But if you look at the use of Ethereum, it's actually as gas for smart contracts. It is not being used as a store of value. There's no corporate treasury that is buying Ethereum as a hedge against the dollar. They're not. They might look at it as an innovative new network, but the use is actually gas for smart contracts, and which is what the other layer one protocols are as well. So I think when you clearly separate out gas for smart contracts, and I'm actually working on a platform that is gas for smart contracts, but I don't pretend that it's a bigger market than Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Right? So we almost like cleanly separate these two markets, and we say that Bitcoin is going for store of value. If I was working on a store of value system, like that's actually a very, very hard thing to work on, right? Like it is a uphill battle. Gas for smart contracts is a more straightforward thing, relatively speaking, because your market there is actually developers. You want developers to come use these smart contracts, build using the smart contracts, and then use the gas in smart contracts. It's actually a pretty simple AWS-like market, right? Where their primary customer is actually developers. Bitcoin is going against like a whole lot of other things. So what we do is we clearly separate ourselves from Bitcoin. We say Bitcoin is the store of value, and we are going to build a smart contract platform that actually settles on Bitcoin. Right? So just like you have Lightning does payments and then settles on Bitcoin. Our blockchain is designed in a way, it is a kind of like a layer one blockchain, like it's not really a side chain, but it's designed in a way that thousands of transactions on stacks automatically settle on Bitcoin, every Bitcoin block. So it's a little bit like if every Bitcoin block, a Lightning channel was automatically settling on it. Right?
Yeah.
And then we designed the programming language Clarity. Very quickly, the main difference there is that Clarity programs are what's called decidable, meaning that you know exactly what the program is going to do before executing it, right? So it's a security property. It's like code that runs on an airplane. There's formal verification behind that code that this code is not going to do something wacky and then just like crash the airplane. Like that's the kind of security you need for smart contracts code, because the main thing you're doing with smart contracts is actually dealing with a large amounts of assets and money. Like people are keeping like hundreds of millions of dollars on these smart contracts. So the new thing about these programs is that they run on a blockchain and they keep a lot of valuable assets on it. So the only property to optimize for really is security. And that's what Clarity does. And interestingly, because the way it's built, Clarity actually has visibility into Bitcoin. So you can actually write programs, like for example, a lending application that I want to borrow Bitcoin from you. There can be a Clarity contract that can actually, I can provide collateral through that Clarity contract, and you would just do a Bitcoin transaction. right?
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying that this is like DeFi for Bitcoin,
Yeah.
because you would just send a Bitcoin transaction, and if your Bitcoin doesn't come back by a certain block height, Clarity would kind of like release the collateral to you, right? So
Wow.
that's where I think it's a little bit like putting everything in the right bucket, because it's going to be, in my view, is going to be almost like a next generation internet stack, where Bitcoin is that base layer and is the store of value and the settlement layer. Stacks brings in the smart contract layer, and then developers are kind of like building interesting things on top.
Now, does the Bitcoin layer foundation kind of provide more of a more decentralization as opposed to some of these other chains?
Yes. So I think the reason to build on Bitcoin, there are several reasons, but the top ones are that it is a open, decentralized network that is pretty much like, if you think about, which blockchain is going to be around 50 years from now or 100 years from now, Bitcoin is probably going to be here. We don't know about other systems, right? So it's the durability of Bitcoin, and that it's an open network. You don't need permission from anyone. Same for Stacks, right? Anyone can be a miner on Stacks. It's an open, decentralized system. And we actually, one thing I didn't get into is that we reuse the hash power of Bitcoin, which is actually not only like better for energy usage and so on, but it's actually very interesting for the community building, because we depend on Bitcoin, right?
Yeah.
So we have a vested interest in Bitcoin succeeding. So we are not fighting with Bitcoin. Like there's no scenario in which I think that Stacks is going to flip Bitcoin or we'll take over Bitcoin's market cap. So it's like friendly projects who want to grow together, and we clearly depend on Bitcoin for our success. And then interestingly, the way the economics of Stacks works is that people who are Stacks holder, if they participate in consensus, they're actually earning Bitcoin from the protocol. Right. So you see Bitcoin transactions coming into your wallet. And then when you earn Bitcoin from the asset, like it also kind of like, reinforces this financial stake that if smart contracts on Stacks are taking off, you actually get a higher yield in Bitcoin. So there's a very tight loop between the success of Bitcoin and the success of Stacks.
Does the volatility have an effect on that kind of closed loop circle, like stacking and rewards and the ups and downs of volatility? Does that affect any of the parameters or environment developing or incentivization and all that? I mean, obviously if it goes up, it's great, but it's so crazy. So like, how does that affect, or it may not?
It does. There are several factors, but effectively, I think the STX BTC pair is an important one, right? If Stacks is kind of like appreciating against Bitcoin, you're actually getting more Bitcoin rewards. But then there are other things in the equation, because the miners who are sending the Bitcoin, they look at the value of the block, right? So there are some newly minted Stacks in it, but then there are also the gas fees. So if there's a lot of developer traction and a lot of people, like for example, the problem that Ethereum is having right now, where the fees are like $100 and they're running out of space. If that happened on Stacks, the Stacks holders would be getting an insane amount of yield, right? Because the Bitcoin needed to mine the block would be very high, and that Bitcoin is actually distributed to the Stacks holders the way the consensus algorithm is designed.
When you were raising funds back in the day, like how did this come across? Were they like open to it? Was there some barriers there to kind of understanding this concept when, again, you're kind of changing the whole perception around and like separating the two, which make total sense now. So like, what were some of those, what was the feedback there when you're trying to let them know like, hey, we have a solution to kind of battle, what you think the problem is with Bitcoin, the way that we're trying to use it, not in, like you said, not the store value, not the long-term kind of, how did that go? How did those discussions go?
Yeah, I think interestingly, like we've just been very lucky to have investors who really believed in the team and the vision. So interestingly, like, I really think they were funding an R&D project. So Union Square Ventures and Naval Ravikant and Y Combinator and others, I think they were early on, they were basically putting money into an R&D project, and we were very open with them that, hey, we are going to do R&D for a very long time. and we are building open source software, and we don't have any monetization plans and so on, right? So they knew what kind of like they were getting into. But I do think the idea of like building on Bitcoin was pretty much like contrarian, because a lot of people would be like, hey, why would you do it on Bitcoin and not on Ethereum? And like the amount of times people have asked me, is Stacks a ERC20? And I'm like, you can't, I can't even begin to explain like how it is not an ERC20, and it would never be an ERC20, and so on.
Yeah, no, not even close. So we talk about DeFi, NFTs, different verticals, different kind of sectors within crypto. We talked about payments. Like, so what's the target market for, Stacks, for the developer? Is it kind of the same? Like, how does DeFi benefit, or how does it all make sense since it is contrarian? How do you make sense of bringing DeFi to Stacks, kind of with this whole Bitcoin, underlying? Like, how does that work?
Yes, so I think it goes back to our core thesis, right? Our core thesis is that successful experiments that happen in crypto will eventually get developed on top of Bitcoin, right? If that thesis is not true, like we're not going to succeed. But if that thesis is true, right? Meaning that, like, let me give you an example. Let's say a liquidity protocol like Aave has turned out to be a successful experiment on top of Ethereum. What that tells developers is building a liquidity protocol on top of Bitcoin, which has $1 trillion of liquidity, is a very good idea, right?
Yeah.
So if somebody implements that and it really takes off, like, so I think that's really the model. And I think we're kind of like seeing that. We're seeing that in even NFTs, where people are now getting really excited about NFTs, and then you have discussions with some artists, and you go like, well, if you issue your NFT on Bitcoin, like, that it's not going to go away, and would you get paid in Bitcoin, or would you get paid in like some other cryptocurrency, right? So do you want liquidity around your NFT to be in Bitcoin? So I think like that's the core thesis, but you can apply it to almost like every single application, be it DeFi, NFT, decentralized applications. Like, for example, domain names, right? A lot of people have the .eth domain names, and this is in the pipeline, but very soon there will be like domain names on Bitcoin. Like,
so what you're telling me is, if it's going to work on Ethereum or some other chain, it's definitely going to work on the Bitcoin chain without some of the barriers that are happening now, some of the challenges, right?
Yes, like that is what we bring. So we bring the,
if it works here, it's going to work here.
Right. We solve the scalability issues, and we bring the Clarity smart contract language, which is general enough that you can program anything and in a very safe way. Like, that's the work that we've kind of been doing.
And what about if ETH2 does succeed? Then what? And are you a believer in multiple chains, or one chain, or a select few chains for different industries, verticals, applications and use cases?
Yeah, I think my best guess at this point is that we are going to see a bunch of experimentation, right? So it's like, we might actually see more projects, more experiments, and in the coming years, and then we might start to see consolidation. That at some point, some of these projects are going to kind of like run out of money, or people would kind of like start consolidating to other chains. But it's unclear what the world will look like after consolidation. I think my best guess right now is that it will be a multi-chain world, but likely not like hundreds of chains. Maybe I think there are like 10 or so chains, and they are able to specialize in some way, that and they can coexist. Actually, I think to reach a stable scenario, you would have to basically be in a place where these chains are able to coexist in a way that they're actually like mutually beneficial to each other. And I think that's what might happen after consolidation.
And what about interoperability? So with Stacks, with Bitcoin, to this whole other side of new, the next generation blockchains, is that like, is that possible?
Yeah, so I think people are building bridges People are looking into cross-chain liquidity and so on. So I think all of that is interesting, and we're open to it in many ways. Like because Stacks has the smart contract functionality, it actually becomes the more natural place where if someone wants to kind of like connect to Bitcoin, it's easier for them to connect to Bitcoin if they connect to Stacks, right? Because you can actually have the smart contracts that help you with the bridge itself.
And, a lot of people are trying to bring Bitcoin to Ethereum as in wrappers, vice versa. What you're saying is it'd be wise to start, at some point, this is going to probably happen where you're going to try and bring Ethereum to Bitcoin as a wrapper.
Potentially, right? And interestingly, I'm actually more interested in like assets that are not wrapped.
Yeah.
Like, in the example that I gave, like if you were kind of like lending your Bitcoin, but you had to go to a wrapped asset. So what changes for you is like tax consequences, like the BTC to wrap to BTC and back might be a taxable event, and then you're taking now risk outside of the Bitcoin blockchain, right? Like your asset is now like on some other chain and so on. So I think the simplest thing is like if people can just keep Bitcoin and in Bitcoin on the Bitcoin main chain, but then there are interesting things you could do if there's a wrapped asset in a more decentralized way. So one interesting thing with Stacks is that even the wrapped asset is backed by Bitcoin, right? So to attack our blockchain, you have to attack Bitcoin.
Wow.
Right? So all of the history is actually backed by Bitcoin. So I think there are some interesting properties there, but I don't know how this happened, but I'm just looking at the decisions we have made and decisions Ethereum has made. And I swear this is not on purpose, but they are the exact opposite of each other in every single thing, like all the way to even regulations, right?
Yeah.
Like how Ethereum did their offering, like you looking at what the SEC has done so far, you could say that was an illegal securities offering.
Yeah.
And we did the SEC qualified offering. They did a Turing complete language. We did a decidable language, which is kind of like the opposite. And they are building a separate network. We're building a Bitcoin. They're going for wrapped assets. We're going for like non-wrapped. Like it's like I don't think we're doing this on purpose, but for some reason, like our design decisions are almost like the exact opposite of Ethereum.
And let's talk about Stacks a little more. How does Stacks operate? So we talked about smart contracts. You guys are building, leveraging the Bitcoin blockchain. You guys are just getting listed. You're not a security. It seems like everything's kind of flowing. So 2 questions. One, which maybe leads into the second one. One, give me some more insight onto Stacks, kind of some of the benefits, that it's offering. And then 2, like, one of the advantages that we hear that Ethereum and all these other Ethereum killers is the community and growth, documentation, education, everything's online. So like talk about Stacks a little bit more here for our viewers to get some more insight based off of what you just said, for the interview. And then 2, like, how do you round up, how does that bring in more developers, I guess, and grow the community to change from what everybody's used to developing on now to kind of coming back, to the Bitcoin side and tapping into Stacks here?
Yeah. So I think on the Stacks side, the kind of things that I think would stand out is, I would say the first is actually the team. So I'm not the only computer scientist on it. Like I think we were able to get some of the brightest minds to come and work on the project. I think there's something like 5 PhDs from Princeton, Stanford, you name it. People with deep expertise who have actually spent years and years. Like imagine this is like 5-6 years of work, right? The blockchain went live 6 weeks ago, but it is 5-6 years of work of really kind of like, if you look at our GitHub, the commit history goes like years and years back. So the first thing is actually kind of like the team and the amount of hard work that we did. I think interestingly, actually an analogy would be when we did the SEC qualification, the industry kind of like knew very clearly that was very hard, like coming up with a legal framework, the accounting framework, the 300 pages of the SEC filing that was there. Just by looking at it, people were like, this team kind of like did a lot of hard work to get that done, right? We are not lawyers by training. We are computer scientists, right? So imagine the amount of work that we have done on building the right thing in terms of stacks, right? So I think that's the first thing. And then if you're a developer, the really interesting thing about Clarity is that it is a decidable language, meaning that you don't have to worry about getting manual audits of your code or be scared to do like something that goes awfully wrong. You get formal verifications like out of the box, right? And there's no compiler even, the way we designed it.
Wow.
You know, people say that code is law.
Yeah.
If you go to our Explorer, you can literally see the code in the blockchain. So you don't see like compiled code, you see the exact code, and you know that what the developer wanted to write is the exact thing that's running as well, right? And if their intention was different, then you know that, oh, I programmed something wrong, and it was very clear what that thing was, right? And it has a lot of really interesting features around post conditions. Like, for example, you're writing a program and you say, no matter what this program does, never take more than like 5 stacks out of my wallet, right?
Yeah,
so it's really designed around really for developers, that how easy it is for them to program like smart contracts and basically get going. And then same for the design with Bitcoin, right? It's a little bit like transactions on stacks are cheap, right? It scales out. We have this very interesting thing called micro blocks where you can get faster confirmations. And then you have the peace of mind that this is getting written to Bitcoin.
It's going to settle. Yeah.
Right. It's going to settle on Bitcoin. Finality is from Bitcoin. So in terms of like peace of mind, you're effectively like, in a way, you're even de-risked from stacks because all the state is getting settled on Bitcoin. So if something drastic happens to stacks, the previous history is actually archived forever in the Bitcoin blockchain. Right. And yeah, you had a question or?
No, sorry.
Okay. So I think, and then another thing that I should emphasize is that this is not the only thing we've been building, right? So we actually have the rest of the stack, which includes storage, authentication, like if you're how to log into applications. And we experimented with real developers, right? So we got something like 400 applications built on the network. Some of the really interesting ones, one is called Pravica. It's like a decentralized, secure WhatsApp. And there's one called Boom. It's a NFT platform on stacks and Bitcoin. And interestingly, like we've been working with these developers for years, right?
Yeah.
To kind of like polish out the full stack. That smart contracts are kind of like the main focus, but the rest of the infrastructure that developers need, that's also there as well. And that kind of like brings me to the second question. And I think people don't realize how early we are in smart contracts, like in the sense that 99% of the developers have never written a smart contract, right? So the bulk of the market is basically, the way in my mind this works is most of the people are going to discover crypto through Bitcoin first. Right? They're going to hear about Bitcoin. They're going to be like, what is this thing? They're going to try and learn about it. And what was happening was people would discover Bitcoin and then they'll figure out that Bitcoin is not programmable. And then they would discover Ethereum or some other blockchain and they'll be like, okay, to write smart contracts, I go to Ethereum. And I think there's a big gap in the middle that we fill where you just discovered Bitcoin and you want to program it. Yeah. And now we help you how to program Bitcoin. So I think like that's kind of like the funnel, and most of the developers are kind of like outside of crypto. And interestingly, one thing I've noticed all the time is just like, again, connecting back to our SEC qualification, just like if you are a really good lawyer, you would actually end up agreeing with what we did, that, hey, that was the sophisticated approach, that was the right way to approach it. If you're a really good engineer, you actually end up agreeing with what we're doing.
Right? Yeah.
So interestingly, it is the engineers who are just trying to learn how to program, or they actually don't know how the underlying systems work. They end up getting attracted more to systems like Ethereum.
Yeah.
Really sophisticated engineers who kind of like look under the hood and they want to know like how things actually work. They find the problems in Ethereum and they're actually more attracted to systems like stacks, and which is a very high signal thing, and which I'm very excited about. So I think that's how I would look at future growth and the kind of developer activity.
And how about like tooling and infrastructure and tooling to kind of streamline dApps and applications and get this to fruition, more people involved? Is that all there, the infrastructure?
Yes. So I think you mentioned earlier that the project was called Blockstack, and one of the reasons that we simplified it to stacks is the company, my company that I co-founded and run was also called the Blockstack. So no wonder people were confused between the company and the project. So what we did is that during the kind of like our path to decentralization, there are now several entities like the Stacks Foundation and Freehold, which is the community entity, Damon, which is a mining entity, or various clients and so on. The company that built kind of like the core protocol rebranded to Hero. So there's no more kind of like Blockstack there. It's the Stacks project, and then there's Hero, which is a developer tooling company, and I'm the CEO of Hero. And so developer tooling is so important for us that that's kind of like the main job of my company, and all we do is basically build developer tooling on top of the Stacks blockchain.
Nice. And do in this community, right? There's so many grants, programs, bounties, and all that. Do you guys offer that as well to get some teams on board?
Yes. So the Stacks Foundation, it basically has 100 million stacks, which at today's price would be $110 million, right? So most of that is for developers, and it's a nonprofit, no non-shareholders. It's not a foundation that basically was there to do token offerings or anything like that. It's a new entity that was almost like community driven, and it is there for developers, right? So all of the grants, everything's very transparent, right? Like they publish all of their board meeting minutes, all the kind of like their bylaws and so on.
Yeah, no, nice. I think we're coming up on just like a couple minutes here, like very eye-opening, very like understanding. Thank you for clarifying a lot of the misconceptions and thoughts on one network versus the other. And nobody really thinks about Bitcoin, although you guys have been around a long time. I mean, I know people are developing on Bitcoin, but even me being in the space, I still don't quite see that many teams. And it seems like you're still in the mix. Stacks is here producing infrastructure tooling for developers, streamlining that. Use cases are still available in terms of like whatever you think you can build on, on the Ethereum side, you can definitely build on, the Stacks and Bitcoin side. Is there anything that you haven't shared that, as we wrap this up that you want to showcase before we get off here?
Yeah, I'll just showcase one thing, that if people want to get a sense of what DeFi on Bitcoin looks like, they should go to stacking.club, and it shows this PUX contract, which is kind of like a main contract in our consensus. And so the Stacks blockchain went live 6 weeks ago. This contract started functioning like 4 weeks ago, or maybe less than 4 weeks ago. And so far, we have more than $200 million locked up in that contract.
Wow.
Earning Bitcoin at, I think in the last cycle, the APY was something like 23%. Right. So the UX of this is like people get Bitcoin transactions just in their wallet, like be it Coinbase, be it like your local wallet on Electrum or so on. And you're locking up capital, you're earning Bitcoin, and DeFi on Bitcoin is already here, right? Like, and then this is like just one contract, and you'll basically start seeing a lot of other kind of like DeFi like applications on top of Bitcoin go live.
Yeah, no, that's excellent. Two last questions actually. The UI UX on that we've all been battling, is that how are you guys like approaching that?
Yes, I do think the UI UX needs to improve in the entire crypto industry. We have been paying a lot of attention to it. Like we want to simplify a lot of these things for the users, and we have some experience, right? We have a couple of years of experience of working with developers, where how complicated it is for them to like manage their private keys and so on. So I think we have made a lot of progress. One product that people should check out, like it's called Stacks Connect. People who are familiar with MetaMask, it's kind of like the alternative to MetaMask, but then you can go and see the UX difference. I do really think that the team building Connect has done a really good job on the UX side of it. But in general, I think I'm more confident that developers will find their way and learn how to program smart contracts. But I think more work is required before users start to feel comfortable and understand kind of like these these applications.
Yeah, nice. And then another question. Sorry, on the developer side, if one was developing on the Ethereum community and this, these EVM machines and all that, based off of the coding language that you have, what's the skill level got to be to develop within your network?
I think I would say similar skill level. The one difference is that I think Ethereum attracted a lot of JavaScript developers, the people who are building websites, and they know JavaScript, and Solidity looks like JavaScript. So our language looks different. It actually looks more like Lisp. But then people have written JavaScript transpilers, meaning that you write JavaScript code and it kind of like compiles to Clarity and then Clarity runs. I would say the difficulty level is maybe a little bit harder, but at the same time, I think the feedback that I got from developers is that it just takes you a little of a time to get your head around how this works. But once you get it, your job actually becomes easier. So I think the mental model is a little bit like you're investing in your own abilities up front, but once you do that, then the mileage goes a long way after that, right? So that's the way to approach it.
And there's gonna be a new wave of devs anyways. Like we're talking Web 2.0 to Web 3.0. Right now, there's still a transition, not that many Web 3.0 devs. So I feel like, for the audience here, the viewers that are tuning in, like listening on career paths or like where to develop, what to do, I think everybody's almost in the same boat as far as, developing, languages, coding and all that, trying to understand that as we move forward, it's, universities are going to pick this up. Like, I think that's kind of a small barrier, not even a barrier. It's just another learning curve, right? For either an existing developer to kind of pick up, which they already know, just learning new languages. The learning curve is always there anyways, if you're going to, pick up something, and that's kind of the life. Yeah. They love a challenge anyways. And then you have the flip side of like this new wave of engineers and developers, like probably going to pick this up rather quickly as soon as it kind of, expands to more adoption.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I think the other thing is that developers would learn anything if they think there's a market on the other side, right?
Exactly.
So as Bitcoin is kind of like gaining traction, like imagine that Bitcoin has $1 trillion of capital. Most of it is passive. Like we brought up like WBTC. WBTC is not even 1% of Bitcoin, not even 1%, right?
Yeah.
So if they think that there's a market on the other side where they can build lending applications, decentralized exchanges, like stable coins with collateral all on top of Bitcoin, they would do anything to be able to program that.
So totally agree. I don't think there's any challenge that they wouldn't tackle. I hear developers, I'm going to learn this. I'm going to learn how to build this. Most of them didn't know how to do anything prior to, their project, their startup. It was all mainly a crash course. So yeah, I don't see that being a problem at all. But I think we've come up on our hour here. And first of all, I just want to thank you for joining us, participating. Great interview, great insights. I think you clarified a lot of things for people that are trying to understand the landscape of what crypto is, what a blockchain is, the differences, the pros and cons. And I heard a lot of pros today coming from kind of the Bitcoin side. So it's very welcoming, a lot of the industry, it's a lot of Ethereum based, but like when you start talking to VCs and ingrained individuals, yourself and myself and other people, like there's challenges on the Ethereum side. It's not all hype, maybe people are building things quicker, but like you said, like we all know the writing's on the wall. And like today we know there's challenges. Will they deliver? Maybe not, we'll see. But I think in that time, teams like yourself are going to catch up. People are going to realize, and this is kind of a long-term game. So like, whether it's 12 months or a few years, I think kind of the growth in community for the Bitcoin development will rise, right?
No, absolutely. And I think given how quickly Bitcoin is rising, if you just attach your success to the success of Bitcoin, that's actually a pretty smart bet to take in this market. Awesome. I really enjoyed talking to you. Thank you so much.
Totally agree. Yeah. All right. Have a good one. For everybody watching Reimagine 2021, appreciate you tuning in. This is Manif from Stack CEO. Great discussion, and we hope to have you back.
Awesome. Take care.
Captain's log. Stardate 2272.1. Captain Cluck here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Synthetic asset. The term synthetic asset refers to a mix of assets that have the same value as another asset. Traditionally, synthetics combine various derivative products, options, futures, or swaps that simulate an underlying asset such as stocks, bonds, commodities, indexes, currencies, or interest rates. You know, I dated a woman once who had a synthetic asset. Turns out she was a robot. Live and learn.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to Reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune in to Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Our past inspires the decisions we make today to reshape our future tomorrow. In a world where human beings and machines become friends. In a world where fiber optic channels become virtual highways of communication. In a world where everything we know and value is vulnerable to manipulation and destruction. In such a world, we need a revolution that gives us hope. Where some take to the streets and look to their leaders, the modern warrior dares to cut beneath the current and strives to restructure the core without permission. In a technological world, we need a technological revolution. And when the unimaginable happens, the brave must be bold and dare to reimagine.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Reimagine 2021 conference series. We're here with version 7 of our event. I got my Mario hat on. The theme for this event is history of coins. So we're exploring fun use cases in crypto and blockchain. And I'm Roshan Marachkar, one of your hosts for this event. I'm also the project manager of the event. I'm very excited to have a guest that's been here before. So welcome back. With me here today, I have Paul Pui. He's the CEO and co-founder of Edge. Paul, welcome back to the show. And how have the past couple months been for you and your team, just in terms of business trends or your experience with the crypto boom?
Well, I'm pretty sure what I'm about to say is pretty common across a lot of the ecosystem, a lot of the crypto companies, especially any that focus on exchange services, buy, sell, and trade. Obviously, when the price goes up, people start to hear about crypto. People are like, what is that? I get the fear of missing out. FOMO kind of kicks in and people want to get involved. And so we've definitely seen over the past more than a couple of months, easily the past 6 months, a notable uptick, if not huge spikes in transaction volume, people buying, selling, and trading cryptocurrencies through our application. Like I said, it's probably common across the rest of the industry as well.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. I think your company, especially, coming from like a infrastructure standpoint, I think you guys play obviously a very key role in just onboarding new users and kind of always adding new features. Can you speak a little bit about some of the unique business considerations being a global wallet provider and I would say infrastructure company that you have to kind of worry about?
So as far as like worrying about, we actually try to build our company and technology so that we don't have to worry about a lot of the things that many cryptocurrency companies have to deal with. So number one, we're self-custody. Our app allows people to hold and control their own keys. They transact directly to blockchain networks and APIs that aren't under our control. So one of the things that many companies are concerned about we concern ourselves with less, not necessarily zero, but less, is the regulatory environment, the banking or relationship environment. We don't ourselves have a bank account that we use for customer funds, unlike many exchanges, or customer transactions. We have a bank account that's basically for just paying our own bills. And so that, in addition to the regulatory uncertainty of each country, what are the application processes and the licenses that you have to go and get before you can offer exchange services, we leave that to our partners. So our partners are kind of our back end for exchange functionality. And yes, they do have to worry about that. We'll see some partners have to turn off services in certain regions. And the beauty about being in the software space is that when, one partner might have to turn off service due to a banking relationship issue, we may have another partner that can come in and fill that gap. That's happened a few times in our history, and it's allowed us to continue offering the service more seamlessly to our user base while still navigating the kind of challenges of like banking relationships and regulatory uncertainty.
Yeah, I think you and your team have done an awesome job considering everything you just said in terms of like, you cannot build one solution or cater in one way for every single country. So it's very great work that you guys are doing, because obviously it's hard to scale. And kind of going into this idea a bit, I wanted to ask you, there's been a lot of talks about institutions getting into crypto, using custody services. And the main point is they don't really control their own keys, and they don't really have their own wallet. Can you talk to me about the importance, from your philosophical view, maybe, of, what you think the future of crypto will be and blockchain, just in terms of wallets? Who are going to be the ones adopting them and using them? Do you think it'll just stay retail users?
So I think it definitely will be across the board. We're seeing definitely retail. Obviously, it started off with retail, back in 2009, 2010. It was all just retail investors, just a bunch of, in a way I call it libertarians and geeks. I got into Bitcoin, and at the time it was Bitcoin only. Come 2013, we started to see more kind of not just the geeks and libertarians, but just retail investors as a whole. Just, regular people every day getting into Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies around that 2013 timeframe. Then 2017 came along, and then we started to hear the term institutional investors. So now these are the people that are entities, companies, hedge funds that started to get into Bitcoin and crypto. And then now come into 2021, kind of starting in 2020, we're starting to see actual large corporations getting into it, not getting into it from the viewpoint of allowing crypto transactions in their product, but more of using it as a store of value, specifically Bitcoin, to some degree Ether, using it as a store of value for their treasury. And I predict over the next 4 years, the next transition is that we're going to see state level actors, actual nation states, which are kind of the next level above large corporations, now getting into it. Now, you talked about and asked the question of self-custody versus holding it with a custodian. I think that's always going to exist for the foreseeable future. But I do predict that we're going to go down two divergent paths. Either crypto goes and has a majority of funds held in self-custody solutions, or split key solutions where no one entity holds the ability to move funds. Maybe not even myself. It might be a key that I hold, and a partial custodian holds another key, and it's a multi-sig environment. That I think will happen. But either self-custody or partial custody continues for a vast majority of funds, or the experiment that is cryptocurrency will just fail outright, just outright fail. If a vast majority of funds ends up being held in a custodial solution, then this is actually not much more different than gold. And if you look at the history of gold relative to fiat currency, is that gold was the actual currency and fiat was the optimization as a payment method. It was optimizing the payment method of gold. So you really want to separate the concept of the currency itself and the payment method by which you send the currency. In the case of Bitcoin, the two are tied, right? You cannot have Bitcoin without both having a payment mechanism and the actual currency baked in. With gold and every other currency before that, any physical currency, the payment method is just simply me handing it physically to you. Like that's the payment method, right? The native payment method is the physical air, but we build on top of that a payment system such as paper money to make it easier, because transferring gold's hard. So we build the paper money on top of it. Custodial solutions are kind of like that, in the sense that you're putting your money with a custodian and they're issuing an IOU, and that IOU is effectively how you are paying people. If that ends up becoming the way that the vast majority of funds are held, and that we're transferring the IOUs from custodian to custodian, then the exact same thing that happened to gold, where gold was backing the dollar and backing other currencies, that'll happen to Bitcoin as well, where that backing suddenly gets severed. And we say, hey, this amount of dollars of paper is equivalent to gold. Well, at a certain point, we sever that tie, and we say, no, the dollars just kind of float, and there's not necessarily that much gold backing it. And I presume, and I feel very confident in saying that that will happen as well with Bitcoin and crypto if most funds are held in custodial solutions and we use custodial solutions to pay with Bitcoin. So I'm at a disagreement with, I believe it was Michael Saylor that actually said this, that, oh, yeah, hold Bitcoin, but we're just going to use PayPal to transact it. We're going to use all these services to transact our Bitcoin. And I have a strong dislike of that theory, because then you're going to break the actual value of Bitcoin and it will get unpegged from that IOU.
Yeah, thanks for sharing, your strong views on that. We welcome all views here, and yeah, I think that's pretty interesting, because I don't think a lot of people share the same thoughts. I think many people just kind of want mass adoption, but so I think now would be interesting to get into like, I want to hear you talk about. Well, first, let's just get started with, talking about some of the use cases or some of the abilities you can have by using your own wallet and not just a custody solution, right? So I'm talking about things like interest-bearing solutions and NFTs and the whole DeFi boom. All of that really requires the actual use of a wallet and smart contracts that you can't do with custody solutions, right? So I know recently Edge launched interest-bearing tokens. I believe it was the A tokens and the C token. It was very recent. Can you talk to us a little bit about why did you even choose to launch this product, and how do you envision the product working right now?
So let me do a little bit of rewind on just DeFi as a whole and why I'm excited about it. Obviously, these interest-bearing tokens are a part of DeFi. So for a long time, I've posited that Bitcoin is kind of the decentralized, distributed, censorship-resistant, accessible globally money. And it's the first time we've ever had that, like a digital money that has all of those traits. But if you think about our world and how we interact with money, only a portion of our interaction with money is simply holding it and sending it and receiving it. Right? You might think that that's the vast majority, but it's not actually. We do a lot more things with money than just hold it, send it, receive it. That's effectively what Bitcoin allows. Hold it, send it, receive it. It does have some ability to have more complex transactions, multi-sig transactions, but at its heart, that's what it was designed for. That's what a lot of the core team members of Bitcoin are really trying to build it for, is this hold, send, receive. Look at our financial system, though. In addition to that, we have financial services that sit on top of the money. So loans, interest-bearing accounts, and investments, trading of various assets with that money, such as stocks, bonds, and whatnot, insurance. All of these things you can think of as financial services that sit on top of money. DeFi helps complete the story of saying, hey, you can now hold money that is digital and yet is self-custodied, meaning you hold the keys, you control the money. But if I wanted to now take a part in a financial service, I wanted to go take out a loan or fund a loan, put money in an interest-bearing account. Prior to DeFi, all of that became custodial. I'd have to put my money in a service such as a very popular service that exists today, the BlockFi, and other similar services, which I think Salt was one of the first ones to offer this. No knock against those services. They were definitely needed services, and I'm happy that they exist. But realize that those are just taking crypto and putting them in the exact same infrastructure as a regular banking system. They hold the money, they loan it out to someone else. They get to choose who it gets loaned out to. They do the KYC. It's only accessible to portions of the population. Not the whole world can access BlockFi and other similar services. And so you end up with the same limitations that regular money has. So to me, that isn't exciting. It's just, just another asset that you're putting and offering different services, but the service itself doesn't have that same decentralized, autonomous, censorship resistant, globally accessible trait that Bitcoin had. In comes DeFi. Let's now take those services and make them globally accessible, censorship resistant, give you a better level of privacy. You don't need KYC in an application process. Now that starts to achieve some of the goals that Bitcoin was built for in the first place. So now what are those different services that people are looking to do? Now, we can't replace everything with DeFi. One of the biggest challenges that I haven't seen a company offer yet successfully is under collateralized or non-collateralized loans. Meaning I want to borrow some money, but I don't really have anything that I could give you in return to collateralize that loan. You just have to trust me in my credit history. That doesn't quite exist. There are some companies working on that, but I think that's actually a very tough problem to solve. But over collateralized loans, which have existed for some time, that works great in DeFi. You're taking a smart contract that's not a certain company, People deposit money into it that they want to lend out. People then borrow from it, using collateral. It works great. So this, I think, is at least a nugget of financial services finally being offered in a manner that crypto was built for. So getting back to the point that you had mentioned, we added these A tokens, C tokens, and what are they for? They're part of the puzzle of DeFi. They're part of the different building blocks that you can do with DeFi. And they're one of the simpler integrations that can be done for now, which is swapping an asset into an A token or a C token allows you to then get interest in that underlying asset. And as an example, ETH is obviously an asset that you could just hold. You don't earn interest on it, but you can convert that ETH into a C-ETH or a compound ETH. And now as you hold that compound ETH now gains interest denoted in ETH. So when you convert it back into ETH, you'll have more ETH than you started with. Of course, minus the unfortunate, very, very high gas fees that are required on the Ethereum network. So other than the gas fees, hopefully, you pretty much this is restricted to whales at this point. High 5 figures, 6 figures, 7-figure type of transactions are ones where the gas fee becomes negligible relative to the gains. So being able to have an interest-bearing account, especially even in dollars, like you can take USDC, which for the most part is pretty well pegged to the dollar, instead of having dollars in a bank account, turn that into CUSDC, and then now you can actually get compounding interest that way beats any bank around the world. And that's also accessible from anywhere in the world with an internet connection, not from someone that has to KYC in one of the major countries of our world. So that's in essence the reason for us to incorporate the A tokens and the C tokens. And I think what people are going to see going forward with Edge is a tighter integration with DeFi products where you're not just buying a token, but you're more explicitly earning interest, and what interest you're going to get, how much interest you have gotten, what's the current interest rate, and also being able to borrow using your crypto, being able to borrow a different asset using the crypto that you already have. But yes, I'm very excited about the entire DeFi movement. I think it really completes the picture of our financial world, not just that decentralized money, but now decentralized financial services on top of that money, which is what many of us need in order to complete our financial life. And we're on the right track. Just obviously just the fees. We need to kind of figure out a way to lower the fees and use different platforms that enable us to do so.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting to hear that you launched that new feature for your users. And I think that's something that's becoming standard kind of in the crypto space, like this lucrative offer of just more yield for your assets. And there's a lot of different ways that you can get that yield. And I want to get into some of those questions here, and also ask you just in general, right? How do you think, what is your kind of concept of something like a wallet? I think a lot of people like consider just wallets differently, but I guess even going forward, like years ahead, how do you actually see a wallet, being envisioned? Like, do you think it's just going to be like, it's not going to be abstracted away, like it's always going to be kind of in front of your face? Or do you think, going back to your previous example, it'll get abstracted away, but you'll have all of these different services that are kind of tied to your wallet? Like, what do you see the future of that being, like in relation to current banks, I'll say, for our viewers out there, if you want to compare and contrast?
I think the best way to start answering that question is to first make the statement that I think the word wallet is an ill-defined term that we should kind of stop using. Like, admittedly, we have it in our Twitter handle, Edge Wallet. Our company tries to refer to our product as just simply Edge. So we are Edge, we are not Edge Wallet. Sure, we provide what people consider to be a wallet type application, but here's the problem with that term, right? If you think back before crypto, what did the term wallet mean? It pretty much meant a piece of leather or similar material that held paper notes, might have held some coins, and in the old days, it actually even held photos. You had a little photo book inside of your physical wallet in your pocket. Enter crypto, where the term wallet can mean so many different things. Anything from, a piece of software on a mobile device that allows you to send and receive crypto. A USB stick is now called a wallet, right? A hardware wallet, it's just a USB hardware stick is called a wallet. A piece of paper with a QR code on it will be called a wallet. And even a fully custodial bank account will be called a wallet. Like, I can go into various exchanges and they'll say, here's your Bitcoin wallet in your exchange account. Here's your USD wallet in your bank account. So what the heck is a wallet anymore? What the hell is a wallet? It's completely ill-defined. So let's throw out that term altogether and say, well, I don't know what the hell a wallet is anymore, so I don't know what the heck it's going to be. Now let's look at the different products that actually exist in the industry today and how they differentiate between each other. So obviously there are fully custodial services, and I'll call that a custodial financial service that holds your money. That custodial financial service can do many different things. It can do kind of DeFi-like things as well. It can, obviously provide interest-bearing returns. It can actually interface with real DeFi and give you interest-bearing returns. So that's entirely possible, but I'd say that those are what I call the custodial services. And all honestly, I don't care what they really offer so much, because I try to veer people away from that. Now let's go into the self-custody solutions and the different options there. So what we're seeing is kind of a divergence where there are products that are the key holders. So they hold the keys of cryptocurrency, as well as help you transact for sending and receiving. So people traditionally call those like the self-custody or non-custodial wallets, meaning that they hold the keys and they send and receive. All right, straightforward. Edge happens to be one of those products. But sending and receiving is one of the financial services that a wallet can offer. But it can also offer some of the other financial services, such as staking, interest-bearing accounts, and loans. So that's where we start entering kind of more of the DeFi realm. And what we're seeing in the DeFi realm is that you then end up using two different products, typically an interface that allows you to see the product offering, that also creates transactions, but it doesn't sign them, right? It has a different wallet product, I guess you can call it a wallet, but a key management product, do the signatures, and then send that back and then broadcast that out to the network. So we're seeing this separation. So we're calling these like these key signers. EOS, almost, all of the EOS interaction you'll have other than just sending and receiving will go through a key signer interface, no matter what you're doing. Same thing with a lot of Ethereum apps. If you want to interact with a lot of the decentralized exchanges, Uniswap and whatnot, one option is to go directly to a Uniswap website and then use your key manager, such as a Wallet Connect based app, a MetaMask, a dApp browser to interface with that. So my predictions to help kind of answer your question, where do I think the industry is headed? I think this is one of those also, a lot of the industry would probably disagree with me, is that I feel like this separation of the key manager and the dApp will slowly start to dissipate. And I think that's an era for developers. It's an easy way for a developer to build a dApp, not having to deal with key management interfaces, just build a raw dApp, because that's already a hard problem to solve, right? You got to build your dApp, you got to build a protocol, you got to build a user interface for your dApp so people can actually try it out. So even if you're building say a decentralized exchange protocol, such as a 0x or a Uniswap, just building the protocol alone and launching the smart contract isn't enough. You've got to build an interface to it so people can try it out. So you're actually forced to build the first interface. It's kind of like the template app. So you build that interface. A lot of people use it. They use it with, a dApp browser. But in the end, the better experience is when that's integrated into the application that actually holds the keys. So as an example, in MetaMask, they also allow you to do actual swaps via Uniswap integrated in the app. You don't have to leave the app. And that's where a lot of volume gets created, because now people have that improved integrated user experience. It's not go here, oh, please sign that on your app, go back to your app, sign it. Okay, great, send it. It's much more integrated. It also is in a way more secure, in the sense that the quote unquote key manager, the wallet app, knows what it's signing. It's not guessing. It's not just showing you this payload of a bunch of gibberish and saying, please sign this. I don't actually know what it's going to do. So from a security point of view, it's actually better, because the app that creates the transaction is the one that signs it, and it knows and can show you what exactly it's signing. So that is one of my predictions, and also the direction that we want to head to with Edge. So today people can actually swap using decentralized exchanges in Edge, and all of those transactions are created on the application, not by some website, and it knows what it's signing, and then sending that out to the network, and you're not having to bounce back and forth. And I predict that what will happen over the course of the next few years is that we'll see various apps incorporate DeFi functionality directly inside of the app. And what you're downloading now isn't like a generic wallet anymore. It's I'm downloading an app to do loans and interest-bearing accounts, an app to do insurance, an app to do decentralized or just do exchange functionality for trading. and then an app to do X, Y, and Z type of financial service, which is kind of what we do today, right? Today, I will download my app for E-Trade to do trading. I'll download kind of PayPal to do payments out of my bank account, and download an insurance app to track my insurance status and whatnot. And that's what I predict will happen over the course of the next several years, is tighter integration with the actual wallet interface to the financial service.
Yeah, thank you for actually explaining all of that, because I think for a lot of our viewers out there, it is confusing just with all of the different products. And I feel like I also learned a little something from you just now in terms of thinking about it differently, really, like a different, now you're talking about like a newer paradigm shift where even some of the things that exist today might not exist in the same form that they do right now. It's like it's just for convenience or understanding. But yeah, I think you're definitely correct. A lot of these things, it's just using smart contracts, and everything is designed differently. So I love how within Edge, you're sort of not abstracting all of it away, but keeping it in one place. I think you're talking about trust there. I wanted to go a little bit into some of the regional initiatives that you're working on. I know you're working on a bunch, because it reminded me about something you just said about the importance that you and your team are putting on swapping different tokens as well. What do you think the future is for kind of zooming out and going to like third world countries, places where when you talk about wallets or any of the stuff we're talking about here today, it's like it might be the first time they're even getting something that resembles that, right? They don't even have any of these other things. So can you tell me about, you can say any regional initiatives you're working on right now? I think you're working on some in India. Do you take a different approach there? Or what can you tell us for the people that have like never visited some of these countries and only have one viewpoint?
Got it. So I don't have any specifics to share about regional initiatives. So one of the things that we do by partnering with various exchanges around the world is, we evaluate the different partners that we're looking at integrating with, and try to see that they are appealing to the specific regions that they service. I mean, do they support the payment methods that region really cares about, ways of getting money into and out of the assets that region cares about, and then integrating with them. Now, once they have that, it really becomes, I won't call it so much the responsibility, but it's empowering those partners of ours to really cater to those specific regions as far as primarily, like I said, payment methods. That's the biggest thing that we're seeing is very, very relevant to our region, the payment methods. From the viewpoint of the actual app interface, our apps is the same no matter where you are. Like the interface doesn't change. We don't have different apps for different regions. And that definitely is a pro and a con. I'm sure there are some ways that the interface could be tweaked to appeal to certain regions more so than others. We haven't gone down the path of providing that level of specificity for specific regions other than language. So we definitely have language changes dependent on what region someone might download the app. So we do have language support across different parts of the world. But as far as initiatives per se, the main initiative is just really getting support for on-ramps, off-ramps in those areas. And we do that concurrently with as many parts of the world as possible. We're constantly, every day in discussions with potential exchange partners to allow people to onboard using different payment methods in different regions around the world. That's a kind of a global, no specific initiative, but just an overarching, long-standing, always will be there initiative to make Edge an app that anywhere in the world you'll be able to get into and out of crypto, and also trade between different assets. Now, one thing that I'll expand on that concept with is that our initiative to get into DeFi and to provide DeFi services is an initiative to provide the service in more places, because when you have centralized services inside of that, which we do for things like swapping between chains, so like a Bitcoin to Ethereum, a lot of those services, once you cross chain, they're not custodial, they're non-custodial, but they still do have a centralized component, right? Money is flowing to some company. Like I would send Bitcoin to some company, and then a few minutes later, they send me back to Ether. That's the swap that I would do. But those services may be regionally restricted, unlike a decentralized exchange, which is not. So by looking at and trying to incorporate more of these DeFi equivalents to centralized services, we're able to open up those services across boundaries. And so one of the biggest initiatives that we're looking at tackling is cross-chain swaps, which are difficult to do, and right now are done almost exclusively through centralized services. But being able to do that through a more decentralized mechanism that's globally accessible, I think is probably the direction that much of our industry is headed towards. And we're looking at getting there, obviously being one of the earlier adopters of that technology.
Okay, yeah, got it. And hey, we also do need some of those centralized parties at times, just for
Oh, absolutely.
convenience, or at different, for custody and a variety of other things. How about you talk to me a little bit about I think it's the FIO tokens or FIO tokens.
Oh, FIO.
I was
Yeah, FIO.
FIO, because yeah, FIO. Because I
FIO.
was reading that you and your team last year, you spent a lot of time on that, or you actually made sure that you guys integrated that. I have a little bit of experience using FIO myself, but for the people that don't know out there, why did you choose to even spend time doing this? And again, going back to like, what do you see things like FIO? What is it going to lead to? More abstraction or more features?
Got it. So let's talk about what FIO is in the first place. A lot of people that haven't heard of FIO could probably use a little bit of a primer. So FIO, number one, is its own blockchain. Its code base was a fork of the original EOS code base, but vastly modified. So it's not at all like EOS in many ways, but the consensus mechanism and how block producers are all still there. But the single goal of FIO is to provide an interoperability layer between wallets. Now, that's a very generic sounding marketing term, like interoperability, blah, blah, blah. So I'll go more specifics about what I mean. So it's a blockchain agnostic interoperability layer, allowing wallets to talk to each other, to be able to do things such as send a payment request, meaning that I can send you a payment request to a name as opposed to a random string of letters and numbers. You receive the request, you can see how much I'm asking for, say it's like 0.01 Bitcoin, and you know that it's coming from me, and you just simply tap or slide to then send the payment off to my wallet. Nowhere in that process did anybody see a public address or anything looking like a public address. I get to see a name. You could have a Rohan at Edge, and I could be Paul at Edge, and I can just simply say, Rohan at Edge, could you send me 0.01 Bitcoin? You see that request on your side in your wallet, you tap, and then 0.01 Bitcoin comes back to me. No public addresses, no QR codes ever seen in that process. And the nice thing is when you send that payment to me, I can even see that came from Rohan at Edge. I don't have to know and wonder, where did that money come from? And that's always one of the biggest questions people have about crypto is they receive money. I'm like, where did that come from? It's hard to tell where that money came from. FIO allows you to know the source and the destination. Number two, I can also just simply send money. I don't have to send a payment request, right? I could just simply know your address and just simply send money to that address outright. And you can see that it came from me. And I can even send a little bit of metadata, a little notes like, hey, Rohan, thanks for that dinner the other day, paying you back my share. And more importantly, all of this interaction that I've described, both sending a payment request, paying a payment request, sending a generic payment without a request, all of that little tidbit of metadata, who it's from, who it's going to, the amount, all of that is actually fully encrypted and nobody can see that other than you and I. That I think is fundamentally important. You actually don't see any of that transaction metadata fully encrypted on a blockchain. Now, the fact that it's on a blockchain makes it independent of any specific party. We've seen these name resolution services before where they go through a centralized party. Like these have existed before. It's where you could say, oh, just pay, somebody at their email address. A lot of centralized services let you do this, where as long as you have an account with a centralized service, you can pay an email address, but there's no actual on-chain transaction there. They're just kind of moving their database entry of who has an amount of Bitcoin to another person. So this is the first true blockchain agnostic, self-custody, or I guess say autonomous way of having name resolution of wallet names across multiple different blockchains, as well as encrypted metadata that can go between the parties that are paying each other or requesting payment from each other, and also allowing payment requests as a whole. Many people that have been in Ethereum are familiar with the .eth domains, ENS, Ethereum name service. But ENS only allows you to register a name and then link an address to that, and that's it. As soon as I want to go and make a payment, that payment just has to go to that specific linked address. I can't request a payment. I can't send metadata with that payment. All of that just kind of, it's a very partial implementation in an attempt to get us to that Venmo feel, right? That's kind of like the holy grail that people say in crypto, is when it feels like you're just using Venmo, but it's so partial that the ENS is a very partial thing. I can send a payment to an ENS name, Johan.eth or whatnot, but that full experience of sending metadata with it, sending a payment request, gone. FIO fully completes that. And so, and FIO does that in a way that's agnostic to other chains. Even though it's a fork of EOS, it's removed the ability to do arbitrary smart contracts. So it's not trying to compete with ETH. It's not trying to compete with EOS. It's not trying to compete with Bitcoin. It's really trying to be agnostic to all of those and really just provide this interoperability layer. And that's what I like about it. And the fact that it's not trying to compete helps get it adopted by other blockchains. And there are many other blockchains that are helping to promote FIO, even though they're both different blockchains, which in a way somewhat compete on the value proposition. But they see that it's non-competitive with the purpose of FIO relative to the purpose of these other blockchains, and it helps improve the usability of these other blockchains. That's one of the big reasons I got very excited about it. I think it was over 2 years ago when I first discovered the protocol and the project. Our company hopped on as one of the early adopters and committed to integrating the protocol into the app. And we continue to lead as far as functionality of the FIO protocol inside various quote unquote wallet apps. I think we have more functionality than any other app out there, and we are going to continue to implement new functionality as it comes down the pipe. And there are cool new things that I'm very excited about that'll help improve on the privacy. Right now with ENS, if you register and you link your wallet, everybody can see that wallet address and they can see all the money that you've ever received into that address. So it's a big privacy concern. That exists in FIO as well today. Future implementations of FIO in the protocol will allow us to kind of friend each other, like link each other. So I can say, hey, Rohan, all right, I'd like to add you as a contact. You approve it. And now a unique address can be shared between the two of us that no one else can see on the blockchain. So when I then just go and make a payment to Rohan, it goes to an address that you uniquely know that's not broadcast anywhere on any blockchain. And that really elevates that layer of privacy that many of the naming services just don't have. So a lot of stuff coming down the pipe. I'm excited about the protocol. I invite people to use it. You can still register a free FIO address from Within Edge. That's for a limited time. We haven't announced when that'll end or when the FIO Foundation will end that. But definitely get your address while you can. And then, start using it. Use it to send people money back and forth, send payment requests. It's a great experience.
Yeah, I have my FIO address, and I had never actually seen anyone explain the FIO. So thank you for explaining all of that. And I think it's still something that's fairly new, or people are still getting around to even understanding, I guess, the importance. I guess I always see it as one layer of understanding is, how something works, but the second one is really the significance of it. Which is, I think, more important because it actually drives people to actually use it. Because I think we have great technology in crypto. So to kind of end things off here, I want to ask you, for the year 2021, what do you think will be the next disruptive thing that we'll see this year? Like, will it continue to be DeFi? Will it be NFTs? I want to ask you get your thoughts on, like, just from maybe even your users' perspective, right? I think you especially obviously have a lot of touch point with like retail users. I would say closer to the crypto community, not talking about institutions or anything else. So get your last thoughts on what do you think people will actually use and like not go back to the old thing by the end of this year?
Yeah, so I would initially say there's not a whole lot new other than like DeFi that will capture a lot of the retail attention. Although the one thing that seems to get a lot of attention right now is exactly what you said, is NFTs. And I'll be honest, I think a vast majority of the interest in NFTs honestly kind of surprises me. And I don't quite understand the direct appeal in at least the use case that I've seen. Now, I do see a use case for NFTs, no question about it. I think there's a good, valuable, direct use case. But what has created a lot of the adoption, people buying various NFT tokens for thousands of dollars, that kind of just surprises me, and I don't expect that to be the norm. I think that's just excitement, short-term excitement of a new technology. It's kind of cute, whatnot, but I honestly don't predict that that's sustainable. When I start to think of NFTs, I think of using kind of like blockchain technology to be able to represent real value goods, such as things like concert tickets, where each seat actually is a different value from another seat, but I want to be able to own it, control it, and allow me to gain admittance to an event based on me holding a private key and proving that I own a specific ticket. Well, that doesn't work well with a crypto coin because that's a value thing, not a specific real world asset. But the way it's been used today to say, I quote unquote own this digital art, feels a little bizarre because, well, anybody can see that digital art. They can have it and own it just as well as you own it, and they can enjoy it just as much as you can enjoy it. And so the ownership of that, why would I care that I have a token per se for digital art, if it doesn't represent like an actual physical piece underlying it? But if there's anything that I think could kind of come out of nowhere and suddenly capture a lot of attention, it could be the NFTs. Although admittedly, that's a piece that I won't understand it if it happens, because I don't expect it. It makes little sense to me, especially from a digital art point of view versus a physical art. If it maps to a physical art and you're proving ownership of that, then that's one thing. But from a digital art point of view, it makes less correlation to me. From the viewpoint of DeFi, I think DeFi is, I won't call it hit its peak, but it's definitely hit a level of widespread understanding within the crypto community. Getting it to be usable by the people outside of the crypto community is what I'm hoping happens before the end of 2021, where, as an example, I use DeFi not as a yield-bearing mechanism, not as a, hey, I'm going to go and yield farm some random coin that's getting airdropped and mooning. Like, I don't think that's sustainable. I actually really didn't like seeing that because it just, it's going to crash and burn for people. People, I'm sure, lost a lot of money in that. I like DeFi for it to actually offer a real financial service. Interest-bearing accounts that are reasonable interest, 10, maybe 20%, not 300x because of some mooning coin. It's like, good interest-bearing accounts, fair amounts, and the loans, and also some more advanced trading. So DeFi that allows you to do shorts and leverage, things like that. And of course, decentralized exchange. But in using that today, it has taken me multiple steps with multiple different apps to be able to accomplish a single DeFi transaction. Getting that fully and tightly integrated across different applications, I think, is what we're going to see going through the end of 2021, where my friend who's not a crypto person, but he or she happens to own some Bitcoin and wants to take out a loan, doesn't have to ask me about the 4 different products that they have to use to do so. Instead, I can just go, hey, go download this app, Edge. I would love it to be Edge. All right. And click those 2 or 3 buttons and boom, you've got a loan. All right. Now you've got some stable coin, click another button, deposit that into your bank account. And now you've honestly taken out a legitimate loan with a specific interest rate. And now you have cash in your bank. That's what I think is the next phase that I think we can fit into 2021. I think 2021 is early enough in the year where we could start to see that. And some products that have started to jump ahead and done that tighter integration we're seeing are being really applauded by the community. Like, as opposed to this multi-step, DApp browser, go to this website, go to that website, and it just gets integrated in one. Those products are definitely being applauded by the community. So I think we're going to see more of those, and we intend to get integrated in that same manner.
Yep, those are all great predictions, and the rapidness of the development in our space is so quick that we definitely could see a lot of these things in 2021. Paul, thank you so much for joining me here today at Reimagine 2021. I'm your host, Roshan, and I'll let you all tune back into the event. So check out Edge, and hope you all enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you.
All right. Thanks a lot, everybody. Check us out, edge.app.
My friends, I'm glad that you can join us in the decentralized financial revolution. The only way forward is if we continue to educate ourselves and those around us, and that is certainly what we intend to do. The value of $1 can diminish with the click of a federal button, but the seeds of wisdom may never die. Don't let them catch you, be bold, and dare to reimagine your freedom.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. Trading can be hard, but we're here to give you some important tips. The Bitcoin halving will always give you 2. How do you think we got here?
At this point, one thing's for sure. Blockchain and cryptocurrencies are changing the world, and they're here to stay. That means we need people like you, now more than ever, to lead the way. Whether you're an entrepreneur with ideas in need of technical support, whether you're an early-stage startup looking to accelerate your business, or whether you're a student looking to learn more about blockchain technology and business, the Mousebelt ecosystem is here to help you on your way. As the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator, Mousebelt offers capital investment opportunities, engineering, blockchain education courses, and free placement in our new startup school. To learn more about joining the Mousebelt ecosystem, visit mousebelt.com. Mousebelt, the world's first full-service blockchain accelerator.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. 2020 sure was a year to reimagine, and we're glad that you can join us again this year to Reimagine 2021. In case you're not already planning on it, we would like to remind you to tune into Reimagine 2021 virtual events, where you get to hear about the latest and greatest updates in the world of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology every month. Also, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Reimagine_2021 and subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can stay up to date with daily news segments such as Immutable Opinion with Asher Westrop Evans and 90 Seconds or Less with Yona Hawkhauser. Stay tuned to Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebelt.
Hello, Old Man Monkey here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. 51% attack. A 51% attack is a brute force attack on a crypto network, conducted by directing at least more computational power than half of what the network currently uses, with the intention of manipulating the consensus mechanism, typically for gains made through malicious double spending. You can imagine this as a democratic voting procedure where the majority always wins consensus. I don't know what any of that means, Back in my day, we didn't have cryptocurrency. We had actual coins, and you could go to the movies all day for a nickel. And there were cartoons and newsreels, and popcorn only cost a dime, and then you could...
Welcome back to Reimagine. Here we are at the end of the second month of 2021, and man, what a year we're kicking off with. You know, what a good, crazy couple of months we've kicked off this year with. We thought 2020 was a wild one, but you know, frankly, from this vantage point, I feel like 2021's got plenty of surprises in the bank, and already has dropped some pretty major ones so far. You know, markets across the world are booming. I'm not just talking crypto and blockchain here. I'm talking everything. You got an asset, it's probably going up right now. Whether this is all a crazy bubble, whether it's all sustainable, whether this is a site for new innovation, I guess we need to see. But that's why we're bringing you the best people in this space to talk a little bit about what some of these key innovations are that's happening all across crypto, blockchain, and all its related sectors. And that's no exception who I'm speaking to today. I'm joined now by Rahul Sood, co-founder of Unicorn, one of the most fascinating esports betting companies in the space. So much interesting development going on there. Rahul, firstly, thanks so much for being with us.
Hey, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolute pleasure. Now, Rahul, for our guests and our audience, rather, that is not so familiar with what you guys are doing over at Unicorn, give us the brief rundown, the elevator pitch, what you guys are all about.
Sure. So, you know, just a quick summary. Unicorn is the largest bookmaker in the world for regulated betting on esports and video games. We were founded in 2014. We're backed by Mark Cuban, Ashton Kutcher, Sherry Redstone, Liz Murdoch, and a number of others. Yeah, we've been, you know, our business has been through a lot of different challenges over the years. You know, we're very early in the crypto space, and we built a blockchain element to our product. We went through some challenging times in 2020, both with the pandemic and also, you know, just the U.S. regulatory system. But you know, at the end of the day, we've come out the other end, and like you said, 2021 is a mad year. Like, it's just crazy. Things are going nuts for us right now.
Yeah, certainly they are. And you know, obviously, you bring it up, and let's touch on now while we're here. The Unicorn Gold project was this pioneering, you know, esports, crypto and blockchain project that you guys had underway.
Yep.
Unfortunately, hit some hard times against SEC regulation, something I think a lot of people in this space are all too aware of. But could you summarize a little bit what happened there?
I mean, the most I can say is that it's really strange. You know, you've got great operators, like good operators in the space, and then you have operators that are not so good. In 2017 was kind of, I guess I'll start with the arc. I mean, the arc is, you know, I've been long Bitcoin for many years. I've been into Bitcoin since about 2013. You know, 2013 was an interesting year for Bitcoin because, you know, it was sort of like the there's like four kind of bubbles, but I guess the first major ones were around the Silk Road time, and then the Mount Gox situation. And then 2017 was kind of like the year of the ICO. In 2015, Unicorn created the Unicoin to allow our users to transact with a free token that was built to the platform, and it allowed users from all around the world to interact with our platform. And it also allowed us to test out new products and new markets and things like that. And we built an amazing ecosystem with it. And then 2017, we created the Unicoin Gold along with, like 3,000 other projects or whatever that had come out. And we had real usage. We have a real working platform that accepts cryptocurrencies. We got at the time, tens of thousands of users using it, on a regular basis. I guess basically, the market collapsed, and when the market collapsed, it created a lot of pressure on companies like us to do things that were sort of unnatural and we weren't prepared to do. So, we were very clear with our customers that if you're going to buy this token, you should only use it on the platform and don't think of it as a speculative trade. But, as you can guess, a lot of people kind of speculated on it. And as a result of that, the market collapsed, and the SEC was asking questions of a few platforms, perhaps not the right ones, but there's a few companies that kind of got sucked into it. What's interesting about the Unicorn situation is not everyone at the SEC agreed with the decision. It's public out there. There was some dissension from one of the commissioners, which we agreed with her. We agreed with Hester Pierce's point of view. But and we could have fought it because we really did have, a great use case for Unicoins, and people were using it. But we just didn't want to be in a never-ending lawyer situation. We wanted to continue growing our business. We just wanted to put it behind us. So we agreed to settle only if they agreed to refund all the customers, and they agreed to it. The question is when and how. We don't know. They own it now, and we're past it. But what I will say is just, I guess the macro kind of view of this is, it's unfortunate because there's companies that are outside the U.S. that can do whatever they want, it seems, in the U.S. and many of them aren't really like legit or sort of good operators, and yet for us, we feel that we're an innovator in the space, and it's been challenging being an innovator in the blockchain space in the U.S. It's scared a lot of people in the business here, generally, like exchanges and companies like us, platforms, that sort of thing. I think it threatens to push innovation out of the country. But I guess the good news is there's change. This year there's been a lot of change with the different regulatory bodies, and you see now we're in the year 2021. So 2017 was the year of the ICO that crashed. Now we're in the year of NFTs and DeFi, right, and Bitcoin's going up again. And it's inevitable. I've always said Bitcoin is going to, well, I used to say Bitcoin's going to cross 50,000. Here we are. But I believe it's going to continue, and Bitcoin will continue to eat the world of finance. And as a result, there's sort of a new thing happening with NFTs and DeFi. And I think, we're going to continue to build our business. There's a ton of interest around it. You've got public companies like DraftKings and Penn Gaming that are just blowing up, and our phone has never been more busy than it is now. So I'm optimistic about the future. I'm a little, I'm obviously disappointed about the Unicoin Gold project. I think we could have done some unbelievable things with it, but we're not giving up. I mean, there's still we still have a gigantic international customer database. And we may come back with something that's that could be great for our customers outside the U.S. Who knows? Not there yet.
Yeah, and I want to touch on this without over litigating and over sort of dwelling on the negatives, because we like to focus on the growth and construction development. But it's an interesting point you raised about that uncertain regulatory landscape that exists. The US, for the longest time, anyone who's working in the crypto space knows that the US has had a foggy gray sort of miasma of regulation that seems to shift and change with the wind and the wills of any particular administration at any given time. And, yeah, I think you raise a really valuable point there that, regardless of what the rules end up being, if you make it so unclear, you risk stifling innovation. Do you think that like is going to dissuade, that innovation from perpetuating in the US in this space? Do you think it's just a speed bump on the way to a good future yet to come? I mean, how do you, as an innovator yourself, who's been bitten by the long arm of the law, as it were, how do you feel about that?
Well, look, I'm a pioneer, right? And I believe that as pioneers, Unicorn is a pioneer. I'd rather be a pioneer on a pirate ship than a dinosaur, And so we'll continue to, stuff like this just gets in the way, and you move on. I think of the last 2 years and the challenges we had with regulators, and then I look at other companies that overcame a lot of challenges. So, for example, in the worst of days, we would talk about other companies like Tesla, for example. Imagine Elon Musk building a electric car company in the face of oil companies going after him, politicians going after them, saying you can't have dealerships here because the dealerships network is trying to say that Tesla is being anti-competitive, and just like on and on and on. They had to go through all this shit where they almost went bankrupt. And here we are today, and they're he's one of the most valuable companies in the world. Other companies like Uber and Lyft, they also went through major regulatory challenges with the taxi lobbies and cities trying to shut them down because they're getting paid off by the taxi lobbies and that sort of thing. Disruption is something that happens, and you have to be prepared to take the hits with it. And we built a really great legal platform for people to come. We do full KYC and AML. We tried to integrate, our own kind of twist to the blockchain, where we still continue with the AML and KYC and run a really great business. But unfortunately, sometimes you end up in a situation where maybe you run into the wrong regulator, or somebody gets mad at you for the price dropping or whatever. That's who knows what it was,
right?
But it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I think good entrepreneurs come out the other end. And my business partners, Carl and Daniel and Andrew, I mean, these guys are rock solid, and they just stepped in and really just said, let's just focus on the core business, let's grow the business. And 2020 was a monumental year for us in terms of that. And let's get this out of the way, and we can look at what we can do in the future to make an impact here. And by the way, all of this hasn't changed my tune on cryptocurrencies. I've been collecting NFTs since early 2018. I've been, I believe in the space. I actually like DeFi, and of course, I'm a massive believer in Bitcoin and the future of it. So I think of the ICO space, and I think there were a few successes, not many, but that's some of it due to regulatory, but most of it due to fraud or people not delivering or that sort of thing. So you really can't blame regulators for looking at the space the way they did, because they're technically here to protect consumers. Unfortunately, in many ways they didn't do a good job protecting investors, but who knows? We'll see.
Right. Certainly, it's a tricky one for regulators who are, legitimately trying to make those discerning, calculations in a very complex market that they maybe themselves don't really understand, or even if they do, don't necessarily have the time to over litigate. But I want to talk a little bit about the esports industry. Obviously, you guys are so pivotal in this space. You're doing so much development there. That's the Unicorn's prime business. And a lot of people I speak to all across conferences and just in my day-to-day life, speaking with various crypto folk, look at esports as one of those great sort of innovative spaces that was a great comparison for what crypto could become. Obviously, there are the parallels end at a certain point, but I think you get what I'm saying. The esports was a built industry. It was sort of a bit of a joke at first. People didn't really know what to do with it, and now it's a huge multi-billion-dollar industry with so many facets globally across the world, and people are more in love with it than ever. Giving that sort of scope of history, talk me a little bit about your journey through the esports space, and then perhaps where you see it now and where perhaps you see it going.
Well, I mean, my journey starts off very early. I started what has been widely recognized as the world's first manufacturer to make high-end gaming PCs. It was called Voodoo PC, and it was way back in like 1991-ish. And that company got acquired by Hewlett Packard many years later. I'm the chairman of Main Gear Computers, which makes like desktop Ferraris today. I was the first investor in a VR AR company called Vervana, which is like they make a really interesting technology, a headset like Oculus, but with cameras and zero latency, so you can see what's going on in the outside world. And they got acquired by Apple. And then when you talk about the esports angle to that, back when I was with Voodoo, it wasn't really called esports. It was just like competitive LAN gaming tournaments where people would strap their CRT monitors on their back and carry their towers to, a warehouse somewhere and play, competitive video games like Quake and stuff like that. It was surreal. And I guess and then I also was an investor in an early stage company back in 2010, or actually, yeah, it was about, it was a little early in 2010. It was like 2008, 2009. It was called Play All, and it allowed people to bet against each other in games like Call of Duty. In any case, I joined Microsoft, and that's where I was like I had a really great team working with me, and we started Microsoft Ventures, and we started to look at trends. And one of the trends was the vast number of people that were watching people play video games online and not necessarily playing them. And one of the companies we invested in was a game community company. The CEO and I became very good friends. And him and I were talking about esports, and he's from Australia and he likes to bet on sports and all sorts of things. And I said we should meet my CTO who started Play All. We all got together and we decided to go out and start Unicorn back in 2014. The space has just completely blown up. You're right. I mean, for a while, people were sort of looking at it as a joke. Where does this go? That type of thing. But it's much bigger. It's the fastest growing sport in the world. There's a mix of art and culture and music associated with esports. Plus, the reason that universities are giving scholarships and and high school leagues are coming along is because they realize that the best players in games like Dota 2 and League of Legends tend to be great collaborators. They work well in teams, they're good leaders, they work well under pressure. They're your ideal students, right? They're good at math. Right. I mean, like, who doesn't want those students in their schools? So so esports has really just come a long way.
So then, again, I'm trying to transplant some of these lessons, over to those in the crypto space, and just sort of think about that as well in terms of, where they are along the journey. And I think so many who've been, early investors, early pioneers, early participators in the crypto world and crypto and blockchain widely have sort of felt that, sense of outsideness, otherness. They're the weird uncle at the party telling everyone about the Bitcoin investment. They're the strange kid who's put all his pocket money into whatever while he's fiddling around with his computer. And now, all of a sudden, here we are again, 2021, in another bubble, another hype market, another whatever, sustainable or otherwise. I'm not here to litigate that, but suddenly the tables are turning, and we're starting to see that wider acceptance. I don't know if it's long term. I don't know if it's, given your perspective on this, given your depth of history and knowledge of being in an industry that was nascent, that sort of took that time to build and grow. How do you feel the crypto space is going to handle that? And do you think it's equipped to handle that? And any tips to anyone who's going through that moment themselves from the inside?
Asher, you called it out, man. Like the weird uncle at the parties talking about Bitcoin, that's me, first of all. So, my family gives me shit about it all the time. But, when the market collapsed in, 2018, 2019, I was still the guy saying, look, this is just a blip. I've seen it before. It's going to come back. People thought, I was crazy. I think there was a video where I went on CNBC back in late 2017, early 2018, saying Bitcoin's going to go to 25,000. And there's a caption underneath it, Bitcoin going to 25,000. And they stopped having me on the air. So weird. But anyways, look, here's what I think is happening. I think as any market evolves, the one thing is certain, that the valleys will become less and the peaks will only go higher. And let me give you my thoughts on this. Bitcoin is is being adopted widely. By now, it's getting institutional money. Now banks like JP Morgan, who once said, Bitcoin's a fraud, are now coming in and